Hey. This song sucks. Ban them. Whoever said this song sucks, ban them. I'm not in any kind of mood to play with any of y'all tonight. All right. I'm not in the mood to play with any of y'all tonight. All right. I'm not in any mood to play with any of y'all tonight. Okay. We finally made it. Okay. No music, no nothing. Chat. YouTube, what's up, guys? How are y'all doing, brothers? Twitch, what's up, gang? How are y'all doing? Good morning. It's Friday night. That's right. But somewhere it's morning. I think it's like morning in Japan right now. Guys, I'm just gonna cut to the chase. I'm just gonna say it. What's up, J-Lo? What's up? Thanks for the 20 bucks, homie. Oh, yo, we eating good tonight. We just got the MrBeast video, the interview. I know you guys are like, oh shit, oh snap. I need somebody to watch this with. And I need somebody that's gonna be crazy, like honest, right? Like raw, unfiltered. You know, you need that person that's gonna say the things that you thinking, but it's not coming out, right? You need that mouthpiece. That's me. I got you. And then we got new Kendrick Lamar Ghost album drop. I haven't listened to it, but apparently the interview with MrBeast is like 2 hours and 30 minutes long. Chat. Two minutes and 30 seconds long. That's a long time. So this is a movie. And speaking of movies, I just got back from watching Wicked Part 1. Okay? So we're gonna have a good night. I need you guys to go get some drinks. I'm gonna give us about like a couple of minutes, okay, chat? Go get your drink. Go get your popcorn. Go put it in the oven. Go put it in the microwave. Go get a drink. Go get set up. Go let your family know. Go let your friends know. Let them know it's about to go down, okay? This is going to be the funnest place to be tonight. I promise. Hella entertaining. Good old quality content is going to... No one mourns the wicked. Oh my God. The Wicked movie was so good. If I see any slander of Wicked, by the way, I just want to say this, by the way. If you don't watch Broadway's or if you don't like Wicked, get out. Okay? What the hell is wrong with you? Okay? Are you not, of the arts? Do you not appreciate the arts? Do you not appreciate good song and dance? Okay? Like, I just can't. It's a red flag. Red flag anybody in the chat who doesn't like Wicked. If you've seen it and you didn't like it, red flag. Now, if you've never seen it and you're not sure, that's fine. But like, if you've seen, I wouldn't trust you. You think about defying gravity? Okay, good. You grew up with the book? Okay, good. We got some good people in here. If anyone here says that The Wicked is bad, I have a death note. Don't test me. Don't test me. Did you say F. Glinda? Psh, you mean Galinda. Okay, so let me show you guys again. I'm giving you guys like a couple of minutes to gather. Okay, go get your shit. It's going to be a long one. All right, it's going to be as a matter of fact, do I have something to drink? I do have something to drink. Yo, El Hee, thanks for the 20. Yo, MrBeast should have had a response about a week ago. We're going to get started. Go get the water. Go pee. Go do. You got 3 more minutes, okay? And then we're going to get started. And then we're going ham, all right? Let me show you the video. Here's Oompaville. MrBeast's response. 2 hours and 37 seconds. Just dropped 30 minutes ago. There's a doc. Oh my God. What are we talking about? MrBeast refund portable for eligible orders. Feastables. Ooh. What are we talking about? With Lunchley, buy the candy. Shout outs to my gang Oompaville, by the way, guys. You guys know Oompy, aka Caleb. All right. Very good choice, by the way, for who he's going to select as a candidate. For those of you guys who do not know, MrBeast has been reaching out to YouTube channels to kind of push out the good word that is Soggy Cereal's video. Right? He made this video and he's like, everybody, please, please, please. This is what happened, okay? If you don't know what happened, what's up, Gex? How you doing? MrBeast was like, please, talk about this video. Please, I just want the truth and nothing but the truth. I need people to know the truth, you know? And then he got exposed for going around and telling people to push out this freaking video, right? So then he reached out to more Pegasus, okay? Pegasus, aka it's over. You know, it's officially done. You know the thumbnails with MrBeast doing like this? And then on the right side, some red text, and it's like, it's done. It's over. He's dead. That's my boy, more Pegasus, okay? Dropping that schlop. Making a lot of money for doing so as well. But yeah, he was supposed to do an interview with him. Apparently they did it. And then at the last second, he was like, I don't think I want to do it no more. Decided he wanted to do it live. Chose Caleb as the interviewer. And now we're going to see MrBeast officially talk about the allegations. Finally. Now, here's a couple of things, a few prerequisites, a little bit things that I'm worried about, okay? I'm a little worried because it's in an interview format. That means there's prep. Edit this out, maybe take that out. You know, the questions might be prepared. They might be selected. I don't know. Maybe he gets surprised. Maybe he hits someone with like a fastball question. Yo, MrBeast, how long you known about your boy Chris Tyson? Hey, how long you known about him? They caught you. They caught your best friend. You seen him? And he was your boy. He was your boy. You know, did they go? Is he going to hit him with one of those? I hope that Caleb is probably going to be a combination of, you know, funny, entertaining, but also I think he's going to throw some fastballs. All right. So chat, YouTube, Twitch. This is a roll call. Are you guys ready? Do you need any more time? Are you guys really ready to officially get started right now? Yes or no? I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna go get the water. It's gonna take like 10 seconds because I got some water in there. I'm gonna come back. And if I see enough yeses, we starting, okay? I'm not stalling. I'm just letting y'all get in here. Come on, bro. Come on. Damn. You ever went to a concert, bro? Like, damn, you got to like, Jesus, quit stalling, bro. You ever heard of foreplay? Shit. You don't just jump right into the meat and cookies. Okay? You don't just jump into the meat, into the biscuits and beans. You don't just, have you ever heard? You never heard? Come on, I'm not stalling, bro. This is how it works. Okay, so I got my water. I got myself Pellegrino. Chat, it's time. Here we go. MrBeast's response by yours truly, Oompaville. Let's see if MrBeast. Let's see if MrBeast can beat the allegations. All right. Do you guys mind if Chase joins me? Chase is at the door crying. He's my kitty. Do you guys mind if he joins us really fast? He's going to come hang out with us. Let me grab him. He's crying at the door. He wants to know about MrBeast too. All right, we got the boy. You guys okay with the boy Chase watching with us? You think he's going to beat the allegations, brother? You think so? All right. That is not an L joke. Mr. Beat. Can Mr. Beast beat the allegations? Nah.
Are you going to sue Dogpack?
Yes, you already did.
Well,
you already did.
MrBeast is currently on a private jet.
Pause. Why did MrBeast look like this man was like 41? Did y'all see that? Boy, oh boy, this drama aged my man. Oh my Lord. Oh my God. MrBeast looking like he 41 up in this joint. That's stress. That's like Obama after president, 4 years stress, bro. Oh my Lord. He's lost some years from this joint.
Well, MrBeast is currently on a private jet on his way to where I live in Central Texas to have a conversation with me with the intention of addressing the controversy that he has been involved in over the last few months. And I think that it is important for me to document my intentions before embarking on this risky and difficult task. I am not Scott Pelley. I am not a hard-hitting genius investigative journalist. I'm a YouTuber with a medium-sized platform. I am currently doing journalism, to be fair, but I am goofy, all right? Also back...
I feel that, okay? And we're going to pause. We're going to commentate. This is a big deal, right? Because a lot of pressure is on Caleb. People are going to be like, you didn't go hard enough with MrBeast. You ain't asked the right questions. You was nice to him. Or you was... What? I know. They're going to be not nice to him. So this is a lot of pressure. There's a lot of responsibility, right? With great responsibility comes great responsibility. So I feel it. So he's kind of like, I'm just a normal dude trying to do my best, kind of exclamation here. I'm going to let you out.
Back in August, I platformed Dogpack, and out of fairness, I feel that it is important to do the same for MrBeast. MrBeast has agreed to keep an open line of communication. He'll only be here for a little bit, which is crazy because he's flying halfway across the country. And he and his team have agreed to provide us with evidence and information to give proof to claims so we can actually be as transparent here as possible. The goal of this video is not for it to please everyone or gotcha somebody. It is for this video to be a meaningful source of information. So to future me and you currently viewing, I'm sure I missed some questions, but I absolutely did my best and I stand behind the result.
Hey, listen, if anybody gets on my boy Caleb after this video, screw you, okay? Screw you. He's doing his best. All right, what are you doing? Huh? Sitting at home, scratching your ass cheeks, okay? I wish you would have asked him more questions. No. Y'all hop off, all right? That's my gang. He's doing his best. I don't want to hear no Caleb slander in this joint, all right?
Well, maybe. And I look forward to seeing the comments and criticism. Firstly, would you be willing to put your hand on this Bible and swear?
Oh my gosh, you actually have a Bible?
I have 2 Bibles.
Are you being serious?
I am being serious.
Okay.
I'm swear. We're both from the South. This will be an honest video.
God is watching. That's it. If you don't do it, MrBeast, you will be smited unless he's the Antichrist like everyone has claimed. And if he was, he would be in flames at the moment. So I think we got that one debunked already.
Your laptop's blocking it.
Oh, whoops. This will be an honest video. You're a man from North Carolina. I'm from Virginia.
The Bible Belt.
The Bible Belt,
yep.
Exactly.
I know what this means.
This means it's legit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It means you can't lie.
I'm not expecting that. Okay.
This is like legal now.
It is. I can go to jail.
The first biggest question for me and a lot of people that I've spoken to over the last couple months is like, why were you so silent? Especially off the bat. Like, you did respond to the Ava Tyson stuff immediately, but like, right after that, a bunch of other stuff came out, and Dawson's video, his first video, gained a bunch of traction. What was your reasoning for being so silent?
Okay, so I'm going to answer this before MrBeast answered this because it's me. You know me. All right, that's an easy question. Of course he was silent, right? He had to wait for all the information. He couldn't respond to things in piecemeal. There was a lot coming out all at once, right? So like he had to just chill for a little bit. Chase, why you keep crying? He had to chill. So that one can make sense. He was gathering the information so that he can respond in one big old whoopsie doopsie, period of time. And a lot of things were happening. That, MrBeast, David Chris Tyson, they had to investigate. And during the investigation, the PR team told him not to speak, right? Like that's going to be his answer, was like he was not allowed to talk until the investigation was done.
Immediately.
No, that's a great question to kick it off on. You actually kind of laid out the timeline there. The Ava stuff came out, and I put out that tweet. We hired the investigators to go look into it. And part of that investigation is they recommended that I not talk about drama or really do anything online because it might influence, witnesses or any people they might interview or ex-employees. So it's a little unfortunate because I had told them, okay, I'll wait till the investigation is over. And I believe that was literally like
June or July
before the dog pack video came out. And then truthfully, just in transparency, I've never done one of these like big investigations before. And in my head, it was going to last like 2 or 3 weeks. It ended up taking a couple months, apparently combing through all the documents and doing all the interviews and everything. Just took way longer than I thought because I've never had to bring in a top tier law firm and a former federal prosecutor and let them, do this really big thing. And so that kind of concluded a couple weeks ago when I put out the tweet of the follow-up. Like that was the day I got the conclusion of it. And I was like, okay, in transparency, I'll throw this out. So up until that point, it was, I had told Quinn Emanuel that, to protect the integrity, I wouldn't do anything or engage in any of this drama. And then after that, like you said, a lot of stuff had come out between when the investigation started and when it ended. And I was just kind of like, whoa, I don't really know how to like hit this stuff. And I made like a little response video, but it's just kind of not my style where I just kind of like put a lot of.
So he made he made a response video. I just dominoed my bottles here. He made a response video, but he didn't put it out. So he was getting ready to do the YouTube apology and we missed out on it. We missed out on MrBeast. We almost had, we can still have it, by the way. It's not over. Sorry, I'm hyper. We can still have the biggest YouTuber in the world do a YouTuber apology. Okay, don't count it out. Don't count it out. In fact, this might be it, but okay, it was there in the making and now it's in some deleted folders section. I'm very curious about that video. But okay, it was too much. He was waiting. Like I just said, he had to respond.
The information that I assume we're going to talk about here out, and it just felt weird. Yeah, I mean, truthfully, I've never been in a situation where people have thrown this.
The video is quiet. It's literally turned up all the way. Let me try this again. Let me know if it sounds better, chat.
Much stuff at me, and I definitely could have handled it better. Like I probably should have. Like the second I could have talked, like I don't remember the exact date, 2 or 3 weeks ago when we put that report out. Probably should have done something like this right then. If I could go back in time, I would. And yeah, that's kind of like the brain dump. And then here I am.
Yeah, so I was going to ask, you answered it towards the end, but like, do you regret that, obviously?
Yeah.
It's the vid.
If I could go back in time, I
would
do what we're doing here because
It's the vid, okay? It's the audio from, it's not me, all right? I do videos all the time with you guys, all right? It's not me. It's just naturally the mic, all right? So this is it. You ain't going to get any louder than this, all right? It's all maxed out, okay? Chill out, bro. Stop crashing out.
I assume this is like the correct format. It's going to be a little bit more free flowing and natural. And I wouldn't have wasted so much time like trying to do a response. It's just not my thing. I like so much better, or I'm assuming, I mean, we just started, but I think I'm going to like so much better being asked the questions and answer it instead of just like sitting in a chair like this, answering it. It just feels a little more
good luck,
natural.
Yo.
Got you. Yeah, I mean that definitely, that does line up obviously with what's happened, and it makes sense. And I definitely, I feel like, before talking to you, I definitely would imagine that you would regret have not making a response early.
Oh,
right?
100%.
Like that, because you could have just immediately, if there is information to debunk Dogpack's his first video off the bat.
Yeah, which obviously had so much disinformation in it. If anyone saw Soggy's video or any of the newer videos now coming out, like you would see so much. So much of it. So it's it's unfortunate.
Just by the way, said so much disinformation, right? And that video, Dogpack 404's video, the first one got like 6 million views. It might actually been up to 10 million, right? That's a lot of views, right? That's a lot of people who are not going to actually know what is true or false. That's a lot of people who probably also didn't see Soggy's video, right? So the damage is done, so I guess I'll be leaving. To answer that question about suing Soggy, hell yeah, brother. You best damn believe you're going to sue that man for that misinformation, bro. There's no way you want to come out here with a 10 million view video on me and be half wrong, 75% of your stuff wrong and baseless. I wouldn't let it go. I wouldn't let it go. I wouldn't let it go. So MrBeast won't let it go.
That it happened on the back end of when I said I would not talk about or address drama and things. And I mean, there's obviously, should have done this sooner. Whoops. But hey, better late than never.
Yeah. Did you think it would get this big?
No, I mean, truthfully, I thought, like, if you watch Soggy's video or any of these other videos that are coming out now showing all the discrepancies, I honestly thought a lot of people would find, like, the information proving the dishonesty earlier.
The Google.
Yeah, like, because a lot of this could have been, just figure out Google. A lot of this could, and now, I also have to be clear, like, I'm...
Stop smiling at him, Caleb. You stop it. I know you're doing your job as a host, but you stop smiling like that, all right? I don't want him to feel comfortable. Caleb's doing his best. He's doing his best. But you stop smiling at him, all right? This is a hardened criminal. Guilty for many crimes, all right?
Could have been, just figure out Google. A lot of this could, and now, I also have to be clear, like, I'm not perfect, and I'm not saying I've never done anything wrong, and you can't criticize me. Like, there are things I deserve criticism for, and I'm sure we'll get to some of those things in here. But there are a lot of things that are just not true. And, on those things, like, I mean, we'll just get to it throughout this because I'm sure you're going to ask the questions. But there's just a lot of disinformation that was easily proved wrong. Like, the big one that, I mean, videos with tens of millions of views collectively, claiming I called a guy Delaware because he committed a crime in Delaware. Like, that is not true. His name was just Delaware. I didn't, call him Delaware to make fun of him or anything. And, I mean, I'm sure you're gonna ask about it later, but there's literally, he was in a video before I hired him working at Best Buy wearing a name tag that said Delaware, and like that was public information, and like anyone could have saw that. Even during when that was like getting shared a lot a couple months ago, I even sent that to a couple YouTubers. I was like, hey, just so you know, like, I didn't call him Delaware because of this messed up thing. Like, that was just his name, and here's proof. And I guess I probably shouldn't say the name of the creators, but like one of them literally just said to me, like, well, it's not really cool to like you or defend you right now, so I don't really care whether or not it's true, or I don't want to take the video down because then people are gonna think I'm controlled opposition. I was like, whoa. And then
so he said that, well, I don't want to defend you because it doesn't look good. Right? And then another person said, I don't want to take the video down because then I look like controlled opposition, which is true, right? I think you want to create the timeline of events here so that people can see Dogpack 404. And if his video was misinformation, you don't want to just evaporate in thin air because then a lot of people are going to just keep that, right? You need to see the trail of how these events transpired. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a video like Soggy Cereals, right? That debunked some of Dogpack stuff. But, and I talked about this in my last video, homie. Yes, people look like controlled opposition when you in their DMs telling them to talk about stuff, especially in mass, bro. If I hit up like 50 news places and say, you should really talk about... It sounds like you're trying to control the narrative, homie. You're trying. You're trying, right? Like, that's the point that I was trying to make in the video. Like, it's not a good look. I get that you're not speaking out, but like using a bunch of people as mouthpieces, and all of these people individual might not even have known that he was reaching out to all of these people collectively, right? Like, they might have just been sitting there chilling and thinking MrBeast hit them up specifically, or maybe one or two people that you find out is like dozens and dozens. And you're like, oh, well, snap. So not the best move, but let's continue watching, okay? Because we have to hear his side of the story. It's so important. I've been saying it. We need to hear his side of the story.
Also, like, that same photo, are you gonna like throw some things on the screen for them?
Definitely.
Yeah, so throw it on the screen. That same photo, right after that second Dogpack video, started to get traction on Reddit. And saying like, hey, this is a lie. Jimmy didn't call him Delaware to make fun of him, committing a crime in Delaware. That's just his name. And it got taken down by the mods on r/YouTube drama. And that's when I realized, like, oh, anytime there's a post proving like that I'm not evil, they were taking it down. So
that's true. All right. There are subreddits and there are places, okay, that just want blood. Okay. If there was a video that came out that just distinguished all of this, extinguished it, like, actually, people are not going to want that, because to be honest, once people have made up their mind about a person, for the most part, the pitchforks, they're out here, you stab me, or someone says, hey bro, stop stabbing him. They're going to, well, no, I literally am stabbing this man with this pitchfork, and I need to be justified that what I'm doing is right. So I'm not going back. And some people just don't even care. They just want to stab something. They just want blood. Okay. So a lot of people thrive on someone being evil, right? And they will push that as hard as freaking hell. That's 1000% true, okay? Bunch of places and a bunch of communities with agendas that are trying to push specific narratives. We all know this. So yeah, that one's true.
It was a little unfortunate too, because I wasn't saying anything. And then on Reddit, anytime something was proving that I wasn't evil or, contrarian to what everyone was saying, they were suppressing it or censoring it, not trying to sound extreme.
So you're saying it's like a echo chamber, which, I mean, Reddit, r/YouTube drama is.
Yeah, I know, but it's unfortunate when there's a post with 10,000 upvotes claiming something false about you, and then then a couple people are like, wait, that's not true, here's proof. And then they delete it every time. So then everyone's like, okay, well then that must be true, because they're also deleting the comments on that post that prove it's not. And so then then it's just like, now, I can.
That's controlled opposition. Okay. So that right there, quite literally silencing and downvoting anybody who disagrees with you or has evidence of other claims, right? That's how you control narratives. That's suppression. That's how you create. That's how you create misinformation and disinformation.
I'm not trying to sound extreme, but it's just like, oh, you're censoring information. And then that paired with other YouTubers, when I would call them and share it with them, they'd just be like, well, I don't want to be a MrBeast glazer, so I don't really. They wouldn't say it this direct, but they would just essentially say, like, I don't really care if it's true or not. I'm just going to say what other people say, like, sorry.
Do you have evidence of, like, people, there being posts that existed and then didn't exist on Reddit that got...
of course. Yeah, okay, I can send you
if you'd send me anything
you could throw it up on screen. I mean, that's not, like, a conspiracy theory. That's just,
of course,
Yeah,
just,
we can find quite a few.
I'm not that good at using Google. So.
Yeah.
I'll need you to help me with that. Yeah, so to circle back to the Quinn Emanuel investigation, the big thing on the internet, on Twitter specifically, was that you found yourself to be innocent. Of course, you paid a law firm to find yourself innocent.
I saw those memes, yeah.
That was the big meme. How would you respond to the allegation that the investigation was biased from the start?
Yeah. So... first off, to just set the foundation, I think a lot of people are saying, oh, of course, Jimmy did an internal investigation, found himself, they didn't find any wrongdoing, which is also not true, which I assume we'll go into that more later. They did find some wrongdoing, just not in regards to like the serious Ava allegation. So that's a, false truth. And then on top of that, it wasn't an internal investigation. It was an external investigation, which was clearly laid out in the things we showed.
Yeah, a third-party investigation.
Yeah, exactly. And so, I mean, it is a little bit of a, like... a lot of people I saw were saying like, well, you paid them. And it's like, well, yeah, top tier lawyers and federal prosecutors don't work for free. So I have to pay them.
Yeah.
So I don't really know how to debunk that one. I mean, it just is what it is. But yeah, we hired Quinn Emanuel, which is one of the top law firms in the world. Like, I mean, it was very expensive, but I intentionally picked them because they have a reputation and they're not just going to destroy their entire business to be biased toward.
So I did say that. I don't know if you guys remember in the video where we were talking about this, and I said that it feels like a conflict of interest to give somebody money, a lot. He even said a lot of money, but also I pointed out the fact that this company, Quinn Emanuel, is gigantic, one of the biggest companies out there. And for them to just come out here and just, lie just for the sake of, hey, you could lie though in order to keep the business going, whatever. But like they have a huge reputation, right? So it's a lot of risk to do so. There's a conflict of interest for sure, but also I guess the question is what is the alternative as opposed to paying a huge law firm to basically investigate you third party wise, right? So I don't know exactly how to respond to it either, but I said that this was something where I felt like the law agency may not want to tarnish their names just to protect MrBeast. But at the same time, hey, if I'm a law agency and I protect MrBeast, then you owe me one, right? I don't know if you guys saw Suits, but the power of owing one, you owe me one. That means you get whatever wish you want from the biggest YouTuber in the world, right? That's a lot of power. That's a lot. So, I don't know how that goes.
It's me, you know what I mean? And then it was led by a former federal prosecutor who did the whole thing. I mean, it was pretty intense. I mean, they did tons of interviews. I
don't know the alternative.
I mean, transparently, they even like scanned my phone, dug through, like they have messages I sent to my girlfriend. And I'm like, why is this even relevant? And they're like, I mean, if you want a thorough one and you want us to like be confident in what we're saying, we need to see everything. Like they went pretty hardcore on it, which is why it ended up taking a couple of months. Because truthfully, when I started this process, I didn't realize like how intense it was. But I gave them the reins to everything, and Yeah, it took longer than I thought, but I don't know. I mean, is there any like how else do I prove it besides? I mean, I think another thing that missing context people don't have is like if they found anything illegal, they are obligated to report it to the police. Like
right.
this like that's how these things work when they do these investigations. It's not like they could be like, hey Jimmy, we found this illegal thing. We'll just sweep it under the rug.
But it's all right because you paid us.
So they're looking for, that's a good thing. They're not looking for things that make you look bad, right? A lot of discoveries here where something might not make, Mr. Beast look good, may not have to be exposed, but he's referring to illegal activities, right? Which is a much more deepened scope. There's a lot of people who've been canceled for less for legal activities, but morally not so good. So if they're just looking at the legality of the situation, then in terms of the totality and what their people are seeing in between the lines, that might not be called. But it's important for them to find things about illegal, because if they're talking about like pedophile stuff, with Ava Chris Tyson, okay, she was in some nasty shit. All right, she was posting some stuff, and you even had Rosetta Pansino and them trying to call the FBI not too long ago. So so if there was like some real bad stuff, it sounds like that they would have had to have been obligated to call out the illegal stuff. So everything else in between of gray might be things that he could get canceled for if he found out, but maybe not technically illegal.
Yeah, like so it's just in every way. I just don't think people understand. Like it's it was obviously Quinn Emanuel. That's why we paid them, and it was pretty thorough. And
okay,
yeah. So I mean, those are two things that make sense, right? We just covered two back-to-back things that make sense. A, you waited a long time for the investigation, and B, you paid like a very reputable law firm, whatever, to investigate. Both of those things make sense logically from your perspective, but also optically from the outside looking in. For people who are just seeing the allegations, they're like, "Oh, this guy looks guilty."
Yeah,
he's building this big sort of law team. Yeah. And he's not responding, and he's like it. So it's kind of bizarre and unfortunate, because like it does make sense, like from a logical perspective.
I mean, because there's two things I could do. I could do an internal investigation.
Yeah,
but that's
great
because I don't want to audit myself.
Let your mom do it.
Yeah, exactly. I'll let my mom do it, or I could do an external one. That's what we did, and again, it's like because I didn't have control over it. Obviously, if I did, I would have been like, bro, do this in 2 weeks so I can get this out there. Like, I didn't want it to take months, but I mean, that's part of an external investigation. You don't have control over it.
Now, would you consider? Okay. So you obviously regret the remaining silent. Would you consider that the third-party investigation as a whole, in looking back, would that have been? Would you say that's a mistake?
No, I just think I would push back on like, do I really have to be silent? Like, can I just like do this thing, like go clap back on some of these things. So
one of the questions, right? Because if you guys don't recall, Linus Tech Tips, they did the same thing where they did like a third party, I think, an interview or, investigation, or maybe that might have been an internal one. I'm not sure, right? But one of the arguments that people were tossing around is that this gives Jimmy or people like this time to figure out what their actual plan is, kind of thing. It allows them to stall, which is an interesting argument, because I guess technically, yes, if you do get someone to come out here to externally look for stuff for illegal stuff, you can sit here in the background and figure out how to like really take care of the other stuff that might not be so illegal that could still probably put you into the dirt. But I mean, I don't know. Again, I don't know what the alternative is. You have an external, you have an internal. If he didn't do it, then people are going to ask for it. And then when he does do it, and if it comes out clear or, no super bad illegal activity, then it's a catch-22. He's kind of screwed if he is, screwed if he doesn't kind of situation. So far, yeah, these make sense. These first two questions, I feel like. There's a lot more that we still need to go into, right?
Thanks, but, like some of these things, people were apparently talking to ex-employees or whatever. And so it just gets muddy, because I really didn't want the integrity of the investigation to like, be in question or anything. So I was like super paranoid, where I was like, okay, this is what they said. I don't want to push back or anything. But yeah, obviously in hindsight, like, I mean, a lot of these things that were just blatantly lies. Like if I just clap back instantly, people were just like, okay, cool, and moved on. Would
you consider making some details of the investigation that have yet to be seen public? Obviously there's like a level of confidentiality that is required legally.
Exactly, yeah.
But like, is there anything?
Well, that's the thing. Like, what we put out as much as we could, but I mean, obviously they did dozens of interviews, including, alleged people who were victims. And I mean, like I said, my message to my girlfriend, like they gathered a lot. So I don't really think I can. I mean, there's a lot of sensitive data and information in there.
What about like a just to back up your claims to their
oh, but things on like how like they did it independently and they weren't biased, like that side. I mean, like, I don't really know what people would want to see, but yeah, I mean, we can figure it out. Just
from what I know about like retainer contracts with lawyers and working with third-party investigations, things like which I don't have any experience with anything that big, obviously.
Yeah.
But maintaining a level of compliance. Like, I mean, if there's like a retainer contract, something showing that, you shouldn't.
Now, this is where I'm ignorant. Like, I don't even know really what a retainer contract is. But
I mean, like
if there's any way I could, of course.
Like your third party saying, Jimmy, don't talk. Like, just basically giving credence to what you're saying even more
gotcha.
so. More evidence of what you're saying.
If I'm mistaken, do y'all remember Colleen Ballinger? The toxic gossip train. Didn't she say something like, so yeah, guys, my lawyers, they told me not to respond, but I felt like I had to. Bring, like, so to be honest, I don't know. After seeing the whole Colleen Ballinger situation, right, and her lawyers telling her to shut the hell up, and she came out here with a guitar, I would have been like, okay, you know what? Fool me once, can't get fooled again. Let me not repeat the same mistakes of those in the past. So. But I think the concept is could he have just tried to speak out even after the third party lawyers told him not to? Maybe not. I don't know. Still think he's cooked regardless of the timing. It's one of those things you got to be you got to be tactful, especially with Dogpack dropping like freaking Kendrick Lamar videos on you, Bo, like bam after bam after bam, right? You don't want to come out here with a response to everything and then suddenly someone hits you with like 2 more allegations, and then you got the MrBeast games being sued. It's hard trying to figure out the timing. Me personally, I've actually never cared about the fact that Jimmy took too long to respond, because as long as things were kept coming out, like it was piling up, as long as he responded to all of it. The part where I started getting pretty annoyed with MrBeast is when he started pushing out Soggy's video. At that point, I was like, bro, at this point you need to just speak. Okay, because pushing other people to share what you feel, that's no, that can't be the way that you respond to the people. You have to figure out your own way to take accountability and not have other people try to clear your name for you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, that would be something I'd have to like go talk to the team on. But,
yeah,
I mean,
that would help.
If that's something where people desperately want transparency, I mean, we can figure something out.
Yeah, I that would just help me. I'm not sure if people, honestly, I don't know if people would give a fuck.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I would,
because if people are like, we think Quinn Emanuel's biased, like even no matter what I show them, if they think a top tier law firm would willingly potentially tank their rep for me, like I don't know if there's anything that's ever
you can't really
it is
can't
foolish, and it makes sense. But once again, it's like optically, there is a very easy lowest common denominator way to look at stuff.
Yeah. And also, what I would say to those people is I'm here, so it's not like I'm like maybe that argument would work if I just never did anything, but I'm here, so
in the lion's den.
Give me something. Give me something.
Controlled opposition towards me. Hey, also, I'd love to say, I don't know if he's posting this chronologically or whatnot, but I mean, he also did interview Dogpack multiple times. So it's because I could have done this with anyone, but I think this one makes sense because you've literally had the other side on here. So
yeah, and also to be clear as well, I have not signed like an NDA or
fuck.
I mean, there's genuinely
stop. You stop joking. Stop joking, MrBeast, all right? You're not going to get me with your jokes, all right? I'm on to you.
Nothing that's been signed. You haven't given me $1 million.
No. Hey, you should say I haven't given you a penny.
A penny. Okay, yeah.
You gave me 999.
Nothing. You've given me nothing, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually just, it's kind of interesting. It really is interesting. This is a bold move, I would consider. It's quite a bold move.
And it's even more bold because I'm never vulnerable on camera and like
it's from a lot of perspectives.
Yeah, again, I'm pausing but yeah, it's true. I don't think I've actually seen MrBeast unedited. Everything I've seen has been like, I just gave $1 million to 1 million people in a million pop, and that's it. And it's all just the straight up edit. I don't think I've seen Mr. Beast literally unfiltered, unedited, for like since his early days when he was doing the 24-hour freaking fidget spinning shit. That was the last time I seen Jimmy at his most authentic. Okay, after that, that's when he became Hollywood.
As it is quite bold, and it's not like I haven't been critical. I feel like I've been fairly critical. I feel, and it, like talking to you, I feel bad. Obviously because I'm a person. There's different levels to how much you care about shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it is. If there were a testament, it would be that would be a testament to this being being a meaningful source of information. This video, I feel like. I hope.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
This is definitely outside my comfort zone, but I think it's...
Fuck them up, okay? We got it. We got the first 2 questions. We did a little bit of warm-up. Now fuck them up, all right? Hit them right in the dick, all right? With a really powerful question.
It's important.
Yeah, cool. Okay, so that's kind of past like the main initial allegations. We can move on to sort of corporate culture and HR practices. That's been a big sort of point that a lot of critics have hammered home.
Yep.
And
we're just getting right into the hard-hitting stuff.
Hell yeah.
This is not hard-hitting.
So there have been a lot of questions about your workplace culture, such as a lack of diversity or also HR problems.
Yeah.
What, if anything, have you done to address these concerns? How have you handled it since information came out, and how do you plan on handling it in the future?
Okay, so we'll start with the diversity one. If I forget the HR one, just bring it up when I finish that one. Diversity, I have seen a lot of people mention that about our company, which... that one's just not even true. Feastables, for example, a couple months old, but almost 70% of our company is women. We actually, because we do dub studios around the world, now zooming out of Feastables over to content, we actually have pretty crazy amount of diversity in our company. So because we have 400 people that work for me. It's not just me.
I'm sorry. Chat, am I missing something? Has anybody actually cared about the diversity of MrBeast's companies? Is that the HR and company culture are kind of important? They are basically what. Oh, I don't. Maybe I missed something, but I have never gave a fuck about MrBeast's diversity. I didn't. People have. I must have missed the boat on that. I was too busy trying to find out was there pedophilia going on from Avery Chris Tyson, right? I was too busy trying to figure out LaCoya Hill. And were these people like pimps? And did he have criminals running his organization? That was the big thing. Okay. I did not realize that people cared about the diversity or the lack thereof, in my opinion. Right. Because then you can just hit every company with that accusation. For me, at least, I feel like there was some more stronger claims, but no one's going to cancel MrBeast for not having enough diversity on his Feastables. Right. That's that's not it.
Me and the boys on the camera, which is the 5 you see. So that one, the few people have claimed that they don't have any data to back it up. So I guess I probably should have brought some data here. I don't want to just say percentages off the top of my head.
If you have, I'm sure you've got some kind of
but I really that one I just don't think is rooted in anything. And then what was the second part?
HR, yeah. How have you handled HR problems? What HR problems?
Oh yeah. So that one, it's a little bit of a
HR problem,
general question, but. Yeah, obviously,
okay,
in general, a lot of people, I've seen a lot of things about, HR stuff in my company. And I think one thing people don't have is just the context. I think they think my channel is just 5 people or 10 people or 20, whatever. They don't realize the size of it. Specifically, because our videos have gotten so big, I'm going to give a little range because depending on how many people we've hired in the last month, it's somewhere between 250 or 300 people work at my production company. So this is a big company. There's a lot of people. And then on top of that, when we do bigger videos where we need to build big sets or whatever, sometimes we bring in hundreds of contractors. So there's a lot of people that work here. And I just want to blanketly say companies at this size, you can't ever guarantee that every interaction everyone's going to have is always going to be positive with each other. That's just impossible. So I want to start off by just saying that because I don't want people to watch this and then a year from now, hear some rumor and be like, oh, Jimmy didn't learn. Any company of this size, there's always going to be some problem someone has. Now, having said that, I'm not trying to use it as a blanket of see and shield myself. There are 2 things that are in someone in my position who runs a company like this is in control of. One is making sure we're not fostering anything inappropriate and,
Right.
allowing it. And then 2, when it inevitably happens, because it just will in a company my size. And I'm trying to be
He's talking about, all right, that one saying, let me rewind that for y'all. Let me rewind y'all that one for y'all.
control of. One is, making sure we're not fostering anything inappropriate and
Not fostering anything inappropriate. Immediately my brain goes to Ava Chris Tyson and the work chat. Okay. Like that's where my brain goes. But you know what I'm saying? Like specifically, that was literally the direct fostering of inappropriateness. And it sounds like that chat, that might have been a business chat, was just that, right? So we'll see if we can get to that.
and
Right.
allowing it. And then 2, when it inevitably happens, because it just will in a company my size. And I'm trying to be transparent here. Like it's,
Okay.
like, how do you respond to it? And then and the making sure you're not fostering it. Part of Quinn Emanuel, when we had them do their investigation, is I had them look at every system in my company. I had them talk to my employees and see if there's anything they could bring to Quinn Emanuel's attention that they could make me aware of. And I think it was in the report, is we established an anonymous hotline, because Quinn Emanuel was showing me data that sometimes people don't feel comfortable talking to HR or their boss. And if you have an anonymous hotline that goes to someone outside the company that can hear a complaint and then beam it into you without disclosing who it was, you'll get more honest feedback.
We know how hotlines work.
So they showed us a lot of things like that. Also making sure we're not fostering it. I think it's also in there as well. We leveled up our C-suite, because I've had a lot of people that have grown with me, but like me, they've never ran a company that has hundreds of employees before. So I actually just hired a couple people who have worked on Fortune 500 companies, who have actually ran companies of this size.
Again, people going to do shit. Niggas going to nig. We get it, right? You can't. You're not in control of everything that goes down within your company. If somebody messes up somewhere, we get it. You're not responsible for all 300 employees. Okay, we're talking about the specific interactions where people are saying it looks like you might have been complicit and or participating in said conversations. Hopefully, we get to that. We still got some time, okay? But we really don't. We don't really care if you have a hotline or not. That's great that you do, but again, we're trying to get to the ones. We're trying to get to the meat and bones right now. I still feel like we're dancing around some of the subjects, some of the hard questions.
Before. And so, they're showing me lots of things that bigger companies do that obviously I'm just ignorant on, because I'm a YouTuber. You know what I mean? I spend my life staring at retention charts and CTR, not how to structure a business. So just that's phase 1, is making sure you're not fostering, a culture that supports that stuff. And then inevitably, like I said, you can't ever guarantee when you're working with hundreds of people full time, and then when you add part-time people, potentially over 1,000 sometimes, you just got to make sure if there are issues that, actual real issues, like if someone complains because someone peed on a toilet seat, I'm not, but if there's an actual serious issue, then, we'll bring in professionals who experience and, getting down to it, interview them, gather the information. I'll recuse myself. I don't want to be the arbiter of truth. And then, those experts who are experienced in handling those things, they'll tell me how to handle it. If they tell me to fire someone, I fire them. If they tell me to whatever, I'll do it. You know what I mean? I don't want to be the one who makes those decisions. So, and transparency, that's kind of,
So I think this is one where a lot of YouTubers, people who have covered this type of thing, don't really understand that HR is a real living and breathing organism in business, and if you don't maintain it, it can become a problem for a normal business. But when your business is someone like you whose reputation is on the line, I also have a bunch of businesses. I've got 60 employees, and we have an HR department. And something happens once a month where someone gets an anonymous report, and then we have to solve that problem, and then we actually
you're evil.
Yeah, and that's that's how it feels sometimes. Yeah. But I'm not involved, obviously, in that stuff, and my YouTube side is very compartmentalized. So the way that I do that, it makes sense to me. I want to be as detached as much as possible from the day-to-day operations of the actual business. You're saying you're running the company. Is there a world in which what is your job title? Is there a world in which you step back and you are just not an actor?
All right. So we're 22 minutes in. For those of you guys coming in late, we're 22 minutes in. We have no hard questions. So far, it's been 1, 2, 3 questions, and they're answers that a 5-year-old could answer. Goo goo gaga, blanket. hey, do you think it's bad to touch kids kind of questions? Oh yeah, of course. You know, like, and bam, you nail the types. Like the questions are very, very generic, and the answers are generic too. So it's nothing here is actually targeting the real question right now. So I'm waiting for Caleb to just come out here with a tough question. Like one that's going to put him on the spot. One, because Jimmy's very comfortable. He looks in his element. He looks like he's comfortable. And there's a lot of allegations and questions, in my opinion, that would just literally, you know, it would make him take a step back. So I just, so far, it feels like it's a lot of fluff the first 22 minutes. I don't know if you guys agree with me or not, but so far it feels like fluff.
Necessarily, but you're the guy, you're Mr. Beast, and you let the business be operated by an entity to where you can stand beside it, essentially, instead of being at the head of it.
No, I mean, at the end of the day, it's my channel, it's my company, so I wouldn't take it that far. I think like the big thing is just bringing in people who have actually ran a company at this size before, because eventually I will be more educated and knowledgeable. Like every day I'm learning more on like how to properly run a company with hundreds of people and better do it, but I'm still very ignorant. Like I probably crossed 100 employees like 3 years ago or 2.5 years.
I'm hoping that he's just getting them comfortable and then he's just gonna bam. I want, like, y'all remember with what's his name? Freaking your boy, I forgot what his name is now. Goddamn, the black dude who peed on everybody. Why am I forgetting his name? I don't remember. But remember that interview? And my man was like, I'm fighting for my life. Right? He's like, I'm fighting for my life, right? I want Jimmy to be fighting for his life, because right now, R. Kelly, yeah. I want him to be fighting for his life right now, bro. Hit him with the questions, bro, please.
Years ago, but it's still just growing. So like, because across everything, you know, if you include Feastables and ViewStats, we have over 400 employees. So it's a learning thing. But that's the thing. While I'm learning, I need to bring in people who have been there and, you know, learn from them.
Yeah, because I mean, there's no replacement for just experience, right?
Exactly.
Like, you can be as smart.
Calm down, Robert.
As anybody, but
Calm
if
down.
you haven't been able to go through the things you've gone through and like things just personally that I know that I've gone through and learned from business, it's not possible to know. It's not possible to know how to react to those things.
Thanks, Use Container. Appreciate it, homie.
You know, that's why I sort of try to do my best to compartmentalize my business. Obviously, different beast than what you're operating. But it just, you know, it's just, you know, it's difficult and it does make sense. And you've used the word ignorant a couple times. You know, I'd be interested to see how you how changes are made after this, which you've already made a lot of changes. Obviously, anonymous reporting is the biggest one for HR. Yeah, that's like been a
and it's like that's one of those things where, you know, like it's not like I was like, oh, we don't need. I just didn't know. Like I never seen the data they showed me, and like if any other people have this kind of stuff, like I'm always open to learning.
Of course, yeah. And I think the most important thing too is like, at the end of the day, you've got the most to gain from all this.
Exactly. I want my employees happy. I gain nothing out of them not being happy. Like it hurts me. It's like I have a monetary incentivization to do this kind of stuff.
Right. Yeah, and that's why I feel like the criticism of entities like yours and even mine, with truth, obviously, and like logic, and there's a real basis of rationale that makes sense, that's centered in reality. I feel like that's super important because once again, you have so much to gain, and like you spend less, you make a little bit less money, but your employees are substantially happier.
Snowy, thanks for the 5 gifties. Appreciate it.
You know, safer or just more confident in you as their leader or their boss. So it's like, it's interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how all this kind of goes from here after this point, especially. Yeah, because this is a big moment.
I know, the interview, the day of the interview.
I know Caleb is doing his job. Yo, thanks for the subs, Snowy. I really appreciate it. I know Caleb's doing his job. He's just, it feels like he's getting, it feels buddy, and he's doing his job to kind of like, you know, I hear what you're saying, relate, boom. Hey, I'm a business owner too, so I get it, you know, blah, blah, blah. All right, but like, I want him to be a little bit, I want Caleb to be a little bit more scary, right? I don't want him to feel like he's like just having a chat with a buddy, right? Like if I'm in there, I'm gonna be like, yo, MrBeast, I'm gonna be completely frank and real with you, right? Okay, so because you haven't paid me off, I can say whatever the fuck I want, right? You cool with that? You cool if I say that? Yeah, I'm cool with that. You sure? Because I'm gonna say whatever the fuck I want. You cool if I do? I want MrBeast to be a little on guard, man. I want him to be like a little nervous, but like it feels very like, yeah, bro, hey, CEOs, businesses. We got them, HR, right? Just make them a little nervous. Make them just, come on, bro. Make them a little nervous, just a little bit, a little firm. Yes, the word is firm. I want Jimmy to feel not so comfortable because it feels like it's just two colleagues kind of just talking about businesses right now.
That makes sense though. I mean, and like I don't want to continuously interject my own business experience, but I think it does set me apart from other YouTubers who are involved in this, in that I do have business experience. From sort of the same thing. I just fell into
sorry for the ass
actual
cam
businesses and having to do payroll and HR, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Exactly.
I had no idea.
We got 2 hours left. We got 2 hours
and
left.
I'm like, oh, okay,
this could be foreplay. It's foreplay.
Your mom was previously head of your HR department.
This is foreplay.
And some people have criticized that as a conflict of interest. Did you personally?
That's true. Someone said you don't want to anger the beast, right? So sometimes you got to lull them into a false sense of security, get them real comfortable and be like, oh yeah, this is going to be a cakewalk, right? And then bam, hit them in the nuts. Don't know what's coming. So maybe we might be getting that nice little swing to the tethers very soon.
At the time even consider that? And do you now also acknowledge that that is a conflict of interest?
Oh, I agree.
Criticize that as a conflict of interest. Did you personally at the time even consider that? People,
Right.
Your mom was previously head of your HR department. And some people have criticized that as a conflict of interest. Did you personally at the time even consider that? And do you now also acknowledge that that is a conflict of interest?
If I have a small business, I'm going to put family at the top. HR maybe might not be the best spot. Probably not the best spot. I think I'd probably find. I don't know. I would put my mom somewhere, but maybe not HR. But okay, let me hear this.
Oh, I agree. That's a dumb thing to do.
Yeah.
I do think context matters though, because like this is where a lot of these things that I assume we're going to talk about is like people conflate current MrBeast with 400 employees and spending hundreds of millions of dollars a year with MrBeast when he's a teenager and starting. I mean, when I first started hiring people, it was like, oh, we went to high school together. You want to help me make videos? And I hired a couple of my friends for high school. So, and then I was like, how do I do taxes and this kind of stuff? And I was like, Mom, help. And so, I mean, I wouldn't say she's head of HR. I mean, she was, I guess, but she's also running finance, and it's not like a real company. We just get in this like little $700 no, actually that one was $1,080 a month office I was renting, and I'd just be like to this one guy that I knew from high school, all right, today you're gonna go paint this thing. Today, you friend number 2, you're gonna like help me edit this, and you friend number 3, you're gonna go to the store and buy 1,000 chickens that like scream when you press down on them. And Mom, I don't know, just make sure the IRS doesn't sue me. Like that's the time frame we're talking about here. But yes, I agree. Like it's stupid. Like you definitely shouldn't have your mom as an HR person. You should just hire someone who was educated in HR, which is obviously what we have. We have an HR team now.
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think, and that's sort of like one of the weird things from just a business perspective. Once again, it's like someone becomes HR by default. Yeah. Even if you don't say, well, this is the HR person, this is our contact.
I mean, because like back then, it's like, I mean, if you had a problem, just tell me. There's like 5 of us.
That's true. Yeah,
but yes, but still, I'm like, in this, I'm not trying to like deflect everything. Like, I mean, yes, obviously you shouldn't. You should hire an actual HR person.
Just chat. I just want to. I don't think anybody cares, to be honest. Actually, if his mom was head of HR right now, I honestly would not care. That would not bother me whatsoever. I'm like, yeah, it's a little weird, but I don't really care. I'm not going to. That's not something to counsel somebody over. Is it a conflict of interest? Sure, but I don't care. That's whatever. They run their business however they want. If it's legal, it's legal. I don't care. That's how I feel about it. But I don't think it's something that a lot of people care about.
Person, agreed.
That's good advice.
Yes,
that sounded nice. I do agree with that.
Shocker.
Totally. Yeah, crazy. The no doesn't mean no policy that was criticized.
Yes.
That was crazy. I mean, when I first saw that, I was like, what the fuck?
Oh, you're answering for me. Let me answer.
Hold on. It was criticized, especially by Soggy recently, of having been taken out of context. Can you explain what the no doesn't mean no policy was and why it was in the...
Yes.
Okay, so this one made me probably look a little bit crazy, okay? But when I read the no wasn't no policy, I remember Rosanna Pansino was talking about how this was like a terrible thing. So I read, through his booklet. And the booklet was like how to do everything the Mr. Beast way kind of situation. And when I was reading it, it sounded like a guy who was just like obsessed with YouTube, looking for people who are equally as obsessed with as him to do YouTube type of situation. And he was basically giving it a manual for these new people. And the no doesn't mean no policy meant that if you go to a store and ask for something and they tell you no, you don't accept the first no. All right. So if you go to the clerk and say, hey, can we do it? And they say, nah, you go to the manager. If you go to the manager and say no, you call up the store manager, you call up the department manager kind of thing. Okay. So this is a very, very common thing in every type of sales department. Quite literally, the no doesn't mean no policy is like when someone tells you no, then you literally ask another question to try to get around the no. That's how I perceived it when he showed it in the book. And I'm guessing that's what he's going to say is basically just don't take the first no for an answer. Keep trying your best to get your foot through the door. And then eventually, if it doesn't work after enough persistency, then you give it up. Because I think that's just a natural rule in life, by the way. Like if there's something that you're trying to do and the first person tells you no, you don't just, all right, well, I guess I can never do it because one person told me no, right? So that's what I thought. That's how I interpreted it. So I didn't find too many issues with it, but I'm curious to see how he explains it.
So, yeah. So it's funny, even the word like policy, it's like, so when we started hiring more people, I wrote this little, I almost like advice book just for a lot of employees because I wasn't able to talk with people as much as I was early on. And one part of it that people, when this thing got leaked, and I wrote it with some other people in my company, it wasn't just me, but when this got leaked, there's a section that said no does not mean no. And then they just like cropped that out. And they're like, look, this is proof Jimmy's immoral and evil. When obviously, like you were saying, if you read the context below, it makes sense. The gist of why we had a section that said no does not mean no is because we do, I don't know if anyone's ever seen our videos, crazy things that have never been done before, right? No one's ever, on YouTube at least, buried themselves alive for 7 days. No one like tries to dangle an obstacle course from cranes. And it's like, the problem I kept running into early on when I was hiring people is I'd be like, hey, I want to do this. And then they would go call someone. So like, let's say the obstacle course in the sky, where we had like these obstacle courses that Mac did, held up by these cranes, weighed like 100,000 pounds or whatever. Like they would call crane companies and they'd be like, no. And then they'd be like, okay, hang up. And they'd come to me and they'd go, Jimmy, they said, no, we can't do it. The video's not possible.
I literally, come on guys, sometimes I'm just so good. Sometimes I'm just, I wonder if I'm Mr. Beast myself. Maybe I'm the black Mr. Beast, bro. I'm in the wrong industry right now.
Possible. And it's like, okay, well, of course they're going to say.
Wait, never mind. I take that back. I don't want to. I take that back. We got to figure out if he's innocent first, and then I'll bring it back.
No, because everything we do has never been done before. But like, ask them why. Like obviously, if they don't be rude, but if they say no, just try to understand why, right? And a lot of times you'll have an instance where like, well, we can't get all the cranes at one time because we're renting them out, and it's like, okay, perfect. That we respect that, but can I offer something before you actually hard say no? What if we went to the 2 or 3 other clients that day that were renting the cranes? We paid them 5 times the amount of money they paid to rent those cranes to just, rent them a week later. And let's just see. And then the company would usually be like, oh, you would do that? It's like, yeah. We want to work with you to find a solution to make your problem our problem and solve it. And then then a hard no will 50% of the time turn into, oh, well, yeah, actually we can do it if you're willing to spend a little extra money or whatever. So that was me trying to educate my employees on that. And somehow, well, I don't know. I'm not even going to say somehow. I know how. I mean, people who didn't care about the truth and just, wanted to spread disinformation and manipulate and lie to millions of people.
He's not cooking yet. He's not cooking.
Spun that into, I'm not even going to state
he's
the
not
obvious,
cooking for Dell. You'll see though. You'll see.
No sense
Stay tuned,
the context
baby.
for it was literally written right below it. But that just shows the ill will intent of certain people.
Yeah, because no doesn't mean no. I mean, that is like, there's just a massive, heavy negative connotation with that, obviously, in the zeitgeist. So
I like that word, zeitgeist.
Yeah, I mean, that makes perfect sense in a vacuum, or in with this context, it does make perfect sense. But you got to see, if I were to be like, yeah, this guy Mr. Beast, he's getting canceled for all kinds of crazy shit. And he has a no doesn't mean no policy. Anyways,
I'm not gonna lie, like it sounds really bad, right? Yo, Elliot, thanks for the 10, bro. Johnny Beast. Yeah, I'm Johnny Somali. I'm not Mr. Beast. It does sound bad. Like, if someone just says, yo, we have a policy where it says no doesn't mean no, you're going to be like, oh, oh, brother, have you heard of this thing called consent? Right? Yeah, that's where your brain goes to. And like you said, in the zeitgeist, it doesn't sound good, but with the context, knowing that you're doing sales, knowing that you tell someone, hey, go do this. And then they give up like in the beginning without going through the extra barriers of, continuous. Don't take the first no. Talk. If you go somewhere, this is a good thing for you as well. If there's anything that you want in life, right? And you call someone up on the phone and they say, we can't do it. Don't just be like, all right, have a nice day. Talk to their manager. Say, I want to talk to your manager. Escalate. Okay. And if the manager says no, talk to their manager, escalate, okay? Because the people at the bottom are trained to deny you. They're just trained to deny you, okay? So the no means no policy is a good policy in the context of what they were trying to do. It can get to the point where it becomes harassment too as well. There's bad sides of it as well. But for the most part, when it comes to sales and trying to get the impossible done and trying to get things done, you don't stop with the first no. You have to figure out who's going to say yes.
That's crazy.
I know.
That's fucking
And you should
insane.
throw it on screen so your viewers can
so
see.
they can actually see the
so you
full
can see
thing,
the context because it clearly lays it out. So no one actually saw that and thought what these channels were implying.
Yeah.
They just willfully were ignorant so they could get 1 out of 10s and make some money. I mean, that's the truth.
Yeah, that was bullshit. When I called Rosanna Pacino out on that was bullshit. Okay, come on. Like, if you're going to call MrBeast out, just call him out for the shit that he really needs to be called out for, but don't stretch it too thin. Don't do spins on it. Come on, you. The thing is like, I think it feeds into the narrative of the people who already hate MrBeast and want to find him guilty. So just, this is terrible policy, MrBeast. Why the heck would you do this? Are you insane? But come on. We have to have some common sense. Because if you're just leaning on one side the entire freaking time, with no kind of objectivity, then the agenda becomes clear that it's just an echo chamber of hate for MrBeast, right? It's just an echo chamber. There's a lot of us who don't want to hate MrBeast. We just want the truth. Did you do some terrible shit or not? And if you didn't, then I don't give a fuck. I'm moving on to the next subject. That's it. I think that's like literally 95% of you right now. Yo, Jimmy, did you do some terrible shit or not? That's it. And if you didn't, then whatever. Okay, I'm moving on to the next subject. I don't care about this anymore. But if you did, bro, holy shit, you might want to step down as CEO of MrBeast if you really was guilty of some fucked up stuff. That's it. That's how literally all of us are thinking. So we're not here to try to kill him or to praise him or to save him. We just want the facts and the truth.
Like, I'm sorry, but
now on to sort of
you're a hater. Okay,
correction
that's fair.
And the question of authenticity.
If you're a hater,
behind
that's
the
fine
content
too.
that you make. There have been claims that you use some CGI in your videos, that is computer-generated imagery. Do you think the use of CGI can undermine the credibility or authenticity of the content that you're making? And if so, why do you choose to use it?
We don't care about CGI!
Good question. And yes, I do think rampant use of CGI can undermine it. And I try to do my best to be transparent. Did you ever see So Crispy's video where they showed the behind the scenes of our Squid Game video?
I did, yes.
Yeah, so we've done that. We've done lots of BTS videos on them, and we've done other BTS videos. So I try to show it transparently, but let me think about it. I mean, honestly, the truth is, like, obviously there are channels like Corridor Digital and stuff like that, but can you really think of any, like, entertainment channels like mine that really do this, like even have the budgets to kind of do this kind of stuff? It's something I've always thought a lot about because like we're really pushing boundaries and like I want to like keep leveling things up, and I think that's.
I'm really hoping that this is like. I'm really hoping that Caleb is like luring him into a false sense of like comfort. Like MrBeast is almost borderline laying completely backwards as if he's in bed, right? Just like he's on vacation, bro. This man is facing the allegations of his life. And these past 30 minutes has been like a freaking massage for my guy. Like he's just like, oh Lord, yeah, this is excellent, right? Make this man fight for his life like R. Kelly. I want him to fight, stand up.
That's a cool way to do it, but it's not like there's some like playbook on how to like incorporate it, right?
Caleb is not a paid actor. No Caleb slander.
Like also we rarely use it. Like I mean maybe like 0.5%, 0.1% of my shots. Like if we have like a background that like doesn't look too cool, like it's just like black but it looks a little off, we'll just like darken it out in post. Like that's like majority of what we do, or sometimes we'll extend a set. But I was thinking like when we do, because bro, we pour millions of dollars into these videos. We build massive sets. Like
I'm
go
just
through so much
frustrated.
links
I know we
to make these
preheating.
huge videos, and the last thing I want is people to be like questioning whether or not things are CGI. I mean, like the sets we build are fucking crazy, man. Like it's wild. Like you should come see the like behind the scenes of it. I mean, sometimes we spend 100 days just literally building one room for one shot of one video.
So fast forward to see Mr. Beast cradling himself on the ground, begging for his life as Oopa stands over him menacingly. That's what I want. That's what I want, bro. Bro, please don't release this video to the public. It's too late. I gotcha. You admitted it, and I'm going to tell all of you. That's what the people are looking for, bro.
So yeah, I was thinking like maybe just potentially, I don't know. This is the first time I'm saying it publicly. Like time stamping in the description when we do.
That's interesting.
Yeah, or like having some like gimmicky thing where like whenever we do, we like put like a little Beast logo on it, so it's like a thing that if people wanted to identify, they could. I mean, I'm down to figure something out. I mean, we just don't really use it that much. It's just like a thing few and far between, but. What I really don't want is people to not be able to trust my videos just because occasionally I want to make a wall blacker or like I want to extend a set a little bit just to make it look cooler and like you feel in tune with it. Because what we do on its own is insane. You know what I mean? Like we don't need it. You know what I mean?
Somebody said, does anybody think
we do on its own is
somebody said, does anybody think that Jimmy looks like a chipmunk? And I can kind of see it. He's got little chipmunk cheeks. He looked like he hiding some nuts in his cheeks, right? Just he got the little chipmunk cheeks. Yeah, he a little bit. He looked like he's hoarding for the winter a little bit.
Insane, you know what I mean? Like we don't need it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and to be fair, too, you know, I totally get what you're saying, and like the logic for the CGI call doesn't really make a lot of sense to me personally. You know, to me, maybe it would undermine the credibility if you're like changing things genuinely, or like you have an outcome that's the thumbnail, and you're only getting it by
Theodore.
But like, there are actual times in my videos where my head is bigger than my head in real life because my editors make it bigger. That's CGI, right?
Yeah.
The words, the subtitles in your video, they're not real. That's CGI.
Stop, chat.
So it's like there's just so.
Don't make me laugh.
It's just that one's like a really sort of slippery slope. But I think that's a good idea. If you were to put timestamps, or you know, if you sort of are transparent about AI generative content, that's something that you could do as the biggest content creator in the world to be even more ethical than is really necessary.
Yeah. The only thing is then, which I'm down. Like I want to keep brainstorming these things out. It's just like you.
He said, just imagine Dave saying, "Alvin."
Like I in my head, I didn't even think of text on the bottom as CGI, and like everyone might have a little different.
Stop, chat.
So I just want to make sure, like, you know, what I would classify as it. Like, and so
this is a serious.
There's some
serious
solution
interview.
here. We're just stop using it. Like it doesn't even matter. Like,
It's a serious interview.
We build crazy sets. It's usually just to make them look 1% cooler.
You can figure it out.
Yeah. So there is some answer here. Like that's not a thing that scares me. You know what I mean?
Definitely. Yeah. I think people would appreciate the transparency on that as well. Like because it's. I mean, reality television. It's all extremely manipulative, and I think that's like the basis of it. So if you were to sort of go above and beyond even the worst, you know, whatever competitors that you don't even really have on YouTube and put like a Beast logo or timestamps, I personally think that would be kind of cool.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think that'd be sort of epic.
This video was sponsored by CGI
to create the impression that you guys built a hospital, part of a hospital, in order to deceive viewers. Or
this one's
manipulate them into believing that you did more than you actually did.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
Yeah, no, that's a great one.
That's a good question.
Honestly, truthful, dumb mistake. At the start of one of our Beast Philanthropy videos, they were trying to show what this like building looked like in the past, and in the past that hospital wasn't there, so they removed it in the editing. Which and this was just like a small part of this isn't even like the point of the video was that we built this hospital or whatever. There was just a shot at the beginning, but some people saw that and like thought we did build it, which is not the intention. And so it's just a dumb mistake. Like trust me, when I saw that, I talked to the editors. I was like, come on, like, you know, I have 100 editors, and obviously we have a bunch of different channels and things like that. So it's hard for me to like speak with all of them, but it was just truthfully a silly mistake. We never said we built that hospital or anything, but I could see how some people might perceive that we were trying to like give off that we were. And it's a little unfortunate because Beast Philanthropy, my YouTube channel, how do I say this where it's like I'm not trying to, like, is literally owned by a 501c3. Like, it's a YouTube channel that is a nonprofit, which is crazy. Like, as far as I know, that's the only one. And Beast Philanthropy does so much good. And like that, you know, it's the only reason people, this is what's funny, because like to the people like trying to call me evil and say we fake philanthropy, the only reason anyone even knows any of this is because we actually did a behind the scenes video on that video. So like clearly I wasn't aware of this because we did BTS and we were the ones who revealed this information. You know what I mean? So like if we were trying to hide things.
So yeah, if he was trying to hide things, what he's saying is that he wouldn't do hey, here's a behind the scenes of something that we were trying to hide. Here's what we're trying to hide. It didn't exist kind of thing. All right. That's fine. That's fair, I suppose. But again, better question. I didn't know that there was claims that they were trying to hide up something with CGI and lie, but okay, here we are.
Like, we wouldn't have done BTS on that video. That's how people got this information. So it's just like a little mistake, but it's sad because now people are using that to point at our Beast Philanthropy channel, which does a lot. I mean,
Jesus.
We'll just scroll
YouTube
through the
chat
videos.
got messed up.
Whether
Sorry about
we're
that.
building schools in Africa or, giving electricity to remote villages, or we're giving clothes to people who don't have it, or we're feeding people. I mean, it does a lot of really good projects. Now, truthfully, that channel is struggling to get brand deals because of all the slander on it, because everyone, you know, has convinced advertisers.
All right, so I have some insider information, but nothing that I don't think Jimmy Ashley would care about. But yes, MrBeast has been having a very hard time getting sponsors. What he's saying here is actually true. Apparently, because of all of this drama and situation, he has lost a lot, and I mean a lot of money. Nobody in the brand industry wants to touch him right now, specifically for like his, you know, philanthropic videos. There's other people who don't care. They'll do it 1000%, but he's lost a lot. Apparently it's hurting his businesses like hardcore. Like he is hemorrhaging. Okay. It's hurting him. It's hurting his employees. He's stressed out, right? This is definitely impacting him. It's not something where it's just grazing him across the cheek. My man's is getting hit. I mean, he's going to be fine at the end of the day. And at the end of the day, he's going to be a multi-millionaire. Himself, he's good. He's set. But there is a lot of damage that is currently happening that he would prefer not to have happen right now.
There's that the videos are fake and that it doesn't actually do philanthropy. And it's like, it does. And just like one little editing mistake on one of dozens of videos. Like, I mean, it's unfortunate because it's actually having a pretty severe impact on the charity. And its image, and like, I don't know, just unfortunate.
You think the impact is not obviously just the CGI hospital edit, but just the entire situation in general?
Yeah.
No, I mean, of course, the entire general situation, but no, after that hospital thing, a lot of people made videos saying Beast Philanthropy is fake and saying we fake our philanthropy, and specifically attacking it.
I didn't even know that.
You know, like that whole 100% of the revenue on the charity on the channel is what we use to fund the charity, and that like spooked off a lot of people because they're like, oh, so this charity is not authentic, because like obviously people don't want to work with a charity that's not legit.
So I did not know that this was a thing, that apparently MrBeast Philanthropy channel was being claimed as fake. I missed the memo on the news on that, and then apparently this whole brigade of people calling it fake got his charity channel demonetized almost. God damn. That's what he's saying. He said it wasn't fake. And now him doing good philanthropy work is not, you know, working out so much. All right. I didn't know that. That kind of sucks, but oof.
Beast Philanthropy is as legit as it gets. Just one little editing mistake, which I get. Now I'm sounding like I'm downplaying. I mean, it was just a mistake in editing. Doesn't discredit all the projects Beast Philanthropy has done around the world and the tens of thousands of lives it's changed. And I mean, yeah, it's just unfortunate.
Yeah, I would say that's a fair admission too, because it's like, you know, and once again, optically, you're the guy who's talking about, you know, spending 26 hours a day looking at data, and, you know, every decision, every single frame that's in a video is like combed over, and then that is a mistake, obviously, that you're capable of making, your team is capable of making, and like the whole thing is capable of making, and people, you know, they'll compare and contrast.
Is that mewing?
Whether they know or not. Like, they think everything you're doing is 110% deliberate.
Yeah, well, that's the unfortunate part, because it's like, if someone, again, just to be clear, the only reason anyone even knows is because we did BTS. So, I mean, but if that would have happened 8 months ago, I would have just responded to a tweet saying my bad and just like re-edited it in YouTube editor and just added a voiceover and it would have been fine. It's just now that, due to the circumstances, everyone's like, we finally got the proof. The philanthropy's fake. He's fake. And like, let's tear it out as charity. And yeah, I mean, but yeah, it's just a silly editing mistake.
I was mewing.
The VO we should just had VO over that clip just saying we didn't build this hospital. But it was also not even the whole point of the video. It's just like, if you watch it, it's just a clip at the start. It's literally not even what the video is about.
Mm-hmm.
So
you've mentioned the behind the scenes footage of that, specifically the hospital video in regard to your philanthropy channel. Would you be willing to or consider releasing like more detailed behind the scenes footage or a breakdown of that with the VO you're talking about? Or the editors who worked on it and sort of their thoughts and opinions or whatever, because they're the ones working on it, right? Like
on that video specifically.
Yeah, or just in general.
Yeah, well, that one in specifically. I mean, we're owning up to it. I mean, I don't want to put them on blast publicly.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was a silly little mistake. Obviously, we talked about how we could prevent it in the future, but I'm sure, shocker, at some point we're gonna have some other editing mishap over. Yeah. So I mean, that's not something I can't guarantee will ever happen again. Mm-hmm. But like, we're doing our best to make sure it doesn't. But in general, I would love to do more behind the scenes. Like, I think throughout all this, this
is painful. This is painful, chat. Chat, this is a little painful. We're gonna keep going, but this is I don't know, man. I don't know. This feels so soft. This feels so filler. This feels This feels like a snooze fest so far. Like, these are just kind of softball questions with softball PR answers. It's like about things we just genuinely don't care. We don't care. So I'm just like, where's the meat? Where's the dick punch?
What is causing some of this is like confusion. It's because there is so much mystery around how we do our videos because people don't know how we do it. It's like, it's almost easier to believe there is this like they're fake or they're rigged, and he didn't actually build a bunker and put it underground and have 2 people live in it for 100 days and record the entire time and do all this. It's almost getting to the point where it's easier to believe it's not real. And I think like just having more transparency and doing behind the scenes would help. I've been wanting to do that for a little bit. It's just truthfully, I just got to build the team. I was we're looking into getting some editors and like a person dedicated for doing it, like because we have to like intentionally film those shots.
I'm not speeding it up. I'm not speeding it up. I hate speeding up videos.
Just, like,
I'm not going to do that.
It just takes time. Like, you even need someone who will make the thumbnails for it. And, like, I also don't want there to be editing mistakes in this. So I need someone who's doing QC. And that's like a really important thing because I don't want them to post it and make a claim in the BTS that's not true and say, hey, we spent $500,000 on this bunker. And it was actually $480,000, right?
Yeah.
Which is, these are the little kinds of things that, because I have such a large company, people will do, and they think it's innocent, but it's like, no, like, but at the end of the day, it's my name on it. And so it's like, in theory, it seems simple. Like, oh, you're already filming, just throw a BTS. But there's a whole big process in it to make sure that's also true and authentic and good and actually edited well. And so, I mean, I don't know when I'll be able to build out the team and get it right, but I think that will help a lot. If people knew like the effort and work that went into the videos and like just how we do it, I think they would look at it differently and be like, oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, and I think to circle back a little bit, I don't think even showing the, in behind the scenes, like if that were to have existed specifically with like the philanthropy stuff or another time where you're adding CGI or whatever, if you had the intention of the people who are doing it in that behind the scenes footage, it wouldn't be necessarily even putting them on blast or showing any mistake.
Hey, if anyone watching this wants to help work on my BTS, I think that would help a bunch.
I mean, realistically, it sounds like some of these problems, if like there was just sort of, you have the opportunity now to just be like super ethical and hire a couple more teams for transparency and do something that not only the 300 million subscriber YouTuber, but like you are leaps and bounds ahead of everybody else in terms of like transparency.
Yeah.
Which people really like that type of stuff. Even if they don't like search out for it. They and like, you guys are really good at this insane MrBeast thing, but like you said, even with sort of talking about the allegations in the beginning, you didn't want to make a video. I get your perspective and the outsider's perspective. It's cool to see, how it's not cool to see how angry people can get. But it is cool to see in a way that nobody else has ever been before.
I agree.
Yeah, I feel like you could probably do that. So there's evidence that you put your previous employees, friends, whatever, controlled opposition
Yes.
In your challenge videos, such as the 100 boys versus 100 girls video.
Yeah.
Did you put them in that video or videos like that specifically to rig the outcome
Of the challenge.
of the challenge? And if so, do you think that's acceptable, Mr. Beast?
I know. That one was a big one.
Oh man. I love you, Caleb. I do. I love Caleb, but like, I wish he would ask that question. Like, it feels like he's almost answering that question where it's like in a way where he's like, we already know that you didn't do it. I already know. I know he's not good at this, and he's just probably being a friendly dude.
That specifically to rig the outcome
Of the challenge.
of the challenge. And if so, do you think that's acceptable, Mr. Beast?
I know. That one was a big one. Videos talking about my 100 boys versus 100 girls.
I know he's
video the
being
last couple
facetious.
months. That one, people really talked about that one. So, yes, Soggy's video, he, talked about this and uncovered it. I'm surprised more people didn't. Like, my girlfriend, after that video, literally went on a podcast and described this. So it's not even like this was hidden information. This has been out there.
You were in the video 100 girls versus 100 boys for $500,000.
Yes. On the day, everybody had to go for COVID tests, and a lot of people came, got their COVID tests, and they tested positive. And the girls somehow ended up with way too little contestants. So I got a call randomly from the studio, and they're like, we need a female. I'm like, well, I am a female. I guess I could do this 100-hour challenge.
Were you dating at the time?
Yes.
And did the others know you were dating Mr. Beast at the time?
They pretended that they didn't, but I think some of them caught on.
Did he like move to the side of the circle and just check up on
he
you?
avoided eye contact at all costs.
But, I mean, literally, like she said on the
So Mr. Beast got his girlfriend to fill in for a video because they ran out of women. That's a real one right there. Okay.
podcast, we had 100 boys, 100 girls. They're competing in a video. Leading up to the video, they're supposed to quarantine. This was years ago when, at the height of COVID. A lot of questions people have about my videos, like that in these recent things I've noticed, usually the answer is like COVID, like why things aren't as like we would normally do it. But in this instance, they quarantined. When they showed up to the studio, a couple people on both sides tested positive for COVID. We didn't have them all in a group. We, isolated, tested. And so now I'm stuck with a tough decision because we have all these people who just took off work for a week and took even more days off work to film this video. A couple people on each side of the 100 girls, 100 boys tested positive for COVID. I can't go grab random people off the street because they haven't quarantined, right? And back then, I think COVID tests are better now, but back then, it took like 2 days for the COVID test to be able to pick up whether or not you had COVID. Something like that. Not a doctor. This isn't Joe Rogan. I obviously, no one knows that though, right? I could have just gone and grabbed random people off the street and it would have been fine. But I was trying to be protective of the contestants. So my employees were routinely quarantining back then because, in the studio and things like that, we didn't want an outbreak. So I just went to the employees who weren't working on the 100 girls versus 100 boys.
All right, so the TRDR is that occasionally during the pandemic, he lost people for contestants. So he put in some of his own people to fill in the videos that he knew were going to be test negative for COVID in order to fill up the slots, I think. Or maybe they were just paid actors. Again, a nothing burger.
Video, and I was like, hey, I don't want to cancel this video. Who wants to be in it? And so a couple of them volunteered, filled in the empty gaps. My girlfriend quarantined with me, so I threw her in there. And
I believe in Caleb, guys. Don't discount Caleb, okay? I believe in him. I think he's setting us up. Don't worry. I believe in my boy Oompa, okay? No Oompa slander here. I don't care if we get to the end, nothing happens. I tolerate no Oompaville slander, all right? That's my boy. Can we all agree to that? All right, chat? He's gang regardless. He's doing his best. He's best boy. We protect him.
And then we got the numbers up. I was good. Good. The video's on. And yeah, they were competing for money like everyone else. Transparency. I'll look at the camera. No, they were not there to rig it. I did not tell them what to get out. I did not tell them what to do. They had their own free will. And I really didn't think too much of it.
I'm glazing
here we are
Oompa.
A couple years later, and that's turning into proof that I put
He's doing his best.
videos to rig them and script them, and they're just filling in for some people who got COVID.
Yeah, I think it's another situation in which it's like, sure, there's evidence or whatever of both or whatever. It's like a trust me bro versus a trust me bro.
But this one's not even a trust me, bro. Like, I mean, my girlfriend literally.
I said no Oompa slandered, and all you guys said no. I'm slandering the Oopa. I agree, but I will say we don't slander, but you can criticize. And I think so far, if this was the order of the questions, like maybe he changed the order of the phrasing of the questions to interview. But if this was the actual order, so far snooze fest. So far this is filler, right? This is the part of the anime where you skip until you get to like the shonen, like the training arc right here.
Years ago said on a podcast all of this, so it's not even like I'm retroactively making this up. I mean,
right,
I could probably go pull up COVID tests and show you. I mean, it's
just in terms of like the interpretation of what people have for that specific event. Like when someone like you or someone with this big thing, people just see who they don't care. They see, oh, he's using.
Oompa's just a chill guy for real. All right, really, like Oompa really is just a chill guy. He's just a chill guy.
Using his friends, like obviously it's fucking rigged. But they're not going to look into it. It's just optically, like there's so many things that it's really easy. Like there's like such a crazy slippery slope for a lot of this stuff.
Yeah.
Well, and it's like, the thing is, I mean, I could have been like, oh, people got COVID and canceled it. And then we'd be sitting here talking about how I had these people quarantined for 7 days and then I just rug pulled them. You know what I mean? And so like, it's a little bit of damned if you, damned if you don't. Like either way, I'd be sitting here talking to you about it, so I just try to take the most ethical moral stance and, prioritize health and
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Yeah,
I agree.
So, yeah.
Well, I mean, hopefully now that people hear the truth, they agree as well. But yeah, I mean, it's been brutal hearing that misinformation be spread.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, come on, hit him.
Yeah, I can't imagine that, to be honest. I mean, there's a lot of people who really do not like you at all.
Yeah.
How does it feel in real life? Do you feel it in real life?
Good
at all,
question. I like
internet?
this.
No, it's just the internet. We talked a little bit before this. I mean, also, it's late at night. I just flew here to do this. This is a very impromptu thing.
Yeah.
But for like the 10 minutes we were talking before we started recording.
I like how MrBeast has done so many YouTube videos where he's like talking to Caleb. He's like, da 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 da. And then he looks at the camera because he knows like, now I'm talking to you guys, the audience, right? Like as a YouTuber, a person who's talking to you right now in the camera, where you kind of know the camera that this is the audience camera. So it's just like, yeah, da 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 da. And yeah, guys, I'm just letting you know. And then you go back and talk to him. He's so versed in the YouTube space, bro.
I was telling him like, no one in real life has any idea of any of this. Like I meet hundreds of people and they're all just like, yo, what's up, MrBeast? They never bring it up. Yeah. But then you would open up Reddit. I mean, it doesn't help that they're censoring positive posts, and you would think, well, actually, now that I'm saying it out loud, that does make sense. You would think everyone hates me because anyone who doesn't, their post gets deleted. So actually, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it's like, and even some of the YouTubers that I know, like you mentioned sending a clip to YouTubers and they're like, well, it's just not cool. I don't want to be seen as a MrBeast glazer. I mean, even the sort of feelings amongst YouTubers, the people who their responsibility is to, responsibility, very loose use of the term, to talk about anything online or whatever, even they're afraid or they just don't want, like, so it's just the internet.
So he's talking about the Ludwigs and the Moist Criticals, right? The people, the commentators in the big space that know Jimmy pretty well, who are like, I'm done talking about drama, which... you know what? I'm about to pull back a little bit because I feel like it's too much. It's really rough, bro. I'm gonna be completely frank. If like somebody like that was my friend, and then now suddenly I have to talk about accusations about my friend, I'd be like, guys, I'm conflicted. Like this sucks. This dude is my friend, and I think I've mentioned this. I remember the whole situation with Chugga Conroy was getting canceled. I was like, this is my favorite YouTuber, and I am distraught. I was distraught. So when he beat the allegations, oh my God. But in the beginning, I didn't want to cover talking about the person who helped me start YouTube in the first place being brought down. That was absolutely gut wrenching. But I guess, if I'm going to be a commentator talking about, shitting around the world, then I got to do my thing. At the same time, I don't want to feel like I have to talk about every single thing that freaking happens, right? Like, if I feel like something gets a little bit too drawn out, like Illuminati stuff, or it's a little bit too deep, is a little bit too political, is a little bit too messy or something, I don't want people to be like, Omni, you didn't talk about the XYZ. How dare you? And I'm like, shit. So it's like a damned if you don't. At the end of the day, I'm just a chill guy for real. Sitting here on the internet, just talking with you guys with some drama and not so much drama. So if I miss things, it's just because I'm just a chill guy. All right.
There's this really weird, you know, the sort of echo chamber. Not that obviously everything that you've done is
I remember you was conflicted.
can just be swept under the rug. I mean, you've admitted to mistakes. I think that everything that you
Thanks, Nico.
that is a genuine mistake, you once again have the most to gain from all this. So it's not going to fucking hurt you to just admit where you're wrong or whatever. Yeah, I think that that's a very interesting one, the 100 boys versus 100 girls video, because to me, without looking into it at all, it's like, that does seem weird, right? Like it just seems like once again a conflict of interests. But at the same time, you're making YouTube videos. You're not making, like, I don't know. You can endlessly make excuses for it and against it. It seems like that's why I'm saying it's kind of.
I mean, I think between like the contestants and people we've given stuff to in videos, like pretty confidently say like less than 1% of it's employees.
Just a chill guy.
So if you were to take everyone who's ever been in the video, so like we're like. And a lot of it was, like I said, during the COVID time, where it's just like, well, I'm trying to be responsible, and I know so it's like, I mean, I think when you look at it through those lenses, I feel like any rational person would be like, okay, that makes sense.
Yes, I have
Yeah,
legs.
that's fair. Yeah.
I have legs. Thanks for the $2.
Okay,
What's up,
so
bro?
now
What's up, game
on
liking?
to the response to critics.
Yes,
so
I have legs.
The first person really to respond to critics was Chucky. But the second person, it seemed like, was Soggy Cereal, YouTuber, commentary YouTuber. And he made a video, and he's been, that video is sort of.
Okay, this is it, guys. This is it. What's up, Charles? Again, thanks for the $5. The Maury sound effect give me flashbacks. Yeah, pop it up, boom, boom. Okay, here we go. We talking about Soggy Cereal. This is your chance, all right? Let's go, Oompa. Hit him in the nuts. Hit him in the dick.
Sort of blowing up a little bit. It's not quite to the level of Dogpack's video when it first came out, but it's it's coming up, and he did his best to disprove a lot of Dogpack's claims, and even held you accountable for a lot of stuff in his video, which I thought was good. I thought his video was pretty good. I liked his video a lot, and I like him a lot. I've talked to him since that came out. I've talked to him a couple times. Yeah, he has criticized you today and last night, I think, to sort of timestamp when this video is being recorded so people know. He said, Soggy has criticized you sharing his video with other YouTubers as a way to shield yourself from criticism, like DMing the video to people. He also expressed feeling used by you, given that you used his video as a strategy to gather favor from the public, which, that's pretty wordy. It's like it just happened today. It's got to be something like, how do you feel about him feeling that way? Because he's not really defending you. He's more so trying to hold light to truth, which I appreciate.
Caleb, don't say nothing else. Don't add context. Just read the tweet. Just read the tweet, bro, because you're answering for him a little bit. You're leading him. He's leading him. He's leading him a little bit. Don't lead him. Just ask the question.
It's got to be something like, how do you feel about him feeling that way? Because he's not really defending you. He's more so trying to hold light to truth, which I appreciate that massively.
Yeah.
And I do, talking to him, I do believe that he is an honest guy. How does that? How do you interpret his responses on Twitter? If you've seen them, have you seen them?
Yeah, I've seen them.
Okay.
I mean, I interpret as him just trying to be honest with his audience and just expressing how he feels. And I think it. Obviously, he probably in his head, if he was even being more honest, he'd probably be like, Jimmy, why don't you just say these things? Why am I saying it? And I think obviously now that I'm here and doing this, that will alleviate it. But I can see how it feels. Like obviously,
see how it feels?
I saw that video and it disproved. I mean, there are some things in there I don't agree with, and he does go pretty hard on me. So which people seem to forget. But there are a lot of things in there that he disproved, and yeah, I mean, I got excited and shot it over to a bunch of creators who covered the false information, and was just like, look, I could see how that looks like I'm hiding behind it. Luckily, I'm here talking to you, so I don't think that will be a problem anymore. But obviously, he's not, when he tweeted that, he doesn't know we were doing this, doesn't know this is coming out.
So come on, Jimmy, you're a smart dude. I don't think you a dumb dude. I don't think Jimmy's a dumb dude. Jimmy, if you're watching this, bro, I don't think you're a dumb dude, all right? And I don't even think you're an evil dude, but I know you're not a dumbass. That's the last thing I would ever call you, is a dumbass, brother. It's the last thing. And it's all right, man, to be fighting for your life. And you like, if you want the ops to know the truth and you went around and talked to all the creators to let them know to please touch this, then just say it. To be honest, if Jimmy said, I'm really just trying to get the truth out. And I felt like this video had a lot of truths. And I'm hoping that all the people that was spreading the misinformation will now cover this video, because I feel like that actually makes sense, because it sounds like human self-preservation, right? That actually sounds like what somebody would do if they're getting desperate or if they want someone to know the truth, to be honest, right? Is it manipulative? Yeah, for sure. But to be honest, is actually really fucking human. So I wouldn't actually I'd be like, all right, well, yeah, you shouldn't have done that, idiot, because now you make everyone look compromised. When you go around and tell people to cover a specific video, and then we cover the video, and I'm like, oh yeah, and by the way, this video is sponsored by MrBeast. He told me, so you got to realize that when you're using people as your mouthpiece, bro, then the people who are talking, the news people, it starts being like, wait, are you being influenced by MrBeast? Because it can feel like they're being influenced because you're influenced. So that's all I'm trying to say. But right now he's not a dumbass, and I feel like he's squirming now. He's finally squirming on this question. I want to go back 15 seconds to see how he continues to talk about this question, because I feel like he's now squirming.
I could see how, that looks like I'm hiding behind it. Luckily, I'm here talking to you.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I don't think that will be a problem anymore. But obviously, he's not, when he tweeted that, he, doesn't know we were doing this, doesn't know this is coming out. I mean, he might now. I don't, you talk to him, but yeah. So I don't blame him. You know what I mean? It's a reasonable thing. I think if I were to read a little between lines, he's just saying I don't want to be a shield. Jimmy, say something. You know what I mean? Actually go address things and
Yeah, because he's really not defending you. He's just disproving Dogpack.
Right.
Exactly.
That's the primary.
That's the primary
kind of driver, or that's how I interpreted his video. I was like, oh, this is pretty balanced. Yeah, I like him. He's a cool dude. So
yeah,
that's it.
He didn't go with the grain and disproved a lot of things. Mm-hmm. But yeah, also went kind of hard on me too. Mm-hmm. So, but yeah,
he's not a big fan of Lunchley.
He's not.
Oh man. Oh man, Caleb, you too nice, bro. You too nice, bro. You got a good cop, bad cop him. You got a good cop, bad cop him. You got a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde him, bro. There's some serious dirt to dig up here, and this is the part where Jimmy was squirming a little bit, where you could have honed in a little bit and started reading more into Soggy Cereal's tweets, right? We could have talked more about the fact that he was DMing the creators. Why did he DM the creators? Why didn't he let the creators know that he was DMing a bunch of creators? Does he not understand how that can come off? And because we don't know that there's an interview going on, how the lack of transparency, if the fact that he was not DMing a bunch of creators never came out, then that would be a net positive for a situation. And my guess is that when he initially did this, he did not think that this would occur, right? He did not think that this would actually be a thing that would get exposed, because that'd be bad. So I don't hate Jimmy. I don't love Jimmy, but I really just want somebody to kind of grill his ass. Just get in there, man. Because if he did some shit like that, I honestly would be like, fuck it. Okay, it is what it is, bro. You did that. Cool. We move on. Because there's much more serious shit to talk about.
That's one thing for sure. He does not like lunch.
By commenting on
Stand
a video,
up.
you left a comment on Soggy's video after it was posted. You said, "This is finally a video that doesn't spread baseless slander about me."
Yeah, I mean,
Lol.
obviously that was a stupid comment. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, how do you think that looks? I mean,
Yeah. Dumb.
Yeah.
Agreed.
okay.
Okay, that's
Especially
fair.
the LOL. That just.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next
Okay.
question. Dumb.
Yeah.
The answer. Dumb. Yes.
Okay. That's fair. Yeah, I guess so. So
Yeah, Jimmy was anxious. That's the perfect time to dig deeper, right? Don't let off. It's Jimmy. He just just fuck him up a little bit, bro. Jimmy, you know how that comes off, right? Don't say nothing. Yeah, let him squirm. But you get, right? You see how that creates, how that pans out if the result is that no one's, you get that, right? You're a smart guy. You know that, right? And then he can squirm some more. Hit him with that. Come on, man. Come on. Get it together, bro. I got you. I believe in Caleb. I think he's going to come in. I still believe in him.
Yeah, it's like it kind of gives weight to you sort of taking the situation lightly. Like if anybody should be taking the situation lightly, it should be like me or Soggy or people like people who aren't actively involved in the situation. How would you put that worry, that concern at ease for someone who's like willing to give you the benefit of the doubt, which I think is super important. And you say something like that.
No Oopa slander. No,
it's taking the situation in general lightly.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's a good question. I mean, honestly, there's just a lot of disinformation that was correct in that video. And I just wrote that comment and then right afterwards sent it to a couple of YouTubers, which, because just like, finally this, this thing is here. But
yeah.
I agree. Like,
okay.
Dumb comment.
Legal and ethical.
I actually would appreciate that. I appreciate, to be honest, if he was just like, yeah, that was dumb as shit. Like that's that. I don't know if you guys are cool with that. I'm cool with that. If you say, yeah, that was dumb as fuck. Looking back, stupid as hell. Shouldn't did it. Then you can just acknowledge it and be like, okay, all right, let's move on, kind of situation. Like that one, I can do answers like that because then it allows me to just move on, especially if you acknowledge that it wasn't something you shouldn't have done, kind of thing.
Issues. I feel like this is probably going to be a little bit.
It's not even that big of a deal in the big grand scheme of things.
We're going to need some facts on screen to back up like whatever's being said here, just to
some fact checking.
Because like there's only so much you can say.
Yeah.
So, and Soggy did a good job of
only so much you can say.
A lot of these claims, just in general, or giving weight to ones that deserve to have weight given to them. Yeah. So watch his video. Obviously, he did a lot of work on this stuff. So Dawson claimed that you ran multiple illegal lotteries, and in Soggy's video, he sort of, I think, disproved 2, and then 1 he still believes was an illegal lottery.
Yes.
Do you believe that you ran an illegal lottery? Did you believe at the time? What was your mindset? Did you check with the FCC? Was there any compliance, any steps taken to prevent this?
Don't lead.
What
Don't
is
lead.
your just perspective on that?
Yes. So I don't think we did. I have people looking into it and like trying to pull the footage and figure it out. He disproved the 2, which I mean, those were crazy. I'm trying to.
Don't call him Fumbleville. Don't stop.
I don't think we did though. But regardless, just to be truthful, if people want a refund or think for whatever reason like we did something wrong, like I'll send you a link that you can just put in the description where they can get a refund. Maybe just throw it on the screen here.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, at the moment, that's all I really have to say. Maybe I could do a follow up in the future. I'm trying to, dig up all the footage from that live stream. This was like many years ago. Like this isn't like something I did 3 months ago.
Yeah, COVID. It was 2020, right?
I don't remember.
2021.
I think the first one, the questionable one that Soggy had in his video was in 2020. I think it was in August 2020.
And I just don't have the footage from him, so I'm looking them up.
Gotcha. Yeah. I think. I think at the very least, if people felt misled or whatever, or if
100% request a refund.
Definitely.
I mean, we do that anyways. Like on our site, if people want refunds, we give it to them. But for this specifically, we can give you a URL.
So I think MrBeast is being like, I don't think it was illegal. He's basically saying, I don't think it was, but I'm not sure. But if you want a refund, you can get a refund. That's his answer. So it's like, I don't think it was, but you guys, if you're not happy, you can get your money back. We're giving money back. It's kind of like I honestly don't know how to. I honestly don't know if I have anything to say about that answer, to be honest.
Throw it right here. I mean, I have no idea what it'll be, and yeah, just send us your order code. Really, no big deal.
Cool. The investigation confirmed. So the third-party investigation confirmed isolated incidents of harassment. How were these incidents addressed, and what systemic changes did you implement from after the investigation to prevent things like this from happening again? I'm assuming it's going to piggyback directly off the
what we
HR
talked about before.
Yeah,
100%. I mean, agreed. Like we talked about before, I have hundreds of employees, and when we brought the outside third party in, and I was like,
I don't want to go back to the investigation
to get an honest pulse of how some people are feeling. There were some things that people hadn't made us aware of that they felt more comfortable talking to Quinn and Manuel on, which is obviously ultimately why we ended up doing the anonymous hotline and that kind of stuff. And what you asked, what did we do? How did we handle it? Like I said before, it's just whatever they told me. If they told me like I need to fire someone,
Someone said this is diplomatic answer, basically saying, I'm not sure if it's illegal, but here's refunds. That could be a diplomatic. It could have been illegal. And he's like, yeah, guys, we're going to do a lottery and it's going to be illegal. And, yeah. And then it happens like, oh, I didn't know. Sure. I don't know. I don't know what evil MrBeast thinks or not, but I can't do anything with that information because I literally just don't know. Like that, you know what I'm saying? Like if it was objectively an illegal lottery, then he needs to pay whatever fines it needs to go. But if he's saying he just doesn't know, I can't just be like, you did know, kind of thing. I can't do anything with the information of someone saying, I'm just not sure, I don't know, which is why pleading the fifth or saying you don't know is such a good answer. It's diplomatic, but also it could be the truth, and that's why it's so powerful.
We fired him. Like, I mean, it's not like I don't want to be the arbiter of truth. I want people who are professional in these things to, get the information, make sure they have all the facts, and I want them to tell me what to do, right? Because
the word group chat, yes.
People, and so I could have some form of bias or whatever, or maybe I like this person better. And so I like to stay away from that kind of stuff. And so I just did whatever they told me to do, to be honest.
How did you feel when you found out that a third-party investigation concluded that there were incidents of harassment in your business?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I was like, well, how can we, like we talked about before, and so I started educating myself, and I've been bringing in new leaders and people who have worked in bigger companies, and I was just like, help me make sure this kind of stuff doesn't happen and educate me on these kinds of things. Like, again, like this company has grown so fast. Like I keep saying the number 400 just so people realize this isn't just 10 employees making YouTube videos like
300.
it was 25 years ago.
300 last time.
My first instinct was just like, educate me. Who do I bring in? How do we solve these things? And like I said before, it dials down to two things: making sure you're not fostering it, and then when it does happen, making sure you respond appropriately, and just like trying to learn everything I can in those two areas, and just find the best.
He did say
people
300
in
to
those
400
two areas
actually.
to just review everything.
Maybe 200 to
and make sure
300.
we're doing it
I
correctly.
can't remember.
Dude, people were fired. How many people were disciplined, fired? Was it more? Like, how did that feel, knowing that there was like an amount of people that had to be disciplined, terminated, whatever, as a result of an investigation? It's kind of things just happening basically under your nose, due to a lack of business acumen or care or whatever word you would want to use.
Yeah.
How did it feel?
Well, I mean, like, I haven't even met all the people that work for me, because it's so big and we have people all around the world and things like that, just for context. 'Cause I don't want people to think like, oh, these are people I'm just working with every single day and are just oblivious. But I mean, it just felt like I need to improve. I need to learn more, and just I want to fix these things, So, I mean, it doesn't feel good.
Yeah. There you go.
So the questions have answers that you and I can answer. Like you and I could answer this question, right? Like if I ask you guys, chat, how do you feel when you found out that you had some employees and that they were basically called out for assault? Like, how did that make you feel? Like, and I could be like, and the one's gonna be like, I was ecstatic. Like, it was crazy. I'm like, like these are answers that literally are, everyone will answer the same. I was disappointed. It sucked. And I just wanted to figure out how to fix it. Like these are answers that everyone's going to answer the same. And no one's even going to lie. It's just going to be basically the same. No one's going to say, yeah, I didn't care. It is what it is. Not my, like, it's not going to be something like that. So the question is already leading into the answer. It has an obvious answer. And so it feels like we're getting this answer. That's all. Not the best question. Not the best question still.
That's what I was looking for.
I'm a problem solver. When there's problems, like my default reaction, like instinct, is how do we solve it?
Hey, Elliot.
What we've been
Indie break?
over.
Nah, he's taking a nap. We got to stay focused. We're an hour in.
Cool.
We're locked in. Let's go,
Are you
Caleb.
going to sue Dogpack?
And that's a good question. We're an hour in. Jimmy does the. See, this is it. This is what we've been waiting for. You see it? Caleb is 1 hour and 1 minute in, and Caleb was buttering up them. He was buttering up. He was foreplaying He put on the music, he put on the candles, he put on the oil, got the relax, nice massage, made him feel like a bro. Took a deep breath and said, bam! And you can tell that one hit Jimmy with the, hit him with the, hit me, the I show speed face, the. All right, let's go, Caleb. I knew you was coming through, baby. I knew this was foreplay. Look, he even set it up too. He even set it up. Watch this.
You know, what we've been obsessing over, and I feel like
Watch.
made a lot of progress, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Look at that.
Are you going to sue Dogpack?
Well, you know, there's tons of examples of him intentionally manipulating things to not be true and posting it online. Tons and tons and tons of that. Soggy has basically an hour and 27-minute video, and an hour of it is just flat out proving manipulation and lies, and caused a lot of harm to my businesses. I mean, I've literally had people pull out millions of dollars and then tell me it was directly because of his video. And don't worry, I instantly was like, can you send that in writing? So, you know, if I win a case or anything, I can directly point damages. No reason why. And so,
yes.
I mean,
to say it, you already did.
it's just unfortunate. Like, I don't want to be put in this situation, but probably gonna have to. I mean, it's just.
Oh, someone get your boy Dogpack. Oh no, better call Saul. Anybody got Saul Goodman's number? Oh no. Oh my God, someone called Johnny Cochran. Oh, he need the, oh, it's done. He's cooked. But yeah, Jimmy just confirmed that Dogpack 404 is officially getting sued. Officially. And he said that some of the damages that he's lost are in the millions. Can you imagine getting sued by MrBeast for tens of millions of dollars? Zanyo. Ain't no GoFundMe gonna help you there with the hey guys, I need a GoFundMe to help me face against this MrBeast. You're cooked. You're cooked. You're cooked. Yeah, I stole that from you, Hyphen. Zam.
It's just, I mean, what do you do if someone's just spreading misinformation about you and, you know, just causing harm to your business and like getting it to the point where you might have to potentially fire people because it's costing you so much revenue? It's like, it's not fair to the people in my companies. You know?
I really want to know, is he also going to press charges on Rosanna Pansino? Because that whole video with them talking about the group chat and then calling the FBI, Rosanna been going in. Rosanna has been stomping on this man. Rosanna is the biggest MrBeast hater. She wakes up, smells like me hating MrBeast. That she wakes up in the morning and thinks about how she's going to cook Jimmy. And I want to know, is she getting served? Very curious. Very curious.
You know what I mean? It's just sad, you know. It's not a thing I take joy in, but
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, so okay, so yes.
They're not done drafting it up, but once they're done, more than likely, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Interesting. Yeah,
I
that's
mean, every law firm I've talked to, they're like, this would be the easiest win they've ever seen in their life. I mean, it's like crazy. I had one tell me like you could chop up all the evidence into like three, sue 3 separate times, and win all 3 cases because you'd have enough for each. Like one person I was talking to, he's
What happens when you get sued for tens of millions of dollars with MrBeast? Like, that's it, right? Like, you just, is there going to be like is there like a liability? Do they drain you into zero? And then once you at zero, do they Gary Bowser you? What happened? Is there like a lien on you, right? So do they like put a lien, or do they, if you make money, do they take a portion of your money? Do they take your kids? What happens after zero? Oh, no, Dogpack got to work for MrBeast. You got to make a public apology. What if he said, you know what, I'm going to let you go, but you have to make a public apology? Does your salary get garnished? Damn, bro. I got to look into that. I got to go find out. Oh, my Lord, bro.
He's won like 67 out of his last 70 cases, and he's like, this would be literally the easiest case I've ever done. Like, it's because there's just so much blatant, misinformation and lies spread. Like, I mean, it's crazy. I mean, just go watch Soggy's video. Go look at his Twitter where he's redacted multiple ones of it. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to.
Also, if I'm not mistaken, I think Dogpack also removed one of the 3 videos. Is that true? I think he removed like the 3rd one. I don't know. The thing that I had an issue with Dogpack's video, to be honest, was I'm so kind of tired of the whole content comp. Actually, I'm not. I say I'm not, but every time I hear that, boom, 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 that's such a banger. Everyone wants to be iDubbbz, and I get it, right? You know, iDubbbz is the OG Eminem, right? He makes a video about you, you're gone. Eviscerated, cooked, disappear forever, except for Keemstar, right? But I just feel like when you're taking the serious claims, what we do is go back. Hey guys, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about pedophilia. Like, whoa, shit. That's like a, that's kind of a shock there. So I don't know, turning it to a cinematic, entertainment of a dissembling of a person who might be a very terrible person. You gotta be careful with that line, especially when you're having fun with it. But everybody wants to be iDubbbz. Be honest, like these are all of iDubbbz's kids coming out here and making videos. What we do is go back. And it's biting them in the ass.
To be in this position.
Now, what do you think? Do you think that there could be any sense of regret from that? I mean, optically, once again, there's a lot of things working against you on a constant basis because you're the biggest person in the world on YouTube and social media, and you're just crammed down people's throats algorithmically. Like if you decide to sue this man, even if he deserves it or not, which is like obviously up to you.
Well, I just want the slander and disinformation to stop. It would be the bigger reason. But you're saying, when am I worried about how that would affect me PR-wise?
Yeah, just
so basically the opposite is multi-millionaire sues child, sues young adult until, he has to sell his kidneys. And then the PR is going to be like, oh, how dare you, but I think he has to sue him and win in order to in order to have documents to prove that the information was slander. You know what I mean? Like he has to have it in writing. It has to be, there's so much disinformation now from him. According to him, there's so much that legally it has to be all written off as misinformation and slander in order for him to legalize his business and keep going forward. Like it's that way when he talks about, hey, can you want to work with me? And it's like, I saw that Dogpack for, well, actually, here's the lawsuit. And, legally, no, it was all misinformation from a legal standpoint. It's not admissible in law, et cetera, et cetera. So he might have to just do it. He might just have to do it.
Like, what do you think?
I'm right now, I'm getting canceled because I'm not suing him because they're saying, well, Jimmy's not suing him. Therefore, there was truth or Jimmy would be suing him. So at this point, I'm so big. It's kind of most scenarios are like either way.
Yes,
there's a vast negative for me.
For sure. Yeah, this is not.
Well, you're not going to sue because you're worried about discovery. No, I don't give a fuck. Why do I care? I'm here. This is discovery. You know what I mean? And that they just.
That's true. That's complaint.
No matter what I do at this point, like there's just a large group of people that are just gonna be unhappy, and that's just like a reality I have to be okay with, to be honest. As long as I agree with what I'm doing and I believe in what I'm doing, I mean that's all I really can do at this point.
Yeah, because I think a lot of people, you know, it's probably a minority. Well, it's definitely a minority of people just in general who actually care about this type of shit. But like, you know, the silencing critics, for example, something very similar has happened. Well, not that similar, but something is happening to CoffeeZilla, who we'll talk about here in a minute as well. He's being sued. And
by Logan Paul.
You know, to someone like me, I care about like rationality and understanding and people being big and, you know, communicating.
100%. And I would just say, go watch the Soggy video. Yeah. Look at all the blatant manipulation and lies. And this isn't me trying to silence them. This is me trying to like, this is like borderline, I owe it to my employees. Because like, I can't look at someone in the eyes and go, sorry, you're getting laid off because he decided to keep spreading misinformation about us. You know, go complain to Dogpack.
I understand.
I'll be honest too, like, to be frank, like if I'm MrBeast and somebody's lying on my name, let's just say someone's lying on your name, okay? You are not evil MrBeast. And some freaking iDubbbz clone is out here lying on your name, and now you got to fire your homies? I just come out here and be like, yeah, I'm suing him, and I'm gonna sue his parents, and I'm gonna sue his family. I'm gonna pull a Kendrick on him. I'm gonna be just straight up. I'm a Kendrick his ass. I would ether him, bro. If that's how it went down from my point of view, if that's how I truly felt, and if I also felt like I didn't really commit the crimes that people are saying that I committed, kind of thing.
I understand. It's like this
is bigger than me. I have a lot of people, a lot of families, a lot of kids that, you know,
haven't done Kendrick yet,
or under, you know, the people
I'll probably save that for tomorrow,
me. Like,
or another day.
It's not just me. Like, I can't.
Of course.
So.
And it's also, you know, just to finish what I was going to say, it is not silencing a critic. It is preventing the spread of misinformation, proven misinformation.
Exactly.
So I think being able to make that distinction though is very important, and that's something to consider. Is like how do you stop the misinformation, the slander, but also don't prevent people from caring about things ethically going forward and feeling willing to criticize someone like you, even though obviously this situation, it appears quite clear cut that this is misinformation, and truth is obviously the most important thing. But also, there's like a sort of a slippery slope of silencing critics and censorship and all this crazy stuff. And freedom of speech is so important, but obviously lies and slander are not protected by the freedom of speech. So it's just a big giant optical pill to swallow and consider, I feel like.
Agreed.
And I would be really interested to see your thoughts going forward. You know, in your decisions that you decide to make, I would love to. Stay in the loop on that because, you know, in the very beginning, I thought Soggy had good intentions.
Or
Dogpack, exactly. Yeah, Soggy does have good intentions, in my opinion. In the very
Soggy
beginning,
doggy,
you know, he's turned this into sort of his thing.
Good intentions, even though the very first video literally was what 90% lies.
It seemed.
You got manipulated.
Yeah,
but,
of course.
That doesn't make it good intentions.
Yeah.
I respect that MrBeast is standing on business. He's like, no, I fucking hate him. It's all misinformation. No, good intentions, my ass. It was more misinformation. Like it feels human. It feels human for Jimmy to be like, no. The video's his ass. He's not been like, yeah, I guess I can see him. No, he's like, nah, it's ass. This man got hired and fired within like 3 weeks, and it's ass. Like, he just keeps calling it, no, it's misinformation, it's ass. And there's no sugarcoating it.
I'm just saying it seemed, and a lot of people also believe that.
Was it good intentions when he photoshopped a fake live stream and falsely accused me of not saying something I did say and falsely accused something? It was a good intentions when he put a king-size Feastables bar beside a regular-size Hershey's bar and didn't disclose that and then lied about us having more sugar than them? Was it? I mean, I could sit here and do this for the next 30 minutes. I think that's just a misconception that everyone has. It's like there's never good intentions.
Yeah, of course. But I'm just...
I watched that video and I was like, this is just lies. And everyone's like, oh my God. I was like, whoa.
We're just talking about optics, though.
Okay,
my point.
Optics, bro.
Optically.
People who fell for the optics, yes.
But that's the lowest common denominator. That's what makes this entire world that we're in go round, is how people are reacting to things. You can't expect people to be... to go out of their way to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Yes, you know what I mean? That's right, Caleb. You're right. You're
super important to consider all that.
That's a great point.
But
no, Caleb is making a great point. Like, he's a commentator. He's seen these situations play out so many times where he realizes the cause and effect of this kind of situation will have he understands what the optics are going to look like because this man reviews the optics, right? He talks about the public responses to it. So he's very, very versed in like, yeah, if you do this, I have a very good idea of how it's going to play out because I've seen this situation play out several times in the past. So Caleb's bringing a very good point where it's like MrBeast is pissed off and he's just thinking about it from his own, like, look, this is me. I got damaged. Here's the lies and I'm going to go for the throat because there's one thing that I'm looking at and one thing only, the truth and what the damage is. And Caleb's like, yeah, I get it. But I'm just saying optics wise, right? You got to understand how this might, and I think MrBeast is at a point where I don't even give shit about optics because my employees are getting fired, right? It's personal. For him, for MrBeast, it's personal. Doesn't even care about the optics anymore. It's just goddamn personal. And he's just going to get him to stop telling the lies and do what he needs to get done regardless of the optics because he can't control it. He's like at a point, he thinks he's so big that regardless of what he does, people are going to villainize him. And there is truth to that. There's a defense. This is a defense mechanism that a lot of, big people use is it doesn't matter what I do because people will hate me anyway. And a part of that is truth. Part of that is also dodging accountability as well, right? There's a lot. It always matters what you do. Okay. If it stops mattering to you, sure. But there's a lot of people who do have common sense that are not just going to follow the narrative, that are just waiting for you to speak out and do something like this. You're true fans. So it does matter, but it feels like it doesn't because the internet is fucking loud. And the biggest people complaining and crying about it is sometimes what we stare at into the abyss, aka Twitter. Whereas that's why MrBeast is making a video that's trending on #1. I think he made a video with Ronaldo, right? Trending on #1 again, like one of his best videos of the year. So even though this man is getting canceled quite literally, he's also still the best performing YouTuber making the best performing YouTube videos. You see what I'm saying? So it's optics and what you see, what's being displayed, the PR, it's all funky.
Yeah, and obviously it's been proven now that...
What's up, Cycle? All Jimmy had to do was deconfirm allegations and not wait months to break silence. That's how you could avoid a lawsuit.
Like me,
I don't know. I think he's 100% innocent. He's not 100% innocent.
I like to pretend that I care about the truth of things, and I don't want someone like you who has worked very hard objectively to get where you're at. I don't want you to be slandered or for people to lie about you, etc. But at the same time, like you are the one who's going to win. You are the one who will always win. You're the top, right? Like you got this big thing, so you have the most responsibility, and you've got to be the best guy.
Cognizant of the implications it would have.
Yeah.
But it's also on the reverse side. It potentially caused people to not want to spread misinformation and not slander people. So there's also the positive side of that, where people realize like disinformation has repercussions.
It's just something to consider.
Agreed.
Right?
I don't take the decision lightly. Trust me.
Yeah. Okay. I believe that as well.
Okay.
But yeah, I think that's a you're the guy. I mean, if anybody could go and be as ethical as possible and do everything as perfectly as possible and actually take the moral high ground and not just pretend, it is you. You've got all the resources. You are the guy who can do all this stuff.
Yeah.
Like, to be honest. So, yeah. And I think you will. I think you'll do all this stuff cool and right, and stop slander, misinformation, etc. Which is good. Disinformation.
Big difference.
Yeah.
Misinformation.
They're cousins.
It could be an accident. Disinformation, not an accident.
Let's see.
So they could be cousins. Slander, not the same as disinformation. Disinformation being the intention to trick your audience purposely and mislead them. Versus slander, where you just, actually, I don't know. I'm not going to pretend that I do know the difference, but I get it. There is a difference. They're slightly different, but yes. I like how Jimmy keeps looking over to the right, though. I think he's like looking over to his lawyer, and his lawyer's like, yeah, get him. You're doing great, buddy. Like, yo, Quinn Maxwell over there. Yeah, there you go. Keep it up.
So now to move on to CoffeeZilla, one of my favorite YouTubers. There was a comprehensive report published that painted a negative light on crypto dealings allegedly associated with you. To what extent were you involved in these crypto transactions, and how do you respond to CoffeeZilla's video on you detailing these allegations? I thought he gave you a benefit of the doubt in that video.
Stop.
I think he's a very reasonable guy.
Don't lead.
He's a very smart, reasonable guy who cares about like doing the right thing, which is
Delete,
pretty
delete.
rare on YouTube.
Yeah. I think he is too.
You know, how do you how would you respond to Coffee's video?
Yeah.
Okay.
Coffee's
Cool.
video and the report. Well, so I'll start off with the report. I mean, most people probably haven't even read it, but that's what kind of spawned that whole thing was this. Did you see it? Like that? Yeah. So the gist of this crypto report that was, 1 second. Sorry. It's not my.
Guys, don't read into the drink, okay? Don't do it. He was thirsty. All right. Okay, he wasn't nervous, palms sweaty. This wasn't an admission of guilt. He's been talking for an hour and 10 minutes. Let him get a sip of water, okay? Don't. Ooh, my man was like, sorry, let me get some water.
Yeah, so the gist of this crypto report that was 1 second, sorry. It's not my.
Everyone want to turn that
The
way.
gist of this report was Jimmy is too stupid to like make this kind of money, therefore it must be insider trading. This is his wallet. You know, clearly there was insider trading because he never would have been able to make this kind of money. When in reality, which is what I told Coffee in that statement we gave him, it was managed by a fund. So I wasn't the one managing the wallet. You know, I've never had access to that wallet. I've never done the buying and selling on that wallet. There's a actual professional who's written books on crypto and lived and breathes crypto every second of the day managing it. So most of the allegations there like are just answered by like, I am too stupid to do that. That's why a fund was managing it. You know what I mean? And yeah, I mean, like Coffee said, like.
Okay. So MrBeast is saying he has a fund, a group of crypto people who run his crypto. Like they just run it for his company. It's like having a financial planner manage your funds. But I don't know. Back when the crypto thing was happening, I do feel like a lot of people were very hands-on, right? Back when crypto was going, when it was really doing things, I feel like people were very, very hands-on. So to say that it was just the fun, he could be telling the truth and he just did not care. But we just don't know what his involvement is. Like he could be telling the truth. Coffee literally said MrBeast can't use the KSI excuse and say he's stupid. Yeah, that's what KSI said as well. Yeah, it's sussy. I think it's sussy. Let's continue to listen.
If he literally said this in a video. If you like Jimmy, then you're like, yeah, he has answers for everything and just checks out. And if you don't like Jimmy, then you're going to go, you know, there's obviously wrongdoing here. But yeah, I mean, the honest truth is like, I make videos, I'm running 7 businesses, I got a lot going on. And yeah, I invested in a crypto fund, they invested on my behalf, and I've never like had access to that wallet. They're the one doing the buying and selling. I mean, there are thousands of transactions on there. Like, I don't even have that kind of time. I'm sure you could probably even look at it and see like days where I was like maybe in solitary confinement or like doing a video where I didn't even have access to a computer and there's trading.
True.
So for the
That's a good point. Cross-reference the trades with Jimmy's actual time doing other things. And if he has, you know, I don't know. The question is I don't think that, how do I put this? How much did Jimmy know is the question, right? Was it a hands-off thing? Because I have hands-off investments. where money just gets shoved into places and I don't think about it, right? I don't think about it. I'm a very inactive investor. So inactive investing is a quite literally thing. Like, let's say you want to be in the crypto space, but you don't know shit about crypto. You hire somebody and say, hey, here's $1 million, make me money in crypto. Go. And you just go let them do their thing. That's the thing. Okay. That is a thing that people do. Here's an X amount of money invested. I don't know shit, but I want to be a part of it, kind of thing. So it's a thing, but I just don't know how much Jimmy, I don't know, for me at least, in crypto, lots of money, up and down markets, new, fresh. I feel like I would be kind of aware of what was happening with my money, but I don't know.
Conspiracy theorists that think I'm lying and using the fund as a cover up, like, I mean, there's got to be some way where you could just figure that out, like, or I was on a plane ride or something. But yeah.
And he has talked about it publicly,
like,
yes.
The honest transparency is, you know, I was in a crypto fund and people thought I owned the wallet and it's called Wu-Tang Clan.
You said CoffeeZilla said his investors are using his name and reputation to bolster the trades, though. Yeah. So, like, I think that, yeah, crypto does not have those institutions. You can hire fund managers to handle your crypto. There are institutions where you can say, hey, run crypto for me. That's a thing. I can say, hey, here's X amount of money. Go buy real estate property and manage my real estate. Just trying to think, because, you know, people like KSI and Logan Paul were very, 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 very heavily into the crypto, you know, and they're all partners. So, like, I can't imagine a world where MrBeast is just not savvy when it comes to crypto, right? Like, I can't imagine that space. To be honest, I don't know if I can believe that. It sounds so far-fetched. It definitely doesn't sound realistic whatsoever.
Do you listen to Wu-Tang Clan?
I have, yes.
I don't.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's another indicator.
Really?
I wouldn't have named it Wu-Tang Clan.
Yeah.
I had to educate myself on what Wu-Tang Clan was. So
Okay.
yeah.
I think that's pretty interesting. Because yeah, I mean, like the whole, like, just YouTubers in any way being involved with crypto in any sense now is just like
Agreed. And that's why I literally put it in a fund, because I was like, I don't want to, like, fuck with this stuff and, like, be
Okay.
you know,
The implications.
Like, I want someone who knows what they're doing to do it, to make sure things are above board. So that's literally why I did that, right? It's because I was like, if I'm buying and selling it, maybe I mess things up or do something dumb. So I was like, oh, this fund is led by someone who knows what he's doing. Here you go. You know, that was literally the whole logic behind it.
right.
Yeah.
Chat, I don't think that's a terrible line of reasoning. Again, there are hands-on traders like KSI who's straight up, like, gambling his money. I remember he was just tweeting all day and trying to do market manipulation. I don't remember what he was doing. And there's Logan Paul doing the crypto too. But Jimmy could be the guy that's doing so much that he's like, yeah, I want to make some crypto money, but I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, so do it. But it could be a lie. I'm not disagreeing either. I just have no way of proving it, to be honest. And I think that's why the answer is so good. Again, Jimmy's answer to these are good because, I mean, I don't know how to disprove it. Quite literally, like, unless CoffeeZilla comes in somewhere later and catches MrBeast and a full-on lie, you know, but publicly he brags about making money on these wallets on podcasts. Yeah, he can talk about making money. Like, oh yeah, my fund is doing very well. So, like, you know. We'll see. Let's keep going.
Okay. On to some philanthropy and charitable work stuff. Soggy revealed delays in philanthropic projects such as the walking assistance video due to lost partnerships. He talked about that in his sort of.
I'm not defending shit.
How do you intend
I'm saying I don't know how to prove him wrong.
Between that brand.
Don't fucking do that to me. I will fuck you up.
Philanthropy.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed that.
disproving video. You know, how do you intend on regaining trust between that brand that is literally a vehicle for philanthropy? And how do you intend on regaining trust with the brands to put money to that to generate revenue to use for?
I mean, I hope step one is literally this video. I mean, I hope I just need people to just stop making videos titled MrBeast fakes his philanthropy with devil horns on and the thumbnail on my head and
By the way, this video is important. This is discovery, like he said. So if MrBeast is lying in this interview, if he's lying, right, guys, and someone has direct evidence of what he's saying here, this is why this video is so important. If he's lying, CoffeeZilla can be like, that is a lie. Like, this can be fact checked. This can be followed up with someone saying MrBeast said XYZ and now we caught him. This is why it's so scary and why he's waited so long to talk, right? Because he could say something and catch himself in a lie and then someone can disprove it, okay? So it's important to, the words that Jimmy's are saying are heavy, right? Because they're answers. It's discovery. It's admission. And then if there's a direct evidence that goes against exactly what he's saying, then you can't do anything about it. You literally just cannot. So,
just stating facts that aren't facts. Because as long as people are just spreading that disinformation, I mean, it's going to be pretty hard to convince these people. But hopefully once that dies down, I think it's just more of a time thing. Because, it'd be nice. The charity...
Omni, he tweeted about a coin he dumped the day before. That's clearly international market manipulation. Probably. Didn't fucking Elon Musk do that 50 times though? Curious. Very curious.
Definitely needs that whole disinformation thing to kind of just stop. I spend $150,000 a month. So I pay for the employee's salary. So all the revenue from the videos goes straight towards doing our project. So I cover all this employees, a little bit of overhead, that kind of stuff. So that way, if we get a $400,000 brand deal plus the ad revenue from the video, we can
he didn't. He's fine.
Spend all that
Elon's
money
fine.
on buying shirts for homeless people or whatever it is. So I put that money in, but this this past week when we also put the $150,000 in the account, I had to put another $1 million in to make up for 2 lost brand deals. So I'm now having to plow money in on top of the $150,000 a month I'm already plowing in, on top of filming the videos and doing all that. And it's just, it's just brutal, to be honest, because I can't do that forever. Because I'm already putting a lot of money into it. And so, hopefully, I don't know the answer. I don't have a crystal ball, but hopefully, people just kind of stop slandering you. You can attack me. Just don't attack the channel that's literally a 501c3. That'd be nice, to be honest.
Yeah. And, that one is weird to me because it's
I would, unironically, this is a crazy sentence, but unironically, if instead of starting a YouTube channel, giving it to a 501c3 and filming videos and donating millions upon millions of dollars, all the revenue to a charity, and then using that to help people, if I had just started any other channel, a channel where I just sit down and talk and kept all the money and just bought a $10 million mansion after 2 years, I think that universe where I just sit down and talk and buy a $10 million mansion and make a video on the mansion, that version of me would get maybe 1% of the shit that the version. Completely. Yeah. And so it's but that's not why I do it, because I actually would get less hate if I just stopped the philanthropy channel, but I just want to help people and it's cool projects and I believe in what it's doing. But it's a little funny when you think about it.
I mean, it's hilarious.
Yeah.
It's absolutely, the devil horns thing. Dogpack actually cut a part out of his first video about you being the Antichrist. Did you see that?
I did.
What'd you think of that?
He's gotten that a lot.
I mean, you did get here.
Exposed. Uh-oh. This is where the demon voice, the devil voice comes out. You know too much. Laser eyes, Oompaville. And then, oh, you know too much. He touched that Bible, right? But he had gloves on.
Here a little fast, to be honest. You teleported.
The sad part is he was being serious in it, and
yeah, he cut that part out,
and that he showed that part publicly, and people still were like, "Okay, well, Kim saying Jimmy's the Antichrist because one of his studios was a church, because there's not many warehouses in North Carolina, so I just bought a church and converted it into a warehouse." And he unironically was claiming I was the Antichrist, in the same video as all these other accusations, but everyone's like, oh, that's the only crazy accusation. Everything else is true. When I saw that, I was like, okay, now people are gonna like be like, okay, maybe he's just, but didn't change anything.
I mean, yeah. Does it like bother you? Did that bother you specifically?
Of course it did.
I mean, because like, how do you
feel about that? Yeah.
I'm not the Antichrist. I mean, where's the Bible? I'm not the Antichrist. There you go.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I kind of thought you might be. It is a weird one because I've heard people say that in my real life. They're like, his name is. We live out here in
Mr. Beast. 666 Mr. Beast.
It's got the 6,000. That's a 6.
666. Yeah.
I think that's very funny, to be honest, and in like an ironic way. I don't actually obviously believe that you are the Antichrist.
I'll be honest. I don't even know what that means. The Antichrist. I see those conspiracy theories occasionally, and I don't even.
Jimmy, you don't know what the Antichrist is? Come on, bro. See, it's like answers like that just make me go, come on. You know what the Antichrist is. You've been called it millions of times. Like, if you guys don't know, the Antichrist is... there's a human being in disguise, and he's actually the devil. And he's going to garner up a lot of attention, and people in the world is going to prop him and praise him to be like one of the leaders of the world, right? Just like the pillar. And that person is, whoever that leader of the world is, of the free world at the time, is meant to be the Antichrist, who will bring ultimate destruction upon the world. It's the opposite of Jesus. Though to be fair, like, I guess God did also bring absolute destruction upon the world as well. So, but he knows it. Come on, don't say I have absolutely no idea who the Antichrist. Come on, Jimmy. Come on, Jimmy.
Like, if I was just like,
just don't play me, Jimmy. Don't play me, Jimmy.
I tweeted, yes, I'm the Antichrist. Like, what does that even mean?
Yeah. Do you ever speak in Babylonian curses?
Only occasionally. Not in the past year. I've kind of moved away from it.
Yeah, you've stopped speaking in tongues.
Bible spoilers.
Stop joking like this because that's gonna be the
People
next.
are gonna
the next More Pegasus video.
MrBeast Antichrist confirmed.
Yeah, they're gonna take the clip of me talking about the thumbnail with the horns and put that there.
Yeah, I'll show them a picture of my circle with a pentagram in it that you spawned out of.
Yeah.
Anyways, do you plan? So back to philanthropy, to things that actually matter and are actually important, because that's what the whole point of this video is, to try to be.
Oompa, we're being serious.
Yeah, it's serious.
Hey, lock in.
Yeah, it's a serious video, and we're trying to be honest.
It actually is serious.
It really is very serious.
Oh.
Do you plan to provide more transparency in how funds are used for your philanthropic efforts for philanthropy?
I don't care. I don't care.
501.
I've seen a lot of people ask about that too. So for the Beast Philanthropy, anyone can audit our books. We pass audit every year, and we make those things public. Also, I actually called CoffeeZilla like 9 months ago, and I asked him to do a video where he like broke down. Maybe it was 9 months ago. I don't know the exact month, but like break down Beast Philanthropy and try to find anything fraudulent in there, because we're super anal about every penny spent on the charity. So I would, if anyone wants to do a deep dive on,
what was his name? Who was that dude who got messed up because of the charity he ran by his dad? And Mudahar called him out. Oh man, God, so much happened. Was that this year or was that last year? I think that was last year. The completionist, Gerard. Oh, that one still hurts me. Was that 2024, chat? But basically, they're asking, like, he's basically saying, yeah, you can, if you think that I'm a Gerard the completionist, you can go look up my stuff, essentially. a few days ago was the 1-year anniversary. I don't feel too good, Mr. Stark. That one didn't feel good covering.
Our charity, I would love that because it would be awesome. So people could see the links we go to on the main channel. I mean, we don't have much transparency, but I mean, it would just be depressing.
Like I got hit by a car.
Well, a lot of our newer philanthropic brand deals on
Don't care.
So
Don't
pay
care.
for them.
Don't care.
Fuck
Don't
a lot
care.
of money wanting
Don't care.
some YouTube.
Don't care.
Talk about how much
Could show like how impressive what we do is.
do you so I've heard you repeatedly talk about how much money is lost or whatever. What makes like money? Like how do you how
Feastables as sell food. So obviously it is profitable. But yeah, I mean the content is just we lose a lot
Expenses.
of money on our content. I don't want to say it because it's a disgusting amount. But so we offset it through things like Feastables and things like that. As a whole, we're gonna lose money this year, especially because of everything going on. Didn't really help.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think the transparency. I mean, obviously, you can, like you mentioned, you can audit
The
charities.
Philanthropy books.
They're totally public. So
yeah, I would love to fly someone out. We've been unironically been wanting to do this. We asked a couple of YouTubers. They just were like, well, if you're asking us, then there's probably nothing there. So why would I do a video on it?
Yeah.
So like people only care when there's a smoking gun.
Yeah, of course.
But I've been trying to get someone to do a video like deep diving the Beast Philanthropy.
Don't care.
Thing. Like,
Don't
I
care.
feel like there is a fine line between philanthropy and using vulnerable people for content.
Ooh,
I feel
good
like there's
question.
a fine line between philanthropy.
Good question.
theories, exactly. And I'm like, bro, I'm not trying to hide anything. Like they just literally say no when I ask. Anyways, yeah.
Some fans feel like there is a fine line between philanthropy and using vulnerable people for content. How do you feel about people who think that your videos unintentionally exploit vulnerable people for entertainment? So,
Good question.
Yeah.
I think that's a very valid concern that people have, and I think this is one that's going to be hard to kind of explain because people are going to just be like, well, just be rich guy and donate all your money, and
Yeah.
you have more money than me, therefore you have to donate it, or I can criticize you. Like that.
Yeah.
It's a really hard argument to
Lead 'em. Don't lead 'em.
Yes, but if you had to,
Come on.
if you had to explain that, or
I see
are
what
your
he's
thoughts on
trying
that?
to create.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I got the good question, Caleb. Good question.
Honestly, that would be an easier one to take video by video because obviously that is something I'm very cognizant of, and I don't want to take advantage of people or use people, but I mean, one video I'm burying myself alive. The next video we're
Talk about the hands on the dude's shoulder
most cheapest planting,
thumbnail.
the most expensive. The other we're helping 1,000 people see. The other we're putting 100 people in a circle. They're just so different, right? The answer to that for helping 1,000 people see again would be completely different than the answer for when I put 100 people in a circle or whatever. So as a blanket one, I'm not 100% sure how to like just blanketly answer it. Besides like that is something I'm very aware of, and like we try to pick people who don't really fit that bill, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It seems like a difficult line to walk, to be honest. I don't think. Yeah, it's a tough.
Like
tough
when we were doing the helping 1,000 people see again, like if someone's like, I don't want to be on camera, which this happened lots of times, we just be like, that's fine. You can still have the surgery. Like, so a lot of times we do that, especially in the ones where people are more, less fortunate. We're very hyper cognizant of it. And we cut people out all the time, or we just don't even film. Like sometimes people.
So he's talking about the details, right? But I think what Caleb is trying to get to, the question is kind of like the concept of making money through philanthropy, by taking people who are less fortunate and then, giving them things and then monetizing and creating a platform based on that kind of situation, which MrBeast is not the first person to do this, but I think he's not answering the top level question that people are asking is his thought process on how people feel like that is exploitative. Other people feel like, like if it's me and he cured my eyes, I'd be like, fuck y'all. This man gave me sight. So I don't care what you think, so that's kind of like my interpretation of this is if you are one of the people that MrBeast helps, you do not care about how people perceive his exploitedness because he literally just helps you directly. There's 1,000 more people who are able to see because of him kind of situation. I think that creates the net positive. And that was my argument. But I do understand people's concerns about, people going to South Africa, people going to Africa, going to these countries, and, hey, I'm here and I'm going to give everyone ice cream, and then I'm going to monetize that. It'll look like this. I'm going to go in the street and find a homeless person and do something good for them. And then I get it. And then you monetize the video, and then you do very well, and you get a bunch of people and followers to follow you because of that. It's for your own good, net positive, while you feed somebody for a year or something. So it's an interesting discussion, but he's just talking about something different right now.
We make them aware beforehand, but they'll just show up and then they'll get a little camera shy. And like anytime I pick up on that, I'm always like, hey, like if you don't want to be on camera, we will still do this. Like it's perfectly fine. And they're always like, oh, then yeah, I'd prefer not to. And it's like, cool. And then we just step out and let them do their thing.
That's cool. Yeah, I think, because that's one thing that's like a running joke is like you have to be on camera, you have to be a part of it.
That's part of why I like doing so many, because like if I do 1,000 surgeries, it's like I don't need all of them. You know what I mean? Like
that would be a long video.
Exactly. I mean, we show like rapid fire so people can see proof that we did that many, but it's like if 100 of them or 200 of them don't want to be on camera, it's not a big deal.
Now, to the 1,000 video, 1,000 people with blindness video, there was a nonprofit that alleged it was.
Oh, that's a good segue.
Yeah, it was alleged that it was not paid.
Yeah.
And you eventually paid them 8 months later. What was the cause of the delay?
Yeah, 100%. And that you said alleged. I mean, we didn't. So they weren't paid. Let me zoom out. Basically, we did a video where we helped 1,000 people see again. We off camera actually did 800 other surgeries. So we did 1,800 surgeries. I just only put 1,000 in the video. And we, for a lot of them, we worked through with the charity just to make sure things were, because they had a lot of experience with this. And then that charity worked with a lot of doctors on the ground and other little charities. And one of the charities that they worked with did a couple dozen surgeries. I don't know the exact number. I'm going to say around 30. And then the charity we were working with was supposed to release the funds to him afterwards to pay for it. There's a little bit of a misunderstanding. They didn't get it. So we ended up paying for like 970, and like I didn't know of this, but like that little misunderstanding never got taken care of. So then the charity that did the 30 surgeries made a video saying, hey, we didn't get paid. Somehow that never ended up on my radar for 8 months, which is honestly crazy. I don't know how no one sent that to me. We obviously had no knowledge of it. And then I saw it a couple weeks ago and I was like, whoa, I instantly called the team we were working with and I was like, what's going on here? And then we looked through it all, blah, blah. And then I was just like, I just paid them. So I actually double paid for those surgeries and just paid them separately. Obviously just a little misunderstanding, 1,000 surgeries. Even if here's a couple ways you could look at this rationally. If we did 970 surgeries, why would I intentionally?
So I think this one is a pretty easy. This one's just facts. Okay, I don't think MrBeast is in the business of not paying charities. I honestly don't think that's the crimes. If he was to commit crimes, it wouldn't be, I'm not going to pay a charity to help people get the. I don't think that's the one. I honestly don't think. Maybe you guys think so. I don't think that's the one that he's going to go forward with. That's a terrible thing to carry. Of course, someone would snitch about it. Like Jimmy doesn't come off as the guy that just would not pay people, right? The guy who gives away free money nonstop doesn't come off as the person who would not pay for something this important. That's just my opinion. He's saying it's a miss. Yeah, there are massive oversights. Dude, they contacted them, no reply until it blew up. MrBeast, it would be tax fraud, obviously. Another unallegation. The charity already made a video clearing up. They said he paid. Yeah. This one I feel is... I have to say that I think it actually is feasible to not be aware of all of this shit, especially like finances. This is why you have accountants for. Like, you have departments so that you don't have to think about if people are getting paid, right? Like, what he does, and he has so much realm, so many businesses that, like, quite literally he has people to do the thing so that he does not have to pay attention. So when shit like that falls off the plate, he might not find out until later. It's very conceivable for him to just not know that shit went down, to be frank, when it comes to like payments and accounting.
not pay the last 30 to save 3%. Just nuke the entire rep of the video just to save 3% of money. A, that just doesn't even seem logical. B, what makes it even less logical is we did 800 more eye surgeries off camera. And obviously, now I'm over explaining things, but I have to because there are literal videos using this as proof that I'm evil.
Got my tuxedo for that one. Thanks, Brett.
I don't care, and using this as proof that I fake things, the horns, yeah. So like, but when you think about it, we did 800 off camera. So if I was aware that of the paperwork trail, the mishap, and that we didn't pay those 30, why would I not just take 30 of the 800 we did off camera?
So you said it was ignored until it was going to get infected. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Again, this is one of those things, whether you believe him or not type situation. And I just don't know. When there are facts and contradictions, I'll point that shit out. But when he says he just really wasn't aware of it. It's so hard. Like, it's just like well shit. I literally don't know how to contradict that and know if that's true or not, which again makes it a great answer, but also it could be true.
And swap it out for those and just, put the 30 that people are claiming we intentionally didn't pay for off camera. It's almost like I didn't know, because if I was trying to be manipulative, I wouldn't have put them in the video because I had 800 other ones. You see what I'm saying? So everything about it just makes no sense. And then even the person, after we reached out, he deleted his video and he uploaded a video saying, oh, it's just a misunderstanding. But everyone just conveniently ignores that because it doesn't help their narrative. So
it's not as fun.
I mean, yeah, I don't really know what else to say. Like, these are huge projects. Like, I'd love to see any of the people making videos on this, like, try to just help 10 people see again. Now picture 1,000. Like 1,000. That is, well, actually we did 1,800. So 1,800. It was just a lot of stuff. Like, it's, it's not like I can individually call all 1,800 afterwards.
I don't think you'd go under for
like,
this. That's in my opinion.
In poor places, they don't even have phones. So, yeah, a little bit of a whoopsie. But we fixed it when we found out about the whoopsie. I mean, that's the honest truth.
I agree. I agree, Pickles.
You can't expect to not make mistakes with an operation that's big.
Yeah.
It's just going to happen. It's just going to happen.
When I do, we fix them.
Yeah, yeah, and then say there's transparency there. Yeah, I mean that's definitely a non-issue.
I mean, you would think that, but plenty of thumbnails.
It took Team C's 3 years to remove the equivalent of 10 hours worth of trash being dumped into the ocean every day. And a lot of people have criticized the campaign as being ineffective and that you should have been doing something else instead of Team C's. Yeah.
I was a part of Team C's. I actually helped MrBeast with Team C's. I made a video and we helped with cleaning the seas.
Like, how do you respond to that?
Yeah. So first off, because I get this a ton with Team C's. Like, this isn't even like a new thing. Ever since we did it, people constantly bring this up. So I just also, to the people who allege that criticism, because obviously you're just trying to be the mouthpiece for the internet. I assume you don't believe this, and you can probably already guess what I'm going to say. But to the people who I see this every single day on Twitter and Reddit, first off, let's just contextualize what we're talking about. We're saying only 34 million pounds of trash was removed out of the ocean. We're talking like multiple Empire State Buildings worth of just trash, if you piled it up, is out of the ocean. And we're acting like that's not a crazy thing if you just look at it in absolute terms. Like, 34 million, not 34,000 million pounds. You know how crazy that is? And there's a couple things I want to say on this because I find it funny. It's like when I don't even know where I got this analogy from. When a firefighter, stops a building from burning down, you don't go, well, 100,000 buildings burned down today. You only stop one. What are you doing?
Yeah, fuck you.
Yeah, exactly. So A, that's I don't even know where that's a good analogy. That just popped in my head. That's good. B, what was I actually gonna say?
Man, this man's glazing himself like this man's getting so glazed by Caleb. This man's like, oh my god, I'm a genius. Like, I just thought about that one off the top of my dome. What I'm a genius. Like the self glaze. Oh my god. Someone asked me, am I still a MrBeast fan? I don't dislike Jimmy. Genuinely, I don't dislike him. I kind of just want to know the hard truths and the contradictions, and I want to know about the group chat and the real shit. For real. This whole thing about him not paying to charity, I I'm pretty sure my man's is not taking his reputation off not paying a charity. That's just my assumption for real. This is the difference between like making mistakes and doing awful shit, and or you know, being privy to awful shit and allowing it to go through. And that's the part that matters to me the most. And if those parts get debunked, if it gets proven after this information is out here, and if someone comes out here and says, this is a lie, this is a lie, this is a lie, this is a lie, then yeah, we're team fuck MrBeast. But if he's telling the truth and no one's contradicting his statements here, you know, CoffeeZilla is like, yeah, I got nothing on him, right? And there's no hard objective facts that prove without a shadow of a doubt that this man is scum. I'm not gonna hate him, but yeah, let's continue.
Oh, the whole point though of Team C's, which we've said this multiple times publicly, same thing with Mark Rober, was to inspire millions of people around the world to be more conscious of these things and to like just care and be more aware, right? Like over 1,000 creators made videos on Team C's talking about the environment. I made a video that I believe has 100 million views. Mark Rober, all these other big creators, and all these people that look up to these creators saw a video of these creators talking positively about the environment. And like my thing I would say to them is like, when people are like, oh, it only removed like half a day's worth of trash that's put into the ocean. How do you quantify the impact of those millions of people who got inspired to be more cognizant of these things and extrapolate that over the next decade? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like no one seems to factor that in because it doesn't fit the agenda. I stand by Team C's. I think it was a phenomenal project. I think it did a lot of good.
Yeah, I stand by Team C's as well. And regardless of the implementation or if it took 3 years or whatever, I think people complaining that he wasn't cleaning the sea up fast enough. No. I do think it has a great implication. I do think, you know, including him and Mark Rober, including all of these YouTubers to fucking like try to push for something positive in this really garbage ass world, you know, pun intended. I think it's good. And I think the impact of it is good as well. I can't fault somebody for, you know, pushing good shit out for both Team C's and Team Trees. The thing is, too, is everyone goes back to but it's a write-off. Omni's a tax write-off. These organizations are just using it to offset their taxable income so they don't have to pay taxes on their profits. Yes, that's what they're doing. 10,000, 100,000%. But there are also people who are not, you know, donating to charity as well. There's a concept, right, where you actually just keep your money. You just keep it, right? And instead of giving it away, you keep it and then you have it type of situation. So if someone's going to distribute their funds, right, if you want rich people to keep doing these things where they are actually giving millions and millions and millions of dollars to charity, maybe that's not the one that we harp on. Like someone donates $10 million to charity. Maybe we don't make that the centerpiece of why we hate somebody just because they can profit off of it. You know what I'm saying? It's, you know, the net positive conversation. And me being an accountant and understanding how business works, right? Like I get that you don't have to be a good person. Bad people donate to charities, okay? 1,000%. If they can make it fit within their structure, if they know people from the charity, you know, people know each other, kickbacks, whatever. Bad people donate to charities all the time, but that's just not where my focus is going to be when people are actually being helped. You know what I'm saying? Like when the less fortunate are actually getting help, then my eyes are not going to be paying attention to that specific project because I don't want to be the person to impact someone else receiving something that they wouldn't have received because I'm calling them out kind of thing.
And I would challenge anyone else to try to remove 34. I mean, it wasn't me, it was the whole YouTube community, but like, if you have a better solution, go do it. But to me, 34 million pounds of trash out of the ocean.
That's correct.
Plus,
we want to incentivize it because of the tax advantage.
You know, inspiring millions of people to be more cognizant of it.
They do that with everything. There's a lot of tax advantages that you can take if you donate money to causes that help people or help communities or help neighborhoods or help clean the environment or help. They try to incentivize you to give money away so that you can get tax advantages so that it helps people. That's the whole point
of it. I think it's a win. So I'm actually glad I got to say this here because that is just something that I just feel like it's absurd, to be honest.
Yeah. Another topic in the same vein is the 100 Wells in Africa project.
Yeah.
In that video, part of the criticism for that video is that a few of the wells that you built were showed in different shots, or the same wells were showed in different shots.
Yeah.
That would imply to some people that you may not have built all 100.
Yeah.
Did you build 100 wells in Africa?
Yes. So you already know what I'm going to say. I mean, I would loop this in with the same thing as the hospital thing. Seems like I need to have someone who QCs things before we upload it more hardcore. I need someone who literally goes frame by frame. Like we finish a video and then they spend 3 days just going frame by frame, making sure there's no mess ups. Yeah, I think 1 or 2 of the wells we accidentally showed this same well as on different numbers. But once again, I said with the blind thing,
editing mistake.
Why would I spend 98% of the money and then just fake 2 wells and destroy the entire integrity to save 2%? I'm glad we're hitting these though, so I can. Anyone who made those videos saying the philanthropy is fake, that's the one that bothers me the most because we go so above and beyond. Honestly, if you could just delete them, that'd be great.
Look. If you made videos about I think MrBeast is look, stop attacking the philanthropy. Stop. I didn't do anything wrong with it. Stop it. You fucking assholes, or I'm going to sue you. Just delete it. We're not doing anything. He actually sounds very, very there's nothing happening with Beast Philanthropy. Stop attacking my Beast Philanthropy. He really, it honestly feels like he's kind of getting annoyed by that because it's he's getting hit there too with the money as well, but he seems at least very convinced there ain't shit going down though. He doesn't look evil. He's a normal human being. Okay. You're just seeing something there because that's how human brains work. We condition ourselves to think that something is evil because we associate them with evil. That's all. He's just a normal looking dude who has a bit of a chipmunk face. Okay. He's just a little goober.
It's so bad, man. Because it makes charities not want to work with us. And it makes it just really has made doing the projects we want to do a lot more difficult, to be honest.
Yeah.
So I'm glad we're hitting these.
Aside from it being just difficult, does it make how? I've asked you how it makes you feel. You said it doesn't feel good with regard to that. This charity thing, it's got to feel good to do this.
Yeah.
And you're surrounded by people who I'm assuming are enjoying the work that they're doing. I know fellow Darren is involved in the philanthropy, or at least was. I'm not sure if he's still around, but there's some good people obviously involved in this. How does it make you feel after all these allegations that are coming out that you can't really do this anymore?
Well, we can still do it. It's just infinitely harder. I mean, we're never going to stop. But yeah, it's...
There's a time limit on it. It's finite.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping, that's why I'm here. One of the reasons why I'm here, I'm hoping this, puts this stuff out there. These things kind of die down and we can go back to the status quo where I can actually do brand deals and help people and charities want to work with us and things like that. But, I mean, shocker.
Someone's asking how is Oompa doing? How's Caleb doing so far? Not so hot. Caleb's just a chill guy for real. Maybe a little bit too chill. He had a few, maybe 1 or 2 questions where I feel like he kind of went in. There's a couple interesting questions, but after an hour and a half, it feels like a lot of it was fluff. I feel like maybe only 20 minutes, if that, was spent talking about. Maybe that 15 minutes of this hour and 30 minute video was actually spent talking about some of the real shit. But we still have an hour left. We're going to try to push through.
It sucks. You know what I mean? It doesn't feel good. But it's not even about me. I mean, it's a lot of these things. What bothers me is that they're employees, even for the charity, regardless of the people we help and the projects we do. I also just have a lot of people who work for my charity. You know what I mean? And those people, I just, a lot of these things, the first thing that jumps in my mind is it's just not fair to them. You know what I mean? Think of the Wells Project. We worked on that for a year. You know what I mean? Think of my employees who worked on that and poured everything they had into that project over the course of a year. And then some small editing slip up. And now everything they did that they put their stamp of approval, they put their name on, they showed their family. So they made is now being discredited. You know what I mean? It's kind of it's very depressing for them too. And I'm what do I say? I'm it's brutal, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
for them, you know, more even more than me, because they're like, obviously I have a lot going on, I'm multi-business, and I'm always filming videos, like, but you know, we have certain teams dedicated to certain videos, and like when those videos get like deliberate disinformation, it's like I could tell like it really impacts the people that worked on them, because it sucks. Like that was your life, and then people are just like, oh, this small little mistake, it's fake. Yeah, it's brutal.
Yeah, I checked out too,
How much
Caleb.
charity do you do off camera, if you don't mind me asking? Also,
Stop!
Some people say that filming these types of things sort of like criticism.
Maybe time if I so and like I need to that video for you know, the church that's posting it. Oh, camera.
Yeah, yeah. If it doesn't, if people don't know it exists, obviously they're not gonna know that it fucking exists. Yeah. And if you're doing it, you're damned if you do. Once again, if you're damned eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Drama post is gonna say that, and then someone's gonna. I'm sure that like the r/YouTube drama post is gonna say that, and then someone's gonna debunk it.
Some people allege, the internet alleges, some people on the internet allege that you use philanthropy as a shield against criticism.
Yeah.
And like they say that about a lot of people, not just you, a lot of YouTubers. How would you respond to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're always gonna say that. So it is a little ironic in my case, especially I feel like towards this, it was different years ago, but these last 2 years, do you remember when I uploaded like the 8 like 2 times? I do the videos because they're just fun, and like I've always said in podcasts.
Didn't you give that to like you're always going to be making a lot of people upset no matter what,
especially at my size. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And it's like if I get 200 million views on a video, if only 1% of people are mad, that's still 2 million, which is more people mad.
I've tried to sort of clarify is like you are the guy. You're the guy, right? You're the guy. You have the highest expectations from everybody, and like people expect you to have extremely high expectations of yourself.
And I don't take that lightly.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, of course. So on to Feastables, my favorite chocolate.
It's just a simple bar of chocolate that happens to not be very good.
When you
I
guys
mean, you live in America. There's not much competition here.
Yeah, with all the allegations that have come into people's view over the last few months, people noticed that on the Feastables website, it originally said that the chocolate was child labor and slave labor free. A lot of people probably don't know that the production of chocolate is, it's difficult for it to be ethical, especially at scale. And it no longer says that on the Feastables website, and people have interpreted this to mean that your chocolate is no longer ethically sourced, and it implies that it is using child labor or slave labor. Yep. How would you respond to that?
Yeah, that one was a crazy one when I woke up and saw those videos claiming I used slave labor. What's funny is any of those creators, I'm just going to say it, you could have just literally messaged me, and I could have given you the facts, but, you know, they didn't. And so that was like a crazy few days. Like, I actually, before I go into...
I can't turn up the volume because there is no volume to turn up. It's quite literally on Caleb's end where the mic is not loud enough. If you complain about the volume one more time, I'm going to punch you in the throat.
How we do ethically source our cocoa, and these are just flat out lies. I even, when that... There's so many arcs of like allegations, that allegation arc. I even put out an Instagram story about how we ethically source our cocoa. And we even did a press release, and like I've like literally shared these things, and people still were claiming we use slave labor and just ignored it and everything. But is it fine if I just give a little bit of a longer answer on this so people truly, because I want to make sure people actually understand how ridiculous this claim is.
Yeah, I think it's also very important as well.
No, this is actually probably one of the most serious allegations of all. Like, saying we use slave labor, that's crazy.
And also, we preface this by saying that Feastables is one of the reasons that you are capable of making money on what you're doing.
Yes.
So, the ethics of that are even more important, arguably, than...
Well, and it's also hypocritical with everything I do. If I, just turn around and use slave labor, then it's like, okay, it's just, so anyways, to get into it, yes, there's a lot of unethical stuff in the sourcing of cocoa, because big chocolate just wants to buy cocoa.
Stop it, Jay. Y'all are funny. Let me focus.
Majority of the world's cocoa comes from, again, I'm going to really lay this out. I have lived and breathed this. I've visited the farms. I personally put over 1,000 hours of my own time into this. And
okay, I believe that MrBeast is not abusing children in order to make chocolate. I'm just gonna believe him. Is it false? I'm gonna wait for someone to prove it. But for now, I'm just going to believe that he is not abusing children to make chocolate.
7% of people would be like, okay, good enough. That makes sense. So like, I could have just hid behind that, but I didn't think fair trade. I don't think that's enough. And so reference price. I have one of the main drivers of child labor in cocoa is poverty. Like they don't make enough money. So you can't just go to a farmer and say, don't use child labor, because if they can't afford to pay a grown up, then you're telling them, hey, go starve. They have to make money. So one of the ways you can eliminate child labor is you have to pay a living income. So there's a thing called living income reference.
I just believe you. I just believe you.
Interview the families, interview the kids. If there are cases, remediate it, follow up, make sure the case was.
I could tell he's not lying in this because he's just yapping. My man's just like, nah.
Remediated. And it's about part of solving child labor is making sure the farmers make more money. So we also have coaches that hours a day for like months straight, like 4 or 5 months. Like, because even Soggy showed it in his video, but I'll just restate it for anyone who hasn't seen it. They're big on saying exploitation. And I don't care. And it's like, so this is why I have to do things on camera. Next time someone asks, why does he do things on camera? This is what happens when I don't. I get accused of using slave labor.
That's a crazy accusation.
A baseless accusation.
Yeah, it truly. Yeah, once again, being associated with Tony Chocolonely is like that's huge. That's
of course. Yeah. I mean, those were the first people I hit up when we were switching our supply chain over. Like, yeah,
it's cool. Now on to Lunchly.
Oh gosh.
Okay.
So,
just talk about Ava.
Friend of the show, Rosanna Pansino, happened to get a moldy Lunchly, and a couple other creators got moldy Lunchlys, and then that began the claims sprouted out of that. Yep. That Lunchly had been recalled due to those problems, due to the mold problems.
Yes.
Moldy cheese. How do you plead?
Yes. How do I plead? What am I on trial?
Yes, you are.
Well,
brother.
there was no recall.
You're on internet trial.
That's been said, which again, it's like it's so annoying.
I don't care about fucking Lunchly. And I honestly fuck them kids. All right. If a kid got Lunchly and it ate some mildew cheese, it deserved it. All right, dumbass. Lunchables is right there. All right, yeah, they're gonna hold that mold. If you over here and you see the blue mold on the cheese and you still eat it, Darwinism, dumbass. Okay, next time it might be salmonella. So you're lucky. This was a life lesson. To be honest, I don't give a fuck. I really don't.
The disinformation, man, because that makes it seem like there's an actual serious problem. Oh, we're recalling Lunchlys and there's a sign.
I'm sorry. I'm crashing. I'm crashing out, bro. If you talked about the Ava at the start of the video would not be profitable via watch time, he's still got to make it bang.
That I think Logan even did a video if you want to throw up where you adore.
I'm getting there, guys. I'm sorry. I'm losing the filter.
Like, what do we have? Why would we ship that out?
The mask is coming off.
You know what I mean? Or they're pouring up and down the line. I don't want to name specific brands because this is just the thing with us. Once it leaves your factory, it's stupid. Why would we ever let that happen? But after that point, there are it probably
comes with mold.
Yeah, exactly. When you're talking about very rare, and it's like I bet you if you trace most of those cases, it'd be things like
mask is.
I mean, it could even be like someone's refrigerator cut out, or they when they put it in their car, they threw it in their car, and then you know what I mean? Like they're just I can't control these things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean mitigation.
I don't care. I don't care about the phrasing. I said it. I said what I said. I said what I said.
It's just there isn't. We literally everything with cheese and meat that we use.
Logan Paul had a moment on Twitter where he basically did that exact same thing.
I'm running this stuff, but if there's anyone who thinks anything they can educate me on or we're missing,
it's super important to me. And there was a video that the actual misinformation stuff that bothers me outside of YouTube drama nonsense because it's hard to feel like it's I don't know it's a strange world being in YouTube just in general. I know you're very well aware of that, but
that's an understatement.
Yeah, but seeing somebody like Logan Paul with so much influence and you guys promoting Lunchly and somebody like Logan Paul acting as if you can find lead, traceable amounts of lead in a metal detector. with like that. That's just there's misinformation from like both sides. You know what I mean? And for someone like me, I find that to be very important. I did make a video about that.
Yeah.
And the same thing you're saying about the mold, giving Lunchly the benefit of the doubt. It's important to do that across the board. I feel like so. Which you didn't make the claim that there's no lead. In
I
Lunchly.
honestly, I know what video you're talking about. This is what I'm too ignorant on what that machine does, so I don't.
Yeah.
I'd have to.
We've got the same one. It detects metal. Every product, like Feastables, has lead in it. All cacao has lead in it. Anything that comes from the earth has lead in it. It's very difficult to get lead out of things, and like the lead that they measure for is parts per billion. So like you can't detect it. You're not going to find like a little chunk of lead.
This is where you're in a different league than me. I'm so ignorant on this.
It's important though. I mean, it's really important to note that because it's like it's just like you said. Use the word ignorant. It is really ignorant to it's just as ignorant for people to say Lunchly's got mold in it that it is for people to say that Lunchables or the other brand has lead in it.
It's not everyone listening. What's a different word for SKU? They might not know what that means. Next
Iteration.
The next one
Flavor.
We're thinking. I don't think they would care if I said like maybe like grilled chicken nuggets with maybe it's like
Some kind of sign or
for him. But for the context around it.
Okay, this was a question.
Truth response. And that this feel like is really important. It is. Thing that and were you aware that he was a
There we go.
conspiracy with it?
There we fucking go.
Registered sex offender.
No, I'm very excited.
Leaps and
I'm
bounds
like
better.
I want it out so badly, but it's probably going to be early next year.
Okay.
I'm very excited for it.
Yeah. People allege that you hired a registered sex offender named Delaware. There's a big whole conspiracy with it. Why did you hire Delaware? And were you aware that he was a sex offender before you hired him? By the way, to preface this question, this is something that I think a lot of people probably feel like is really important. It is. So that in mind, that this is one of the most important things to me. I would love to hear the full truth response from you in regard to this.
Yeah, and I'm excited to put it out there because I think what people are envisioning is completely different than what actually happened. Yes, I did hire him, but for the context around it, I hired him when I was 19, so I was a teenager. And this is kind of leans a little bit into what we were talking before. This is back when it was just a couple of my friends from high school, my mom. My videos were getting bigger. I needed more help. And so I walked in because I'm dumb. Like I probably should have gone on some site and hired people who had production experience, but
No, you aren't dumb. That's fine. Okay. People put people on small businesses. You're not running fucking background checks on people when you have like a 3-4 man crew. Okay. You're not dumb. That was normal shit. If you accidentally did not know that this guy was a registered sex offender when you hired him, that's not on fucking you when you first started it. Okay. The question is when you found out, what happened next? That's the question.
instead I walked into my local Best Buy and I just hired multiple people. Obviously, when I was a teenager, I didn't know what a background check was. And
it's not crazy.
I hired a couple people there that wanted to help me make videos. One of them was the person named Delaware. And no, I did not know he was a registered sex offender. There's a rumor that's gone around that said that he sat me and my mom down and told us. Obviously, I don't remember that happening. And when I read that tweet, the first thing I did was I called my mom and I was like, hey, this is like 7 or 8 years ago. Just put this in context. 7 or 8 years ago.
He said, I don't remember that happening. Just say it didn't happen. I would remember if I had a conversation and someone told me, hey, by the way, I'm a registered sex offender. But just say that. Come on. Okay, continue.
Not indicative of my company today, but I was like, did this happen? Because someone's claiming this happened. My mom said, I would have literally quit or honestly probably shut the business down before I ever let my teenage son hire a registered sex offender knowingly,
sure.
Which I have a very protective mom. So, I mean, even if you don't believe me, you should at least believe that. I feel like it's not absurd to believe that my mom wouldn't have knowingly let her teenage son hire a registered sex offender. Like, that just doesn't even, like, in what world does that even make sense?
Yeah.
It's like that just, I mean, that's just not even rooted in reality. So, but yeah, it's just an unfortunate thing that happened. Not that this, I take accountability. Yes, if I could go back in time, I would tell teenage me, hey, you're supposed to do background checks. 19-year-old me, he stared at retention charts all day. He obsessed over YouTube videos. He didn't know anything about running a business. Like, I can't fully put myself in the mind of me 7 years ago, but I'm sure teenage me also thought like, hey, Best Buy is worth tens of billions of dollars in a big corporation. Like, they also didn't do background checks. And like, I probably thought like, oh.
No one is going on Jimmy about not doing the background check. People are going on Jimmy about, were you ever aware? And I think the part where he's saying, like if someone said, did you have a conversation where someone sat down and told you it was a registered sex offender? My answer would not be, I don't remember that. My answer would be like, fuck no. There's no fucking no. It would be a absolute hell no. Like that would be my. It wouldn't be like I can't remember. First of all, that's a question. That's something that you would never forget. That's not something that I don't know if I've had. No, that's something that quite literally doesn't escape, the frontal cortex. So saying I can't remember, you literally just say absolutely hell no, right? Never happened. Whoever made that lie can go kick rocks, right? That would be the answer of somebody. So to be like, I'm not sure. I don't remember that. I don't like that answer, but we'll continue.
I'm hiring from this big business. It's probably fine. You know what I mean? Or maybe I didn't put much thought into it because I was just making videos. But regardless, we do background checks now, and we do these things. I've been doing it for a long time, and it's just an unfortunate thing. But I just for context, though, just to give to a lot of people.
Yeah, why was he wearing the mask, I suppose?
I called after that stuff came out, too, because I was just curious. I called, I don't know the exact number, maybe 24 YouTubers. And I asked them, do you guys do background checks? And I think a dozen of those YouTubers have more than 10 employees. And
none of them did
only
it.
2 of the 24 YouTubers I called do them. 6 of them were I don't even know how to do a background check. You know what I mean? And they all had employees. So I do, not that I'm not trying to deflect anything or whatever. I'm just trying to give context. It's it is a little much to just think that 19-year-old me was just supposed to know that and have this knowledge.
That's not the question.
And it's unfortunate. And like I said,
yeah. And to be fair, I keep saying that you're the guy. Back then, you weren't the guy.
I was not the guy.
So
calling what I had back then a company was
no, don't switch.
pretty,
Don't stop.
generous.
That was the boy. You were the boy.
That was the boy. And but yeah, now I have hundreds of employees. We obviously have rigorous standards for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and to speak on that as well, we do background checks for everyone who works at our we have 2, a video game development company and a candy company. Obviously, both those background checks. But my YouTube channel,
please follow up.
I think I've hired 2 people from Indeed. Both of them have been given background checks, and everybody else.
Did you background check this guy?
Nope, I've known him for 7 years.
Okay.
Now on to Jake Weddle.
Yes.
All right.
No. Oh, Fupa. That's it. Man, there was way too much to go in on there, bro. I feel like we're all thinking it, right? This. I feel like we're all thinking it, right, chat? It's not like this was a hard question. This was not a hard, follow-up. We're all thinking it. Who is Delaware? When did you find out? What did you do when you found out? Do you have somebody that can corroborate when you found out? Why was he wearing a mask? Did other people know? When did people discover that he was a registered sex? When? If Dogpack 404 knew, who else knew? And when? Why is he not asking all of these follow-ups? this was a question that needed to be pushed so much, man. Damn. Why no pushback on Delaware? And why the emphasis on hiring Delaware? The emphasis on hiring Delaware, right? That the emphasis on him hiring Delaware and be like, oh yeah, I'm sorry. You know, like, I was a stupid kid that didn't know about no one honestly cares if you accidentally hired it. No one. To be honest, Jimmy, if you accidentally hired a sex offender while you were 19, no one is going to no one is. If anyone would attack Jimmy, 19-year-old Jimmy, for accidentally hiring somebody who was a registered sex offender because he didn't do it back, no one. But he kept making it seem like, yeah, I know that was my fault. That was my bad. No, like literally, that's a non-issue. There's zero people on the internet saying that 19-year-old Jimmy should have did a background check when he only had 4 or 5 people. It just fucking sucks. You might go into a crew and create something with 5 friends and don't realize one of your friends is garbage. It is what it is. But so that wasn't the point. Man, I don't like that. I don't like that, chat. That was a very important topic. It was very, he even led up, talked about how important it was, and I just don't like it. I don't like it. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed. Because we're all thinking it. We're all thinking it. Right? We're all thinking it. He didn't ask because then Jimmy wouldn't do the interview, probably. I don't know. I know Caleb's thinking it. Were there questions he wasn't allowed to ask? I know there was no NDA, but I don't know what to make of that situation. There was too many questions left with the Delaware, and it was such a big focal point. It's like they spent 40 minutes talking about Feastables and Lunchleys and the philanthropy. Like 40 minutes they gassed us out on that, and then we only get 2 minutes on Delaware.
Other guy,
an entire dog pack
checks, and everybody else.
Did you background check this guy?
Nope, I've known him for 7 years.
Okay.
Now on to Jake Weddle.
Yes.
All right. Another guy.
An entire dog pack video.
Yeah, dude. He also has a mullet mustache as well. I'm not sure if you know. There's an interview with a former employee and contestant named Jake Weddle in which he alleges inhumane treatment on set, even war crimes. Use the turn of phrase war crimes. How do you respond to these allegations, and do you plan on putting procedures in place to make sure this doesn't happen again?
Yeah. Glad I can talk about this one. So I think I should set the floor because maybe not everyone here fully even knows what the challenge was or anything.
So MrBeast just said something very interesting here. Did you guys catch that?
Talk about this one. So
to make sure this doesn't happen again.
Yeah. Glad I can talk about this one.
So him saying I can talk about this one implies that Oompa might have asked some questions where MrBeast said I can't talk about one. That implies that there is probably was some questions that he could not answer. And there might be cut it or deleted scenes. Okay, this is not just all raw. And then he might have to plead the fifth for some, or he might not be able to talk about certain ones. And that's fair. It's just, I just wish like the question could be like, hey, and he could be like, I actually can't go further, or I can't talk about this one. Like, hey, I have more questions about the Delaware stuff. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't talk more about this one. So, damn it. I really wanted to know more about the Delaware situation, because that's one of the big hot topics for me was his involvement and like LaCoya Hill, and find out that there was a lot of shady people within the business running the business, and then people finding out whether it happened or not, and just being okay with it, just being like, well, yeah, we know it's a thing, but we're not. That's the one. That was the one. And the non going into that point makes that part feel more likely that it happened, right? When we spend 2 minutes on Delaware, but we spend 40 minutes on Lunchley and Feastables. Okay.
I think I should set the floor because maybe not everyone here fully even knows what the challenge was or anything. So, yeah, I think it would make sense to. So, for the Weddle video, Jake Weddle was the person who competed in one of my videos. The video was we built a room in our studio, and then the challenge was every day you live in this room, you win $10,000. And then it was like kind of like a white padded room. There's like a pool table, a bed in there, bunch of other items, blah blah. And let me just gather my thoughts on this one. How do I want to say? I think the best way to talk about this is to also talk about how we did similar videos with other people. Because one of the things is like multiple people can do the same thing and experience it differently. That's what's a little tricky about these like
very true.
contestants-based videos. I can never know 100% how something's going to affect someone, right? So similar to the Weddle video, I just want to lay the foundation before we go in specifically to that. Similar to that, we also did a video where we put did you see the video where we put 2 people in a room, Bailey and Susie, 100 days trapped together? So one thing that Weddle struggled with was the lights being on, and he mentioned that in the video. But Bailey and Susie, on day 20 of 100 Day Trapped Together, I offered to turn the lights off for part of their prize pool. And they said no. And like the lights wasn't, I mean, I'm sure it was difficult, but it wasn't like that big of a difficulty for them. And so it's like something for them that's not that big of a difficulty. For other people can be, challenging and hard. And like what I'm trying to say is you never know how someone's going to react to something, right? It's impossible to fully predict. And so that's one of these variables of these challenges, which is why we give people the ability to quit, you know what I mean, or to leave at any point. And so in his video, he went 11 days, won $110,000, right? I believe it was 11 days. Yeah. Yes. And then he decided to quit on that day. And, he mentions this in his video, like around day 11 or 12. I don't know what the day is off the top of my head, but he was struggling. And so we did turn off the lights. We sent a psychiatrist in there to check in on him. And we were like, yeah, he's not doing too well. And we ended the challenge and we paid him. Didn't go long enough where we got a video, so we didn't end up uploading it. But I think the big thing is just that's why we allow people to leave these challenges. Like my goal when doing these obviously isn't to like, break people mentally or push them past their limits. It's just to like create an environment where they can challenge themselves and do something interesting or cool. And then when they've had it, like leave,
So it's interesting. The perception, and I don't know if MrBeast is actually talking. Hopefully Caleb talks about this, right? MrBeast is saying that I'm just creating an environment where people can kind of basically push themselves as much as possible. And then when they can't take anymore, they can get out and they can be rewarded for it. The conversation that happens online is when you put people who need money in situations where they need money, you're dangling a carrot in front of a starved horse. And sometimes that starved horse will end up killing itself trying to chase after this carrot because of how hungry they are. That was a good analogy, man. I'm a genius, man. Here's me, MrBeasting myself and glazing myself. In case you missed it, MrBeast reference. Anyway, the whole point is that MrBeast is talking about it from a perspective where it's just a contest and they can just go, and then we're good and we're gone and we're good, not realizing the power of money, like the ability to dangle life-changing money over someone and how that can affect someone who's poor. It is not just only a, hey, I'm going to do this until I can survive kind of thing. There's also the pressure of people being on here and being like, if I don't keep going or if I quit early, then I'm going to let the entire production team down. There's more elements to it. And I'm not sure if he's had this talk or this conversation where it's just not that cut and dry. That's all. There are plenty of contests, by the way. This MrBeast is not the first one to do this, to put people in challenging, difficult situations that can break them, right? There's plenty of TV shows that do this. I think, though, it's just important to be aware of the concept of how leveraging money over poor people makes them do things that they probably wouldn't normally do. and they could actually end up hurting themselves in the process. There's a lot of liability to it. It's not as simple as like, hey, how many push-ups can you do? And for every push-up you get $100. Like, oh, I can't do any push-ups. Boom. Like some people will push themselves past the limits and then, create, permanent damage to themselves in the pursuit of trying to secure life-changing money. I think that's what Jake Weddle had said. So I wonder if Caleb is going to touch upon this, because I do understand Mr. Beast's perspective where it just seems like you can just quit. You can just walk away. You can just fucking walk away. But it's not that simple either.
You know what I mean? So I guess that's kind of how I would describe it. I mean, what are your thoughts on what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think
I think that makes sense. It's important to note that it's also voluntary.
It's a voluntary challenge. You can leave at any
paid
point.
exponential amounts of money.
Yeah.
And after all that stuff came out, and he sort of made the claims of how he was mistreated, etc. You reached out to him after the fact as well.
Yeah. I mean, now that I didn't want to bring that kind of stuff up, but yeah, also off camera after he made that video, I reached out and was like, hey man, like obviously we weren't trying to cause you any mental stress with that video or anything, and is there any way I can help? And I ended up, he seemed like he really needed some financial help, so I ended up sending him $50,000 completely off camera or anything. I mean, he talked about it publicly so people know, but yeah, I just wanted to make sure he was good.
Oh wow, you took money from Mr. Beast after all that stuff you said? Yeah, this money, this $50,000. Well, first,
personal anecdote. I'm sorry what happened with Jake Weddle. If he really felt like he, went through a process here. Something about turning your misfortune with what happened with Mr. Beast into trying to push and create a channel doesn't sit well with me. There's so much conflict of interest going here. I feel like there's so much, right? It's very clear that we're trying to capitalize off of this. I know he already had his channel. I know, but like I don't know if you guys understand what I'm saying here, and maybe this is me having an L take, but something about it doesn't feel authentic. That's all. If something doesn't feel authentic, and maybe I have an L take, and if there's an L take for me, then I'll take it. But it doesn't smell right. That's all I'm trying to say. It doesn't smell right, and I could just be off. But yeah, I ain't keeping no mask on. I'm being fucking real with you guys. It doesn't smell right, but I don't know what I don't know how to verbalize it.
first of all, you're going to tax it. So let's say it's more like $30,000.
Yeah, I mean that's good. That's good. Yeah, cool. Yeah, it's to me that one's interesting because it's just a sort of a voluntary challenge and it's difficult to
I mean, I'll take the L if it's an L. I don't mind taking L's.
Right?
You know, it's fine.
And the comparison of that to like war crimes, fairly tone deaf.
Yeah,
to compare it,
yeah.
that's a ridiculous thing to say.
Yeah,
I'm okay with taking a few L's. That's life.
Yeah, we can move on from that.
No, Opie, that's it. That's all you had to say. Even Mr. Beast gave him an opportunity. Mr. Beast said, "What do you think about that?" He gave him the opportunity to say the context of what we were just going through. The arguments that's being pushed online. Oh man, won't be baby. You still my baby. Don't worry. You still my boy. You always be my boy. But man, tell me something happened. Tell me there was a gun. Tell me they had your guns. Tell me they had your girlfriend or fiance at gunpoint. Just tell me that, and then well, you can't tell me, you know. But okay.
There was litigation found against you surrounding Beast Games, your show on Amazon, in regard to unsafe workplace conditions, and a bunch of talk of, files and videos and images and everything being sent to the documentary.
Guys, I'm going to say this with like 100% honesty. I promise you guys, Caleb is not getting paid. Okay, I know the meme. He's not. There's no way. Someone who's worked his ass off to build an audience with his crew, with his somebody who cares about his content this much. If you've watched Oompaville, okay, he has put in a lot of time and energy. He would not sacrifice his he would not accept money or payment. Okay, that's just not happening. Maybe he is being a little bit soft with him. That one maybe, but I promise you the fuck that he is not accepting any kind of monetization and getting some kickback from MrBeast. There's no way in fucking hell that someone that worked his ass off this much to create his audience would ever do something to jeopardize it. I assure you. This is from creator to creator when you just know shit, right? Like he's not like that. I don't know about these other guys, but not Oompy.
And all this shit coming out in regard to the Beast Game show on Amazon. Yeah. What is the litigation that found against you?
You know how litigation is. Obviously, yeah. I'm not allowed to talk about it, which is a little. There's a lot of things I want to say here, so this is good. Trying to think specifically on the lawsuit that. So for context, if people have 5 anonymous Beast Game employees, or not employees, 5 anonymous Beast Game contestants submitted a lawsuit, and
I'm curious about the Beast
sent
Games.
it to the press, but conveniently all the actual claims are redacted, blacked out, so you can't actually see it. And I'm not allowed to disclose what's behind those black lines. But, Beast Games, we had 1,000 people. We were doing big stuff. And just like with my normal videos, I'm not trying to say, everything went great. One thing that happened when we were filming one part of Beast Games is, you remember CrowdStrike? That was pretty brutal. We had the most contestants of any game show in history together. That was weirdly... God hates me during the CrowdStrike accident. And so as we're eliminating hundreds of people and trying to get them home.
I did watch Jake Weddle's video. I watched all his videos.
Down, hotel room keys aren't working. And that created a lot of confusion and that caused a lot of problems in our systems. And that was pretty brutal. And they're I'm not trying to just disavow everything. You know what I mean? There was one woman who, when we were filming, we had obviously tons of feminine care products and stuff like that. But there was one woman who was allergic to the feminine care products, and we didn't have allergen-free ones like tampons and pads. And she told someone, I don't know who she told, I haven't been able to find it, but I believe that she did, that she was allergic, and they didn't obviously do the logical thing, which is tell us or just drive to the local Walmart and buy some and give it to her. And so she wasn't able to get, feminine care products in a reasonable amount of time, which is unacceptable. And so I learned a lot of little things like that, but I think in general, a lot of it has just been blown out of proportion. People have claimed we didn't use unions because I didn't want to pay people fair money, when that was just a flat out lie. We did use unions, and that there are dozens of broken bones, and which is crazy to think that I'd be 10 people broke their bones, let's keep filming. You know what I mean? That doesn't even make sense. After that claim came out, we literally called 1,950 contestants of the 2,000. We couldn't get a hold of all 2,000. I couldn't find a single broken bone. Yeah, online it's being claimed there's dozens. there's so much or even disinformation like that being spread. So which makes it hard for me to just come out and talk about things like the pad thing and other things where, we did mess up on little things, and there are definitely things we could have done better. But then there's just it's mixed in with
So it sounds like there are some fuck ups, but it's being greatly exaggerated, and some of them are also just made up. This lawsuit though of 5 women from MrBeast Games coming out, it wasn't just the tampon. There was also sexual assault claims, and saying that they were harassed by MrBeast employees and also coerced into engaging with them. So
all these crazy, outrageous claims, and it's just so.
What about you not paying people?
We did, but yeah, that's something people like to leave out. We gave everyone who showed up. You could literally show up, and then a second later leave and receive $2,000, which with 2,000 contestants, that's $4 million.
Yeah.
And we told everyone they were going to get $0. This is something This is the damned if you do, damned if you don't. So we told everyone, no guaranteed money if you show up. I'm glad you asked this. No guaranteed money if you show up. Like you can walk away with $0. But then we, I wanted to surprise everyone. Gave them each $2,000, $4 million, which it's a lot of money. I could have gone and just bought a mansion instead of doing that. But what's even crazier is then people tried to, not like the contestants, but the internet, their theories, tried to frame that as hush money. Like I gave them all $2,000 to like make them happy because we didn't tell them beforehand, like to surprise them as they got eliminated. And then people are like, you just did that because of hush money. And I'm like, what does that even mean? Like, I also didn't give them like legal paperwork tied.
So this is going to be the first time I'm actually going to try to be in the mind of MrBeast. And my guess is, obviously he's not perfect and there's going to be fuck ups in the operations of stuff that he's creating. That's just fucking normal, right? It sounds like to me though that the loudest things and the things that he's most pissed off is the disinformation and the lies, right? And it's the loudest, right? It would be the thing that pisses me off the most, right? If people came out here and said you were doing shit that you did not do 100%, and it was like getting hundreds of thousands of like likes and tweets, right? Then I would spend the majority of my time trying to figure out how to just disprove and debunk all this bullshit, because it sounds like there's a lot of bullshit. So I'd be pissed off. I'd be pissed off. There's a lot of just fucking lies just floating around and people are pushing them as fact. And that would be where my brain is. My brain probably would not actually be focused on the actual claims, the actual reality of the situation, the actual feelings that Jack Weddle would be feeling as a contestant being dangled with money. That's probably where my brain wouldn't be. So I think he's speaking from I'm not saying he's probably a self-absorbed person, but also he's probably so brain rotted with the negative tones and voices that's the only thing that he can try to figure out how to fix and filter out. Which is why it feels like he's downplaying everything, because he's so hyper focused on the things that he knows aren't true that he's not actually able to, I don't know. Maybe I'm psychoanalyzing him incorrectly, but it's loud. If someone's yelling at you like falsity is very loud, and there's a lot of it, that shit probably consumes you and takes priority over the actual legitimate claims. So, yeah.
With it, like that says it was just like completely baseless. It just shows like how crazy people go with the conspiracy theories.
Yeah, Jimmy might be out of touch. Let me be frank. He might be out of touch, but like being out of touch doesn't make you a bad person. That's not something that you cancel somebody for. If Jimmy doesn't recognize how money can affect a person, he's not a bad person because he's out of touch. That's something he might need to be educated on. That might be something that he needs to be presented for, that he can think about or whatever. But that one, no. Again, the most serious accusations was the Delaware one that I really wanted to know more about, and the Ava Chris Tyson situation in the group chat. I think those are like the two biggest ones for real. In the Beast Games, the women who are suing for potential sexual misconduct, that's also important as well. Those are three big ones that hopefully we get to cover in this last 20 minutes.
And everything like that. But no, we did pay everyone $2,000. And on top of that, we gave away more money than any competition show in history. I mean, we had the largest cash prize in history, and top of millions upon millions upon. Like throughout the show, we literally give away like 8 figures, tens of millions of dollars. So it's like, I do all this, and normal competition shows don't even pay anyone except for the grand prize. Mm-hmm. So it's like, it's just, once again, it's like funny because people actually compared it to reality. It's just not even.
Yeah, it's very.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of wild shit. How do you feel after all this stuff? This is the first time you've been able to really speak in a broad, sweeping way about all the allegations and everything negative that's happened over the last couple months. Yeah. What do you think your biggest mistakes were over the last 4 months?
You already know what I'm about to say. We've hit it a couple of times. I wish right after we dropped the results of that investigation, I could talk a couple weeks ago. I wish I just instantly did this. Sorry, I have a little bit of a cold. The thing is, I've just never been in a controversy like this before. So I
Sure, that's
I mean,
fair.
this isn't even a controversy. This is like 100
This is
controversies.
bad, yeah.
So I truthfully, I just was also just ignorant on how to handle these kinds of things.
That's fine. That's fine.
It's been a good learning experience for me. You know, I definitely realized like me just sitting on a couch addressing a camera on serious things, like just not my style. I put a lot of time into like trying to figure out how to, you know, not just be weird. I like this more like conversational where you can also ask follow-up questions and it feels a little more
I will say, from a PR perspective, this is very good because the humanification of MrBeast has been something that's been missing for a while. A lot of people dehumanize MrBeast because of how he looks or his facial expressions or his still images. They're like, well, why does he smile like that? Why does he look like that? Why is his eyes glazed out like he has no soul? What? And it's all performative behind the cameras, though. So it's nice to get alive Jimmy, you know, Chipmunk Jimmy is nice. I like Chipmunk Jimmy here. This is good for his image. The whole point though is just whether or not someone can debunk any of his lies. That's the key here. His post interview. Now with all this said, is he cooked or is he walking away scot-free and he's not cooked?
real, you know what I mean? And like it's just so in the future I'll probably like if there's stuff like this I'll probably just do something like this, you know what I mean? Or not. I don't know. If people throw out much more baseless claims, I also don't want to set the precedent where every time I have to come on here. So, you know, give or take. But yeah, honestly, I just kind of wish I did this sooner.
And I think it's something that's really important to note as well. People are gonna be like, "Well, he's media trained. He's got a PR team. He's a genius. He's gonna walk circles around you. He's gonna manipulate you. He's the Antichrist. He's the fucking devil horns guy." But like,
he's a regular nigga.
you know,
He really is. To be
I'm
honest,
asking questions.
I can tell
That my team and I wrote based on information that's publicly available. And the assumption is after this, you're going to send receipts to back up any additional questions we have in the post process. You know, so that's what's huge. Like I'm not trying to like debate necessarily.
I mean, there were definitely a couple things you asked me that I'm a little uncomfortable with. Like,
I can tell. Yeah,
I was. But yeah, I mean, if that's what the internet wants to know, then I just want to give them what they have, so I can just wake up and, you know, obsess over making the best videos possible and
that's
that
fine.
kind of stuff, like I used to in the good old days, aka 4 months ago.
the good old days.
What I want people to, because I get a sense you're winding things down. I just want to make very clear though, like I'm not perfect, and I don't want people to think I'm trying to give off this impression you can't criticize me. There are things I've done in my life you can criticize me for. It's just this whole last couple months is a little unfortunate because they're like these things where, you know, sure, I do deserve criticism, but then it's shrouded by these other disinformation, all these things that are just being stretched and blown out of proportion.
That's what I was just saying.
Like that.
Yeah, so that's.
I just want to say I'm not perfect. I'm going to make mistakes, even though I've done this thing here, and we're addressing a lot of things. Like I'm sure in the future I'll make more mistakes as well. Like that's just the nature of, you know, you really have to just put yourself in the position of like we're doing things that have never been done before. I'm like, who's even built a company this large on YouTube? Like everything I'm doing, from the videos to the spectacles to the building of the company, it's really never been done before. And your boy is going to make mistakes. And, you know, one thing I hope my track record shows is when I'm become aware of mistakes, I do everything in my power to try to fix them. You know what I mean? And I hope that's what my track record shows. And that's what I hope people take away from it. Not that I'm like perfect or I never did anything wrong. That just like, yeah, I mess up, and when I do, I try to fix it, you know?
And if you had like a final message for critics and fans, what would the final message for critics be? I
think honestly what I just said there. I mean,
that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. And then your people who you know still, I guess there's not really a reason, they don't know.
Why are we wrapping up?
Your fans, they don't really care.
I mean, yeah, I'd love to see what they think of this.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like we hit everything. I mean, you hit the Delaware thing because I saw that a lot, and
what do you mean we hit the Delaware thing? That was only for 2 minutes.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about it. There's nothing where I'm like, oh, we didn't hit this. Like, I think this should give people the answers they're looking for, and I feel better doing it.
Even the Soggy stuff today, I mean, that's about as fresh as it gets.
Yeah.
In terms of.
Yeah, I mean, just throw it up. Just upload this thing raw. Just throw it up there. Get this turned around before something else drops. It's like, oh, why did they talk about that?
Good point. Yeah.
Cool.
Cool.
Thank you.
That sounds good.
I'm gonna show him episode 1 of Beast Games.
Okay.
December 19th. I'm kidding. Is that an inappropriate way to end it?
I feel like that's pretty Mr. Beast build. That last part was completely wrong. We did miss a few questions, and I called Jimmy the next morning to get clarification on a few more things, specifically Ava Shadman and some more of the crypto allegations. Here is that footage. We'll talk a little bit about Ava Tyson and specifically the Shadman stuff. I know we talked about the third-party investigation, which found no wrongdoing in like a legal sense from that perspective. A thing that
we're gonna listen to this. How do you not talk about the Ava situation? Like, how is that not there? How is the conversation of the conversation of the chat, the group chat that got leaked?
Ava Tyson and specifically the Shadman stuff. I know we talked about the third-party investigation, which found no wrongdoing in like a legal sense from that perspective. A thing that a lot of people care about is Shadman's a fucking freak and is a disgusting person. Did you know about the painting in? Did you know about that? Have you ever interacted with Shadman before? Like, what is your relation to that, and specifically that relationship between Shadman and Ava Tyson and you?
Yeah, no, that's actually a good follow-up question. So this is what it was like. I don't remember 7, 8 years ago. Back then, I used to have like a bunch of anime posters up on the wall. I'm just like set a foundation for context. We used to have a bunch of anime posters and things like that on our wall in the house. And one day, Ava put up this poster that was like an animated character holding a fidget spinner and a gun. Admittedly, it was a weird image. I didn't know who made it. You know, I just kind of assumed it was a meme. I obviously did not know who Shadman was. I've never spoken with Shadman. I did not buy the poster or commission it or anything. And yeah, I mean, to be honest, I didn't really think too much of it because we just had like a lot of anime posters and things up, and it was an animated character that was clothed, obviously. And yeah, knowing what I know about Shadman now, it was a very weird thing to buy. I'm not really sure why she bought it, to be frank. And yeah, I mean, I wish I could give more details. I mean, this was so long ago. Obviously, I don't know the like exact thoughts going through my head, but I just remember, like, I agree, it is a little bit of a weird poster, but I also think like, you know, I had like Naruto posters up, or I had like Code Geass posters, like random animes I used to watch, and like, you know,
He said, now my anime head's coming out. He said he had Code Geass and Naruto posters. So there's a good chance that MrBeast was just a fucking anime normie. Okay, if you got Code Geass and Naruto posters up, he might have been an anime normie. Not like it sounds like he might not have been lost in the sauce of the weird anime shit. He might have been one of the mainstream anime persons. I don't know. What you think? I don't know.
I never like reversed image searching.
Anya senses it. If we had Anya, she would be able to tell.
Googled, who made this Code Geass anime poster that's sitting on the wall or whatever.
Actually, to be honest, Code Geass is a self snitch. If he had a Code Geass up there, that means this nigga probably personified Lelouch. Actually, sorry, MrBeast, you just snitched yourself. It's now I know the truth. If Lelouch was your champion, then you are the ultimate gaslighter. Okay, you were playing 4D chess. It's too late. Can't trust him. You can't trust somebody whose favorite anime. And Code Geass is goated. It's good. It's a good anime to have. But You got a poster of Lelouch? That means you're a gaslighter. It means you are a gaslighter. I'm sorry. I don't make up the rules. I'm sorry, Mr. Beast, bro. I can't believe anything you say now.
I don't. I don't. Your first instincts when you just see a poster is not to just go, "Who made that?" and deep dive them. So
yeah, are they a pedophile? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, but yeah, I agree. It's her buying it is very weird, and I obviously, if I had known what I know now, I would have been like, "What the actual fuck?"
Yeah, that's fair. Because I also, after all this stuff, I didn't know who Shadman was. I've heard of him a little.
Code Geass is in my top 10 too. But my number one anime is Hunter x Hunter. So you guys know that makes me a pretty chill guy, for real, for real. I'm a good boy. Hunter x Hunter's my favorite one. So you guys know me. I passed the vibe check.
A little bit on Twitter and shit, but I didn't know. Total ignorance there. So okay, and that's just one that's important, people, because that's fucked up. That guy is disgusting. And people.
Sorry, important to point out though, but Mr. Beast said, "Can we play Balatro after this?" No, I'm taking my ass to bed, bro. It's fucking 1 a.m. What the hell? Y'all all need to go to bed. I might play Balatro after this actually on my phone. So important to say, Mr. Beast said, "I have had no interactions with him. Don't know the guy, never commissioned him. This is information that can be debunked if it was true or not." But he's just like, yeah, I'm not familiar with the dude. That's, to be honest, I wasn't either. When they were talking about Shadman, I was like, who the hell is a Shadman? What's a Shadman? And people on my YouTube thing was like, they were like, Omni doesn't know what Shadman is? And I'm like, how the heck do you expect me to know everything that always happens on the internet kind of thing? And I didn't even know who Shadman was. And then when people started pointing him out and I started looking into it, I was like, well, damn, that's the guy. No, I seen that poster and it would immediately be questionable. Really? Oh, I don't know. I'm also the guy that I'm also the guy that made a video talking about how Lola Bunny. I made a video saying that I would do questionable things to Lola Bunny. I did. I said it. I still mean it. I still would. So I'm a little weird, I'm a little weird in that kind of way. People might connect the dots to that and be like, but look, listen, if Lola Bunny was here, I'm gonna holler. I'm not gonna say no. I'm not gonna say no. All right, Space Jam Lola Bunny. Not gonna say no.
People do care. It's like you've got pedo art. And you were saying you didn't know. That's it's disgusting. Fucking Shadman is a freak. So okay, you said that I was manipulated by Dogpack. But before that, you said that you DM'd some commentary guys or some YouTubers like evidence of like the Delaware stuff, basically context. And I just wanted to know. So you did reach out to me. We talked a little bit in the very beginning. It wasn't like we were friends or anything like that. But it was very short, and like I just wanted to know why you didn't give me that stuff or provide me with any information when I was the biggest channel platforming Dogpack. I think that I would have taken it as my responsibility to I hope people would believe that I want to do what's truthful and I want to show the actual facts of a situation. I don't just want to like shit on Mr. Beast for the.
Listen, I cosplayed as Hisoka because I think Hisoka's a very excellent bad guy. Hunter x Hunter is my favorite anime, and I think Hisoka's a very excellent bad guy. And I wanted to show off my 6-pack. Okay, I don't support or condone his actions, but I think he's a pretty cool bad guy. So, I'm just going to shut up and tell you. That's it. Oh, wait. No, the answer is I didn't even know. To be honest, what do you mean? What do you mean that Hisoka's a bad person? I didn't even know. Man, that's crazy. No idea.
For the sake of shitting on Mr. Beast, I just wanted to know why early on you didn't provide me I guess specifically, why wasn't that? Did you think I was a controlled op? I would have gladly seen whatever you would have shown.
That's actually A great question. I mean, we did have a call. I called you after the videos and I told you and explained to you a lot of things that weren't true. You're right. I didn't send you that Delaware photo. I guess I might not have even had that photo at the time because I think I literally called you right after you posted.
Yeah.
But I did tell you a lot of things weren't true and explain a lot of things. I mean, but yeah, agreed. I'm not throwing you under the bus. I didn't send you any cold hard evidence. Maybe I guess I was a little hesitant because you did speak with him and it did seem like you were going a little easy on him. So I guess I didn't fully know.
You got the treatment too, brother.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I don't know. I mean, I did send it to people. Why I didn't send that to you? Honestly, I don't really know, to be honest.
Yeah, it's fair, and it's just because I would have appreciated is all I'm saying because like in the very beginning I did genuinely believe that I like the idea of whistleblowers. I think people should be able to criticize the guy. You're the guy. We said that a lot yesterday, and you did refute a lot of stuff, but there was just I didn't get any sort of evidence or anything like that. It's just. I think it's a lot of.
I don't think Oompa being friendly towards MrBeast is a problem. If I interviewed MrBeast and talked about the things that we did, I'd still be friendly with him. But it'd be more like a real talk, bro. Can we just bypass the bullshit? That's what I was saying. All right, so no bullshit. Can you tell me about Delaware? No bullshit. And like, sure. And then yeah, no bullshit. What's up? Did you know? Nah, I didn't know. But you did. No one found out. When did you find out? Then what did you do? It would be much more of a straightforward like a conversation that we're having, type of thing. And I think Caleb did his best to kind of be professional, and then led him a little bit too as well to kind of make him feel comfortable. But I'd just be like, yo, Jimmy, real talk with me, brother. Like, did you know or did you not know? And how come other people knew? Why was his face shown? All right, I mean, you know how that comes off to people, right? Like, I'd hit them with the normal shit because that's how people start talking for real. I'm not saying I would do better than Oompy. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all. I think what he did was very difficult, interviewing the biggest YouTuber in the world and trying to be objective. It's a lose-lose, but I mean, he's going to obviously get like, the views for it and everything, but he obviously wanted to do his best. I think he did try to do his best, and I still stand with Oompy, but I think he was just too chill of a guy. But I still stand with Oompy. I still love my boy.
A lot of this mistake.
Yeah, I think in my head is I just called you, was like, hey, off the top of my dome, here's a bunch of things that aren't true, and then you just said, hey, you probably did say something along the lines of I need evidence, and then at the time that's where it's just like this is all a blur. I don't even remember what days it was.
Yeah.
Maybe back then was
he seems more confident and confrontational.
Video or whatever.
Yeah, he could be intimidated.
Like I don't think you did anything wrong.
He could be a little bit more
like,
intimidated.
Oh, here's a doc of everything. You know what I mean? And then you just ignored it.
Right.
Yeah. So
because I mean,
I probably should have.
No, and I'm not trying to like guilt you or whatever. It's just this whole thing is really crazy, and it seems like it's gone so far just because you tried to do what was right, which is have a third party investigation, and like a lot of this stuff is just because the information wasn't conveniently accessible to YouTube, which is like a really big problem in a weird way. It's like it was like we're suffering from trying to do it right, but also suffering from people not having convenient access to like just a doc or something, like a doc of information. So, I mean, I guess in the future, hopefully this, anything that's disproven or that is not true, obviously is no longer propagated. And like everything else that is important is credible. But yeah, dude, I feel like in the future, if you've got evidence, show me or somebody or just like a Google Doc. I mean, because you didn't make me sign an NDA or anything like that. I've consistently mentioned that because I think it's really important. And I feel like there is a level of transparency you're operating with, which I respect. And, I feel like this wouldn't have been as bad earlier on if like that, that's sort of the approach, which is tough. You've obviously never been through this, and this is not, there's only one MrBeast. So, but yeah, it's just something I wanted to clarify because, you feel like I was manipulated, and I genuinely, and a lot of other YouTubers as well, I'm sure, commentary guys probably don't feel like they're manipulated. It's just a drastically different perspective. You know, you are Mr. Beast, so it's tough to say, not to, you know.
Look, nigga, Caleb, I know he's Mr. Beast. All right, I know he's the guy. Come on, bro. I know. We all know he's that nigga. But for real, he's also Jimmy. And he's just a regular ass dude. Well, you know what I get from this, to be honest? I do get a lot of vibes that Jimmy is just a regular dude. For real. I'm honestly, the biggest thing that I'm picking up from him is I think he's just a regular dude. He's not the super evil. That's just my take. I feel like I can sense good energy a lot better. And then also, so I already told you guys that Mr. Beast reached out to me, right? And he kind of told me about the video Soggy. And then he asked, you know, I told him, like, I'm not going to say the contents of what we talked about, because I said that this was off the record in terms of what we talked about, like in the messages. But there was at one point where I specifically was like, you know, like, real talk, can I be honest with you, kind of thing. And he's like, yeah, sure, always, anything, you know, like. And then he tried to call me a few times and I missed him, like FaceTime. So he did reach out to try to just talk to me and have conversations and this is like, if I wanted to, if I was being dastardly, I'm like, let me record Mr. Beast while we have phone conversation. I'd have every, you know, ability to do so. But like, I honestly was just like, no, I don't really have time to talk right now. We'll talk later. We kept missing each other. But the point is like, I wouldn't talk to Mr. Beast like he is Mr. Beast, right? I think that's he is Mr. Beast, but also he's Jimmy. And I think we need to appeal more to the Jimmy point of him, because that's the side that people are trying to figure out is if he's a good dude or not if he's a good YouTuber or not. That's the thing I think that was kind of missing. And it just a little bit of just kind of like a real talk, like, you know, like, keep it real with me, Jimmy. Like, what the fuck did you do bad? You knew Ava was weird as shit, right? Why did you keep her in your company for so long? What was that about? She was my best friend and she needed support, blah, blah, blah. You know, tell me some real shit. Just tell me real shit. Don't fluff me with Lunchleys. Don't fluff me with the Feastables. It was so much fluff. I don't feel like being fluffed, because to be honest, at the end of the day, like, you know, that's all it was. It just needed to be a little bit more nigga to nigga. That's what he needed. He needed He needed a little nigga to nigga time.
Say I deserve the benefit of the doubt or whatever. I absolutely should have researched more. But once again, it's a bigger problem, I feel like, that I think hopefully will be mitigated more in the future by this all coming out. And hopefully how transparent this video that I'm making right now with you is.
Yep, all fair points.
Cool. Okay, so now a little bit more on the crypto stuff. I know I talked about CoffeeZilla a little bit yesterday. He's awesome. I think he does really good work on YouTube, and he holds people accountable. And you know, it's just impressive. He does actual real investigatory work. Like, he's not the guy who makes videos out of convenience.
Coffee
like
is
most
not,
of other, like me.
Coffee is not to be fucked with. He is S tier. Like that man is fucking the god of journalism, dog. He's goated. If he makes a mistake, I'd forgive it in an instant, because this man has been way on point. He's too thorough, fucking crazy.
And a bunch of other commentary YouTubers. So, you know, I feel like it's my responsibility to ask some more questions about the crypto stuff, because we sort of glossed over it a little bit yesterday. And it's one of those things where it's note heavy, receipt heavy. So, you know, if you don't know something, you just let me know. And if you have to go find information or whatever to back up what you're saying, you know, I don't expect you're like a politician and have all your fucking, you know, we're not debating philosophy or politics. Like, I don't expect you to have everything at your left hand. I understand you're busy. So, you know, if there's information you can provide so we can put it in post, just let me know.
Okay.
Okay. So first one is Wu-Tang. You have said that you do not control the Wu-Tang wallet. You said that last night. You said that a friend did it. You said you didn't know what Wu-Tang was.
A fund did it. Yes, not a friend.
Right. Okay. A fund. Okay. On a podcast with Logan Paul about CryptoPunks, you talk about a call you had with Mr. Gary, where you claim to have bought and or sold CryptoPunks, but then later decided to roll the money into VFriends. And this is all like video, obviously. And this trading activity all happened within the Wu-Tang wallet, which we talked about last night.
Yes.
So if it was your decision, if semantically, if what you're talking about on the podcast, if it was your decision, your trading decision to buy and sell the punks or VFriends, even though you didn't press the buttons, was it actually your decision? Did you press the button? Did you not press the button? Was it your decision? And if it was your decision, and even if you didn't press the button, it still, to me, would mean that you had control of those trading decisions.
Yeah, these are good questions. Actually, I'm glad we're doing this follow-up thing so we can also just put all this stuff out there. So, yes, I did say that in the podcast, and I obviously did not press the buttons like I've been saying. I didn't pick what punks to buy or anything. Gary Vee, like I said on that podcast, called me and a bunch of other people, said crypto punks were the next big thing. I thought it was pretty crazy, but the first thing I did right after that is just called the guy in charge of the fund who invested my money and it's other people's money as well, and just said, hey, Gary Vee seemed very passionate about these punks. You should look into it. If it makes sense, buy it. And so, he did the research, picked what punks to buy, bought them. I don't even truthfully know how to buy punks. I've never bought one, like me personally.
Okay.
Like I've said, I don't have access to that wallet. So, in other transparency, like that's kind of high level how it went. But if he was like, oh, this is a shit investment, then he wouldn't have bought them. So he was the one who was doing the buying and selling and managing things.
Okay. But you did make some decisions to buy or sell in the Wu-Tang fund.
I just told him like, hey, Gary, like in transparency, Gary called me about CryptoPunks and said they were cool. Look into it. So at the end of the day, bro, I don't fucking know. Like I don't know which punks to buy or which ones would.
I believe him. I actually fucking believe him. He's just, but I could be naive. Saying to be honest, I don't fucking know, bro. With that smooth, I think I believe it does sound like somebody who doesn't know shit, and it's just basically, I don't know. Could be wrong. Could be wrong. Could be insider trading. He's a Capricorn. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. I don't know, bro.
We should buy if it's a good investment. Like that's why I put the money in a fund and had professionals managing it.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, they're stupid as shit. I don't like any of the NFT stuff. I'm glad that's all kind of come and gone now. I like the newer era we're in. Okay, so next is the super tweet, the super coin tweet. For context, on May 12th, 2021, you, MrBeast, tweeted in response to it was an Elio Trades tweet. There's a gym sitting there on the market at an eye-watering price set to explode during DeFi Summer 2.0. And then you responded by saying super ? With a crazy emoji.
Yep.
So why did you not disclose that you had a vested interest in the coin that you were tweeting about? Super ? Yeah, we'll start there.
That's gonna be how you gonna answer that shit, because that's just blatant. That's blatant. That's just if I'm lying, I don't know. If Jimmy can get out of this one, this man is officially going to be Slippin' Jimmy. I'm changing his name to Slippin' Jimmy. If he can make this come off in a way where he need to change professions. He's officially becoming Slippy Jimmy.
Well, I replied to a tweet, so I did tweet it out, and I think a lot of people, that are just getting second hands of the story think I literally tweeted out, go buy super. Yeah, the fund did hold some super, and I just saw that was the owner of super, the guy who made the coin, and I just went scrolling through Twitter, just replied super to his tweet. I did not tell people to buy super or anything. I just replied super, and I know the next thing where people are going to go, but this was a planned coordinated thing. It wasn't. It's not like I'm on the phone with the people managing the crypto fund going, hey, I'm about to reply super to this tweet. Like, I just was scrolling Twitter and I replied super, and like, I highly doubt anyone bought it because they saw me reply super to a tweet. I mean,
He said, I highly doubt anyone bought it because he replied super to a tweet. That's like Elon Musk replying to a tweet with Doge. Come on. He has 1 billion followers. One of the most followed people in the world. That's called a pump. I can't tell if this nigga's a mastermind or if he's a dumbass. I really can't. There's no way you can't not know. He's out of touch, which means he's a dumbass. Oh, God. Okay. Then if he's lying, he's a very good liar. If he's lying, I mean, unless my detector is not as good as I thought. If he's lying, then I'm just not my I'm not being nice, I promise you. When I say that I'm not sensing, like, when I say I'm not sensing it, like, I am literally sensing, like, blonde, like dumb blonde. I'm getting dumb blonde energy. I'm not saying this to everything, but I'm getting out of touch and slightly dumb blonde energy. But I don't know. If he's lying about the crypto, then he's lying about the crypto.
Reply super to this tweet. Like, I just was scrolling Twitter and I replied super, and like, I highly doubt anyone bought it because they saw me reply super to a tweet. I mean, just to be honest. So I didn't think too much of it. Obviously, though, in hindsight, I mean, I could see how people might think that is a weird look optically, and so like I wouldn't do it. But I mean, I really don't think it's that malicious. Like, if I just flat out tweeted, I think super is the next big thing, go buy it, super. Like, I think this is a different conversation. That's the kind of stuff actual people do, you know what I mean? And like
scammers.
So I just don't. Yeah. So it was just interesting too, because Coffee never said I was a scammer in his video. Yet, you know, there's so many comments on it. Just you know, a lot of people just want to drive, you know, whatever. People who don't like me, like he said in the video, are not going to like me, and they're, you know, going to run with it. People who do like me are going to be like, oh, it was managed by a fund, and Jimmy has answers for everything, which, I mean, it's not excuses. I literally was just a fund. I was not the one buying or selling or anything. You know what I mean? I had other people managing it. So that's the honest answer. I just replied super, and, you know, I guess if I could go back in time, I'd just not reply. I mean, I didn't think it was a big deal when I did it.
Yeah, but now,
look, if Jimmy's lying, then I'm getting gaslighted. I'm cooked. God damn it, I'm cooked. I can't fuck with people, bro. If he's acting dumb, if it is, then I'm cooked. I can't.
I mean, obviously, with because crypto is changed massively in the last couple of years, so you could consider that a mistake at this point. Like, that's definitely
And another little context point I think a lot of people are missing. A lot of people who do this kind of stuff do it on low volume coins that, like, you know, sell $100,000 a day, so it actually dramatically pumps it and blah blah. Super is like the 100th biggest crypto coin out there. Super is like a legit coin. It's a legit project that's massive. Like, that tweet didn't move the needle for shit or anything, right? So that's another context piece people are missing. Like, if anything, buying super, actually, I'm not even going to say that. I was going to, would probably be a good investment because it's one of the biggest coins out there and it seems to be doing really well. You know what I mean?
You see what I mean? Like, this, he's so stupid. Right? Like, he's so stupid. Why would you? He's like, well, I don't even should say it. And then he like says it. It's like, I don't know. I'm getting the himbo vibes, bro. I'm getting out of touch. Himbo. Why would you say that? like, why would you DM a bunch of content creators and tell them to watch a video, bro, and not realize the implications? There's so many things that it makes it. He's either the master manipulator or he's a dumbass, bro. They're both viable. There's two universes where one he's doing the exact same thing and he's Lelouch, and then there's another one and he's a dumbass.
Yeah.
But now I have to say, disclosure, we still hold Super to this day. But yeah, that's honest. That's the honest truth. I mean, nothing malicious there. Just replied to a tweet.
Yeah. I think. I mean, we have a lot of evidence of people genuinely scamming, and it doesn't seem along the same vein to be real. But it is important to ask about and important to get total clarity about, because you do have a lot of influence. And regardless of what you say, whether or not you say, oh, I'm sure nobody bought it, like maybe somebody did, who knows? There's no way to really prove or disprove.
But even if they did buy it, the coin, I mean, it's a 100th biggest coin, and it seems to be doing really well. So
yeah, I think the problem would be that the obviously that you have it, that you would benefit off.
I got you. I mean, I see what you're saying. Yes.
So now, I'm assuming your answer to this will be that you just didn't think it was important. But why would you not mention that your fund Wu-Tang had been selling and continued to sell Super on the day and after you tweeted about it or responded to a tweet, for clarity?
Yeah. So again, I wasn't involved in the day-to-day of the fund. I mean, if you look at the sell charts in that report, they were selling, I mean, I believe off the top of my head, like months prior or then months after. It looks like the fund was just dollar cost averaging it. So there's literally no correlation to my just little response to a tweet and what the fund was doing. So
it's just a coincidence that the first day he said, on one day he said Super, and the next day they sold after dollar cost averaging? It was a palm. That's 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 a palm. Jimmy, that's a palm. Jimmy, that's a palm. What do you mean? If one day you say Super, and then the next day you sold, he said he just bought and held. They've been holding. If you sold, that's a pump. That's a pump and dump. That's a pump. I don't know how much they sold, but that's a pump.
I mean, yeah.
He sold, bump it. He bought, dump it.
Kind of the same answers before. I just replied to a tweet. Clearly, it wasn't a coordinated thing.
Gotcha. And then the final one, this one's a lot more complicated and involves a lot of stuff. So I mean, maybe you would want to reconvene with like receipts or evidence or whatever. But it's the crypto charity stuff. Team C's Eternity.
Yeah.
So I mean,
yeah, I mean that.
We didn't talk about the Ava Chris Tyson chat. And we didn't get any follow. There was no Ava and no chat.
That one, the Eternity gave us NFTs to auction off for Team C's. Only one sold after like a day, I believe, and that was it. And then, yeah, it looks like the fund sold like 27 days later, a little bit of eternity. It was not combined or planned or premeditated in any way. I mean, honestly, the charity auction was a bomb. It only raised $7,000. No one cared, so it didn't really do anything. And yeah, I mean, that's kind of the full story. Again, I mean, there's nothing nefarious there.
Yeah, it sold $2 million of the earn tokens.
Yes, the fund did 27 days later. Yes, after the NFT sold.
Okay. Yeah, that seems. I mean, it seems like a lot. I don't know what the market cap was, but yeah. I mean, I just for this one, I feel like this is a valid criticism, and this doesn't make you like an evil scammer or anything. I don't believe. But you know, it's like this kind of stuff, transparency in regard to this kind of stuff. It's just super, super, super important. And you are the charity guy too. I mean, like if anybody, and like we complain. So we talked a lot about the philanthropy stuff and how, you know, CGI has gotten you in trouble and had a net negative in your charitable doings. I feel like this is one where the criticism is valid in regard to charity. And like, you know, it is a good example of philanthropy stuff that probably should have just been done differently, but at the same time, 2021 is like a huge area of gray for influencers with crypto access, and like it's just, I don't know, it seems like a game that if you're a big influencer in 2021 or 2020 and you got into crypto at some point, you probably made it some kind of.
I'm wondering if maybe Pegasus actually might have hit. I wonder if he hit some hard shit, and then that's why it got canceled. I'm curious.
Mistake at some point. Yeah, I mean, it seems like a big problem to me, you being the charity guy. And this is once again to give you the benefit of the doubt with all the philanthropy stuff that we spoke about last night. I think all that stuff is huge and massive. But as the charity guy, if your fund is privately making like millions of dollars during a charity drop that your name is attached to, like even if
so again, that I would say is not fully correct. So the charity drop happened. One sold. The other ones weren't selling. No one cared. So there was no selling of NFTs to raise money for charity anywhere near where the fund was selling before or after. People could technically still have bought those NFTs, but no one did because it just basically no one cared. So I just don't feel like that's a fair criticism. Like they gave Team C's some NFTs to raise money. One sold. No one cared. And then it just basically died. And then just under a month later, yeah, it looks like the fund sold some tokens. Completely unrelated to all of this. So it's not like this. Where's a charity drop that was selling hundreds of NFTs a day, and in the middle of all of it, they sold some earn tokens. It's like one NFT sold, raised money. The charity, sell just basically died. It's not going. No one's buying it. No one ever buying it anymore. And almost a month later, it sold. So I mean, if anything, it looks like the people in the fund were being cognizant of it and paused selling and waited till long after it ended to do it. You know what I mean? So I actually disagree. I don't think anything nefarious was done there, to be honest.
Okay. Just to be clear though, you keep saying a couple coins or like you're downplaying it. It's $2 million of earn tokens. That's quite a bit. That's like a lot of money.
Of course. And obviously not all of it is mine. It's the fund, but it was also known that my fund was invested in it and I was a part of the fund. So it's also not like it was hidden that we were invested in earn. Like that was public information.
Right. Cool. Yeah. You just, maximum transparency there. It's like, if there's any other information you want to send in regard to that, I've got the DMs of, from Nick Rose, the CEO of Eternity Chain, talking about, that there will be a 2-month auction for charity and that quote unquote, MrBeast is supporting both drops, which obviously that's not you saying that is this guy, but yeah, it's just something to be super transparent about.
100%, and I'm glad I could give color on these things. To be honest, so I'm glad like people now can see what I have to say on both those things, and I actually appreciate this follow up call. This is good. Like I actually feel like unless you have any other questions, everything's been hit.
No, that's it. I mean, I can't. Can you think of anything?
Didn't you just say you was going to talk about Ava? Did I miss that? I thought you said it in the thingy. Hold up, chat. I'm just. Where is it?
Was completely wrong. We did miss a few questions, and I called Jimmy the next morning to get clarification on a few more things, specifically Ava Shadman and some more of the crypto allegations.
Where's the Ava? Did he say something more about it? Did I miss that? I didn't hear anything. I didn't even hear them mention anything about Ava in the poster in the last 20 minutes, unless I missed it. I didn't hear anything about Ava in the poster in the last 20 minutes. Oh, I must have missed that. But it was about the poster again. All right. So there's one thing I want to show you guys.
Here is that.
They're right. They're right. Where is the tweet? Okay, never mind. They did ask him the question. Okay. I am not very happy. So let me just start this off and say that I love my boy, and I'll make a solo video probably tomorrow or something. I don't know. I'm not going to do it tonight. I will say, number one, Caleb, Oompy, he's still my boy. Nothing changes. Love him to death. Not the best interviewer. I don't think he's bought out by MrBeast. He glazed. I think he glazed. I think he saw the eyes. He looked directly into the eyes of the beast. The eyes of the Jimmy, the man, the myth, the legend, and he glazed a little bit. I'm wondering if there was questions that Oompy could not ask. Because he said there was no NDA, but I'm just trying to figure out. You guys were with me, right? We were here together. There was some line of logic and reasoning and thought processes that we were like, well, this is the obvious next question. And then it just didn't happen, right? So some of the things that I felt like was missed out was obviously Delaware. 2 minutes on Delaware was wild. Literally, like, there's so many more questions we could have gone into. Two, with the Jake Weddle situation, MrBeast gave him actually an opening to be like, hey, but have you considered the concept of the fact that you're dangling $100,000+ money over a poor person and the implications? Because Jake Weddle actually brought that up in his video. So MrBeast was like, was there anything else? Do you have any opinion on it? And maybe he agrees with it, but like he could have brought that up kind of thing. Three, the MrBeast games. I can't recall, but I remember they talked about the pad and there was like a woman who didn't have a pad and she was allergic to it and they make mistakes. But there were, I think, sexual harassment claims. I remember looking at the document, and there was a lot of blurred lines in the actual report. There was also the chat. I think he could have talked about Rosanna Pansino a little bit more. I wish he would have asked, are you going to sue Rosanna Pansino? Because he asked Dogpack. I wish he would have asked, well, are you going to sue Rosanna Pansino and Jake Weddle? That would have been a question I would have asked. What about Rosanna? You suing her ass? Anybody else you suing? Are you going to be suing the channels that gave you the misinformation on the philanthropy thing? You know, is that in line? I like these are like some questions I would have just been like, bam, like right off the, just blah blah. It was just blah blah. And that I felt like was a line of thinking that we all are kind of following that just didn't. Yeah. So that's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if there's information that he couldn't talk about because it seems so obvious to be the thing to talk about. And if there is, then it makes sense. But then if there's things that they're not to talk about, then it defeats the purpose of a tell-all. If things are off limits and I can only ask certain questions, at least let me know what questions couldn't be asked, right? Like, what are the questions that could not be asked? Because that would be helpful. Because otherwise, it just looks like purposely omitting very important questions. It looks like he was a bad interview where maybe he might have asked the questions. Will I interview him? No. I can't interview MrBeast because I would talk to him like a nigga. I would be like, hey, all right, Beast, nigga to nigga, let's talk. Nigga to nigga, let's talk, all right? Gang gang to gang gang, let's talk, brother. All right, you were my biggest fans, man. And now, I just need to know. Just what did you do and what you didn't do? What was the bad shit? Just tell me the bad shit. What was the worst thing that you did? Just tell me. Just own up to that shit. So you didn't know about Delaware? You did know? Did you find out? Did you find out too late? You didn't know what to do about it? You waited? Did you find out, but maybe you felt bad for him, so you didn't say? Just tell me. I mean, that's how I would talk to him, and I don't think that's a conversation or an interview. I would have the behind the scenes conversation that probably would not work well in an interview format because I'd just be straight up like, all right, cool. What do you think about Rosanna Pansino? Dude, you realize it's a pump, right? If you say something like that, Elon Musk, that's a pump. You get that, don't you? I'd be like, dude, I don't understand. How can you be so dumb? I feel like you're not realizing. I said it in the video. The actions that you're taking come off as manipulative, but you keep saying you don't realize it or that you didn't mean to or that's not your intention or stuff. But if you keep doing the same type of specific action in multitude of areas, then again, like, what do you mean, Jimmy? Be fucking real with me, brother. Do you not know what a pump is? Do you genuinely not know what the Antichrist is, brother? For real? Like, do you have no religion in your background? Have you not watched any fucking religious movie at all, brother? I get it. He might be YouTube brain rotted, but like, fuck. And if you can't say something legally, then I would just be like, I can't say that. I can't answer it legally. Then I'm like, all right, cool. I'll move on. At least I can know that there's red tape. Because if the people know that there's red tape, then that means, but it still means that the question was asked. Sight. If MrBeast did the interview, I'd be like, what's up, guys? Omni here. So, MrBeast, completely innocent. And also, I have a brand new house. Anyway, let's get on to some other news because this MrBeast stuff it doesn't make any sense. He's clearly innocent, guys. Don't listen to anything. Don't listen to the naysayers, okay? Don't listen to him. Today's video is sponsored by MrBeast. I take the money. I already told you I would take the money. You guys are wondering if I'm compromised. I would take the money in a heartbeat. You would know if I'm compromised. You would know. I will look at you with this big ass grin and be like, MrBeast is innocent. And that's all I have to say about it. And if you don't agree with me, you're a hater. Then you would know. All right? So the fuck out. Okay? But just know I did it for y'all. At the end of the day, I'm gonna use the funds. Okay? I've been told y'all I would sell this shit out. I would sell out. But Omni, what about your morals? Pay me. And I'll go back to being telling the truth. All right? Allow me one. Give me one. Y'all will still watch me, right? Like, if I got bought out and I was like, all right, give me one. Y'all let me get compromised a few times, right? Just let me. All right, let me get one or two. Everyone else does it all the time. Everyone else lying in front of your face. I'm telling you that I would tell the truth about my immorality. I'm telling the truth about it. Like, would you prefer someone lying to you and receiving the checks, or someone saying, yeah, I'm going to take it, but it's not going to be all the time? You know, it's not going to be all the time. Just wouldn't you want to have that known entity of the person who's letting you know it's going to happen? If it's a good amount, I take it. Yeah, I'll pay it forward. Of course, bro. Come on. That's all I'm asking for is just a couple. Just give me a few. Consider it a sponsorship. Consider it a sponsorship. All right. All right. Let me stop playing with y'all. I love y'all, man. Omni won't say, but the second he does slip in Jimmy's signature glazed smile, it's over. Oh my God. Anyway, nah, niggas. I haven't been bought out. I haven't been compromised. I was genuinely really upset because I felt like, oh man. People gonna ask me if MrBeast slid into my DMs. I'm gonna be like, it's not how it seems. It's not how it seems, y'all. No. Omni, I can't believe it. I can't believe you accepted the buyback. I'm like, no, it's not how it seems. I was fucking him up in the DMs, bro. Like, I think the one thing that terrifies me as a content creator who's been doing this shit for so long is losing my audience. That would fucking devastate me. Because I've met so many of you guys offline that now I'm just like, I'm hooked. Like, I'm like, damn. Y'all not even just like names or numbers. I've seen you, right? And I've talked with you. So I'm like, fuck. These are some real niggas. There's like at least 2,000, there was at least 3,000 real niggas in here chilling with me. So I can't let them down. So when we going to box? Why am I not boxing? The Michael Jackson movie? Anyway, I love y'all. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I'm sorry. I should have skipped over a lot of shit. Yeah, over and all in all, I was a little disappointed. I really wish Caleb went a little bit harder. It doesn't even have to be mean. Just be like, again, a little bit candid. Stop leading him so much. You're the guy. Stop glazing him so much. Like, talk to him like he's a normal human being. I get it. He's MrBeast. He is that nigga. He really is that dude. He is that guy. But for this interview, I don't want to talk to MrBeast, to be honest. I get it. MrBeast is a part of his image. He is MrBeast. He's also Jimmy. They're both one and the same. I get it, right? They're blended in. But like, I really would be like, Jimmy, dude, you get what the people are thinking, bro, right? Don't you? But don't you get it? Jimmy? And then he explained himself. I'm like, but Jimmy, that's bullshit. What do you mean that's bullshit? Come on, man. That's fluff. What do you mean that's fluff? It's all true. It's all true. What do you mean? Yeah, but it has nothing to do with the question I just asked, bro. Well, I mean, I feel like, and for context, you kind of got to know. Look, brother, just be straight. Like, just, what do you mean? Why did you do that? You realize it's a pump. Blah, blah, blah. Well, yeah, I guess so. I'm not thinking about it now, but I didn't realize back at the time. It's fine if you didn't realize it. Just, I mean, I'm just trying to let you know you do realize it now, don't you? Well, yeah, shit like that. That's how, you know, I imagine a more candid conversation going. But I don't think that flies. I don't think that's going to fly and work well for him. So, I am not a MrBeast hater. I still believe in MrBeast because at the end of the day, I am a Zelda and I want to believe in the good of people. I want to believe it until I'm proven wrong. I have to for my phone fucking like sake and humanity. I have to. I just. That's just kind of the. That's, I just want to believe. And maybe that makes me the Lulu. I just don't want to be in a situation where I was wrong, right? Like I think of myself and I put myself in Jimmy's position and I think to myself like, fuck, like what if I'm wrong? And I am condemning an innocent man and I'm calling him a liar. Like I've been called a liar when I was telling the truth and that shit fucking sucks. It sucks. For real. And I don't want to be on the other end of that. Like I don't. I think maybe that's a trauma shit for me. Maybe that's why I give people more the benefit of doubt, or maybe that's why I wait for more information because I have been on the other end of being called a liar or be told doing shit I haven't done. The shit drew me fucking crazy. So maybe that's why. Do I think Johnny Somali deserves a redemption arc? No. Lock his ass up. Forever. I'm gonna come over there and dance. I'm gonna go to Korea and dance in front of the prison. Anyway, chat, I love y'all. YouTube chat, it's good. You guys were funny and refreshing as always. I underestimate how goddamn hilarious you guys are. I am glad to be back. No Kendrick tonight. I'm tired of shit. All right. I was supposed to go out tonight, actually. I was supposed to go do some stuff and watch Dan. I might still go. It's late. It's 1:49. I'll probably make the drive now and head over. I was gonna go watch some Dan with some friends. I think they decided not to watch it, so that's really good. I know. I gotta go outside to watch Dan with friends. Anyway, I love y'all. I'll catch y'all later, okay? I'll probably stream on Twitch the reaction to the Kendrick. I can't stream Kendrick on YouTube. That shit will get copyrighted. There will be no stream. So I'll stream my reaction to Kendrick. I won't listen to it until later. I'll probably drop a MrBeast video Saturday, Sunday, regular news shit on Monday. I think that's it. All right, I'm gonna let you guys go. Okay, thanks for hanging out with me. I appreciate y'all. I love y'all. I'm eepy. I'm really, really eepy. I'm really sleepy. I'm sorry. I'm a little gassed out. Is there anything else? No. I think that's it. All right, you guys get some sleep. Go pee pee. Drink some water. Hydrate. Brush your teeth. You nasty ass niggas. And floss so you don't get halitosis. And I think that's it. I'm just yakking. I'm just yapping at this. I'm just a chill guy for real. For real. At the end of the day, no matter what happens, I'm